Match found.
Less than a second and spares and a fuse comes in.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Still they are.
You have good taste, my friend.
Match found.
Less than a second and spares and a fuse comes in.
Absolutely
They
unbelievable.
have no idea how heartless I am.
more efficient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
Tara, let's go.
Tara. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
How many do you think you can get today?
20 lah.
20?
Yeah. 17. 20 is good.
Because the gear I think is not really my gear, you know.
Debuff for second.
The buff man.
Oh.
So this outpost command.
Yep, 17. Yep, 17 is coming. Yep, 17. You cannot miss now. Turbaken.
I got 13 guys. Then
Oh, you have to choose one.
choose
Only one.
Upside down googles. What does that mean?
What does it mean?
What is googles?
I don't like this one.
Yeah, swimming.
Is the upside down goggles.
The heck? Oh my goodness! Upside down eh.
Yeah, I just was curious. Let's see.
Let me see that. Oh my god.
What the? Where?
Ton, in front. In front.
Huh? What the?
Grandpa. This is Jason when he's 70, you know.
Wait.
Okay.
3, 4.
Momentum. Uy.
5 total. Wait.
Oh shit, where's my monitor?
Where's the monitor?
Where's the monitor, man?
10. Tumo.
No, last two.
Tumo. Oh, not bad.
Good.
Oh my god. My brain not working after using the glasses, you know.
10. 10 on the heart.
20.
Ooh.
19.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Kau berapa tadi?
Macro setup.
Oh, you're gonna
What
get
does
a
it-
tiny S keyboard, I think.
What does it mean? What? Oh yeah. Where's left click? Left click is
Ooh, damn. In
That's
front.
right side.
this one. No, it's
In front, I think.
This is right side, this is left. No?
Yeah. Oh, my eyes.
Okay, wait.
Medium bots or hard?
Hard.
Hard bots? Use Marshall. Use Marshall.
Wait. Not the 1-1.
It looks like you hit, but it doesn't.
Yeah. Why? 1.
I've never seen someone so happy he got one. Oh.
3. Oh.
Big shot. Oh, you are right, yeah. It's 3.
3.
Yeah,
So hard, so hard.
Ready?
yeah.
Set, go.
Go.
Run to the left.
Kiri. Left. Left. In front. No. In front. Left. In front. Left. Left. Go. Straight. Left. Stop. Reverse. S.
Oh.
Left. Okay, stop. Left. More. Side. Okay. Yeah, right. Press E.
Press E and don't use your keyboard.
In front. Just more. In front. Right. No. Stop. Down. Okay. Press. More. Okay. Press and right click. Oh, we got it. Oh.
My team explained it well, so easy.
Kaza.
It's Kaza. I don't know. Is it Kaza or Kaja? Kaja. 1, 2, 3.
Kaza.
Okay. That would be funny, no? I think you guys should use that. I'm not kidding.
3, 2, 1. Kaja!
Oh, we send the right person. Hey, you bleed. Press. I know you want to press.
I want to.
The ulti waste our timer, no? The 1 minute because of the ulti. Okay. To go. Whoosh.
Suck bomb.
Dude. Uncle, no.
Hey, take your time.
Okay, jump. Okay.
Let's go.
Jump.
Go.
Jump.
Oh.
Yes, already not bad.
Not bad.
He's already the best.
He's the best.
We are just the keyboard warrior, you know. It was challenging and fun. I hope you guys continue supporting us, and don't forget to watch our next matches, and goodbye.
A little bit of an added info for Bane. He does get the spot there on the pancake. What is that? What?
He's left.
Beat Bane.
They might be behind just enough time, though.
Clear out there on that. Even yeah, the nanoswarm's not going to come into play now.
Not really going to catch them off guard too much, but...
Oh,
no way!
What? I mean, okay, he saw him jump, but he just fully expected that he was going to continue strafing.
Saya's all alone on the C side, potentially trying to get an orb if there's no movement.
Do so over there, Chico peeking, and okay. In the meantime, X-Ray by 3 kills. Confirms his suspicions. Bang, taking a close angle. I think he might have had Saya if just wasn't a little bit faster.
Saya player in a bit of a tricky position right now as Forsaken hunkers down. Watches out over onto Pillar and captures onto 2 more players.
They got time to really make sure that they're set up. Kind of come from all 3 angles at once.
Ooh!
Unbelievable.
1 shot, 1 kill. Now on to the next, and he's online for the ace. Rossi's right around the edge of it, and Forsaken just sprays downtown!
I mean, Laz is going to have to go nuclear here. This has to be just a multi-kill. It's really smart. Now with that knife, you kind of have a pretty good idea, but you have to be so careful. You know that op is still there!
Oh, Laz, what? A triple, a quad!
Hurt set up, Dizzy up over the top, not finding much. You get the ping across there, Gen.G and Jeremy both being revealed, and Chipkin able to find two. Fork up Anthem back, finds Flip Shider. Chipkin, so much more work to be done. Drones at the ready. Gets one, pulls out the knives, finds Fork up, yes, he absolutely does! Chipkin!
undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. I'm breaking up another season. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked and loaded, we about to go. Caught him with that left, I leave him tapped out on the floor. Sounding itchy, sticky, swishy, watch me bank a score. Up in the boat, I'm in the zone, yeah.
Culture to fire the breath. Finger the javelin, beat my chest. This I'm posing the threat. Just like a pebble, I'm cutting the net.
Ring on my finger, but yes. Like playing chess and I don't even sweat. That's what I call it finesse. That's what I call it finesse. Ain't no rivals, ain't no rivals. They can try, but they're never ever slowing me down. On arrival, this is my show. Crossing my heart, they know we are undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. I'm ranking up another season. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? I pop on with the jumper, then the adios. Gotta go. I'm the prima donna, make him do the most. Not enough, I'm just warming up. We up in the club. Oh, I'm ready to hunt. Time to eat it up. Oh. 2-step, look who's scared. Now you on the run. You gon' hear my soundtrack go dun 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 dun. I'll be starting riots when I pull the stun. I got him shook. I'm on a bro. Check on my stats. Ain't no rivals, ain't no rivals. They can try, but they're never ever slowing me down. On arrival, this is my show. Crossing my heart, they know we are undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. I'm ranking up another season. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Hey, even though it's been a long way, even at the top, I'm wide awake. Yeah, you know it's XG, and we do it all again. We the ones that can't be. Oh, just remember the time, remember the climb. Not a glitter and shine. Oh, we on top of the world. Need I remind you? They know we are undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. I'm ranking up another season. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that?
What's up, VALORANT Philippines, and welcome back to Stage 1 ng VCT Pacific. Day 5 na ngayon, and we are just getting into the thick of it. Pero bagong lahat, if napansin nyo, we played a special song just now. And again, Riot Games and XG, the hip-hop and R&B inspired girl group, just released a collaboration single titled Undefeated for VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific 2024. Undefeated has been released globally on all streaming platforms since yesterday, so make sure you guys give it a watch on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, everywhere. But guys, before we forget, nag-enjoy masyado tayo sa song. But ako nga pala si Rubixco, ang inyong final host today, together with these lovely gentlemen, Fluffy and Black and Blue. So guys, kamusta? Any thoughts on the song, maybe?
Wow!
Wow!
Grabe yung reaction ni Black and Blue. Honestly, same. Inspired to go for the defy yung mga predictions talaga.
Yan. I didn't understand that the old guy was supposed to be predictions against a team, and then that's why when he puts the trophy, parang na-break yung predictions. But anyway, let's talk about the VALORANT this time. So guys, it's week number 2. Any thoughts o kaya violent or happy reactions sa mga nangyari last weekend? Sa alam ko, we still have a few teams who are undefeated.
Well, if you're asking for violent reactions, I mean, honestly, coming from week number 1, I think the biggest surprise was that DFM win, right? And I don't think anybody really expected them to win that way. Pero yun nga, I think for the most part, the way that week 1 has turned out na seemingly parang, uy, yung group Omega, sila pa yung mas nahirapan. I think this week, medyo mas equalize out na yung Omega group tsaka siya sa Alpha group.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree there as well. A lot of things that are kind of easy to predict, DFM really the only standout then for me. Pero this, at least today, we're going to see a lot of exciting matches from a lot of the, I would say, upper end of the bracket as well, with Paper Rex and a bunch of other teams really fighting for yung parang top position.
Exactly. Honestly, masaya ako na, DFM finally saw their first win. And again, yung mga pickups nila this season have been pretty insane. And we're gonna get into that a little bit later. But as you said, Fluffy, medyo predictable yung outcomes at the moment. I think sometimes, we have to think that are some of these teams gonna start showing some signs of life maybe later on into the league. But taking a look dito sa championship points natin, Gen.G is in the lead already with 4 points. That's massive.
I mean, especially kasi nga galing dun sa win nila, and then them being the fact na sila pang yung top seed last year, or rather nung kick-off pang season, it makes sense where you can see Gen.G at the top. They have proven na even as a newer roster, talagang meron silang mga strengths that other teams are having big trouble na maitalo sila against when they're going up against them. You look at the composition as well, or rather the roster na dinadala na dito as a team. And yeah, I mean, aside from maybe teams like PRX, most of the other teams here don't even seem to put up much of a fight against them just yet. But I'm curious to see kung magba-bounce back naman ng DRX, kasi sila nga ang for the longest time #1 Korean team, and I'm sure they want to take that slot back from Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of improvements, especially since nung Gen.G, I think on the first time that we saw them in Pacific with their new roster, have really improved in how coordinated they are. Pero ngayon, since there's so much time, I think a lot of teams have really caught up. I mean, we already saw DFM kind of improve somewhat. So the overall standings are already really shaken up. I'm kind of looking at yung parang bottom 4 teams, because if DFM was kind of an easy predict to be the last before, now it's like a toss-up between a lot of teams. Like TS is down there, sadly, but Bleed also a lot of expectations on this team.
I mean, definitely. But looking here dito sa top 5 ACS from week 1, we have Mei, the newest pickup for DFM, absolutely taking the leaderboards by storm in their last match, followed by Dep, of course, and Texture, who is going to be playing today against Paper X. He's definitely one of the players to look out for. So Paper X, now that they have Jing, hopefully na even out yung firepower once they meet again. But still very tough to say what we're going to be expecting through the next few weeks. We still have about 3 more weeks of the playoffs, play-ins before we get into the playoffs. So, ang daming pwede mangyari moving forward. But, have you guys seen the latest matches between Gen.G and Talon and how Texture has performed?
I mean, Texture has always been one of the most standout players, I think, na talaga naging underrated. Siyempre, malaki na yung, I guess, expectations from him coming into the league in the first place nung unang pumasok siya sa Global, because yun nga, nanggaling siya sa Damwon Kia, which is one of the most dominant Korean teams aside from DRX from back in the day. But I think another player to look out here for na parang nanggaling sa Ascension was Jemkin, who's in that top 5 as well. And we saw him have a tremendously great game nung kalaban nila yung Team Secret. Obviously, natalo sila in the end. Or rather, nanalo sila in the end, and it was Team Secret who lost. Pero yun nga, Jemkin has always been one of those players na nakita natin from that Scars team into Ascension, has always proven na talagang he deserves to be at the tier 1 level of play. At kaya nakikita natin doon dito sa Liga na kaya talaga niya makipagsabayan sa iba.
Exactly, and especially there's a lot of veterans there. He can keep up really with the best. Buzz, especially from DRX, always being that kind of very stable player, I would say, that really has helped them. My worry for DRX is kung makaka-improve talaga sila as quickly as Gen.G did.
Definitely. I mean, I think that we're starting to see a lot of good signs here, but now taking a look sa mga players natin na have hit aces during week #1, and it's kind of surprising to see na there's so many of them already in just 8 matches. It's almost a 1.8% chance to have an ace in all of these matches. And taking a look here at Forsaken, I think na they were talking about this dito sa global broadcast about how flexible Forsaken has been even last year, but now I think within just the few games he's played this year alone, I think he's went through 8 agents already.
Really?
Yeah.
In this year alone? I mean,
he's flexible.
He's always been one of the most flexible players that we've seen in the league. Siyempre, nagsimula siya sa pagiging duelist, but he took up the role dito para sa Paper Rex nga, makapag-flex no? And that's kind of what you need to have, especially for a team na parang 5-man lang sila yung roster, hindi naman sila 6-man team. So you need that flexibility here. But speaking of six-man teams, you saw Talon dun sa may dulo, and they were one of the teams that try and employ that. Unfortunately, hindi pala nahanap ang win nila, but who knows, maybe this week could change things.
That's very true. And Forsaken, of course, he had to, like BNB mentioned, he started out as a duelist, but over time, I think with a lot of the additions, because ang dami talaga yung lots of firepower, to be fair, ng Paper Rex. So he kind of went from being that star player into more of a support role. And having to flex between those two and still be very good has always been a challenge for, I think, a lot of players. So it's really props to him.
Definitely. I mean, not just Forsaken, there were a lot of very impressive plays that we saw from our aces last week. Pero let's talk about week number 2 since nandito na tayo ngayon. Another 4 days of Valorant this weekend. So kung may plans kayo this Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, i-cancel nyo na because you don't want to miss these matches. And sasabihin ko na ngayon para sa mga Team Secret fans out there, make sure you're watching tomorrow because they do have a game against Zeta Division. But any other matches you guys are looking forward to this week in particular? I think medyo highlight reel yung today, personally, especially match number 1.
I mean, naman, the whole day today, I think, are full of matches na hindi natin masasabing are sleepers because you got Gen.G, Paper X, the two top teams arguably right now, and then the follow-ups in T1 at saka DRX. And T1, I think, is pretty interesting as well kung saan sila nakapwesto ngayon kasi you're looking at a team na natapos top 3 nung huling season ng Pacific, pero sa ngayon parang hindi yon yung nagmumukhang T1 nakikita natin. We saw them lose pretty handily nung kickoff, tapos ngayon after the first 2 matches versus Paper X and DFM, naghahanap pa rin sila ng unang pagpanalo na dito sa season natin. But I think if we're looking at the rest of the week, yung matchup dito ng Bleed versus RRQ, that's one that I want to see kung paano talaga makaka-bounce back sana ng Bleed kasi sila din ay naghahanap pa ng una lang panalo dito sa season.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. I think Bleed then for me is the most exciting one, especially since ang lakas talaga ng form nila back in Ascension. I mean, Black and Blue was there, he would know. And it's very apparent that there's something about in Pacific League that they're really struggling to really get the foothold on because they don't have that same magic that they had when they were in Ascension.
In fairness,
I mean, I can...
just to jump in, iba naman yung roster lang ngayon, diba? They lost GC.
True.
They got Yay, pero still.
I mean, at the end of the day, diba, yung whole is not, it can't be, the whole is just the sum of its parts. So things have changed around, definitely different from what we saw in Ascension. But I think based on match that we've seen against their recent ones lately, I think we can definitely say that they're starting to put the pieces together, but they're just not there yet, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Indubitably.
Indubitably. Pero, you know, still very excited to see what they might be having in store for us. But we actually have an interview with our coaches for today, so let's go over there.
Yo, Karan, now, first time facing Paper X with Jing. How are you feeling? Still confident, scared, intimidated?
That's Kuchi.
Oh, that's Jing. Okay, and how are you guys feeling?
Alright guys, so let's get into this first match. Match number 1 dito sa day number 5. It's gonna be Gen.G versus Paper X, and we've seen this lineup. They've been sharp all year last year. They brought it into this year, and their performances against Talon, especially considering fresh sila from Madrid, they absolutely crushed it.
Especially you look at the player here like Texture na yung kills niya for that series, doble dun sa mga susunod. He had 43, the rest of them 28, 30. But it's not just about the kills, not just about his plus 21 plus minus, but Texture, as we mentioned a while ago, coming from that Damwon Kia squad, has always been one of the most, I think, impressive players na talagang he might be kind of locked on the duelist for the most part, pero yun talaga yung kalakasan niya. That's where you need a player like him. But I want to look at the rest of this team. Si Caron, ang rookie nandito sa team na to, and he has proven that he can stand with some big names like Lakia, Munchkin, and Meteor, who came from some pretty experienced teams in the past.
And then in the other corner, we have Paper X here for their interview, looking fresh as always.
Good day. Well, Gen.G got the best out of Paper X the last 2 matches. I know you were watching the game, so anything you've noticed?
Not anything specifically, but hopefully today we can get our revenge. So, yeah.
So device starting today, Paper X goes undefeated.
Gen.G undefeated.
What?
undefeated! Davai! Oh my goodness, he did it. But, you know, in the other corner, isa sa mga crowd favorites natin, PaperX, Jing is back, everyone is happy about it. Medyo slow sila nung una at sabi pa ni Coach Alex that they still have a lot of catching up to do now that Jing is back. Pero they still got the win, but are they gonna be changing it up here against Gen.G?
I guess that's gonna be the big question talaga. Magkaka back to form ba sila, or is it a little bit too late for that? I think Jing is always gonna be a great addition, but of course the stalwart performances talaga of Forsaken, his flexibility, and Devi. You already said in that interview, undefeated, and I feel like that's the goal overall for PaperX with this much firepower back on the team. It's the coordination that's lacking, but I feel like with so much experience playing together, it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun, right?
Back to the old ways naman eh. Diba? Okay naman yung performance niya kalaban ng T1. Pero then again, it was T1. So I think maybe that was kind of like a good warm-up game para makuha na yung form nila ulit for this more important, arguably, matchup versus Gen.G.
Yep, and here we look dito sa match points natin. They've gone against each other a total of 4 times here. And now the score is even. It's 2-2. So basically, ito tiebreaker yung match nila ngayon, right?
Ano yung quote kay Jing? Saan galing yung na-I'd win? In what context? Versus Gen.G?
I think so.
I think so.
Right? I mean, siya yung, he's finally back into the Pacific. So they're probably asking him, how are you gonna do after 5 months not playing? And I think he mentioned this in his interview last week.
I feel like, in fairness, he has still a lot of practice because he does still play and stream and everything. And what we're seeing for this tiebreaker is still, you know, when they have Monyet, etc. So with his addition, it might be that linchpin that really does prove the difference if they're able to capitalize on it. And I feel like, yeah, what BNB mentioned earlier, just fall back to your old ways, and it should be relatively fine, I think, smooth sailing.
Well, I mean, I think for a team like PaperX, hindi naman talaga kasalanan ni Monyet that he was in the position that he was in. So obviously, it's Jing who swaps in now. But with their playstyle na sobrang risky, sometimes you kind of want to have that extra firepower para lang makabawi sa mga sitwasyon na it goes south. And with PaperX, the way that they play, it goes south a lot. Madaming mga panahon, madaming mga situation na parang, uy, PaperX, they're in a bad spot, but they're able to shoot themselves out of it. And with Jing performing the way that he did versus T1, I think it bodes well kalaban ng Gen.G, considering natalo sila ng 2 beses na dito kalaban ang Gen.G in a row the last 2 times na nagkita nga sila.
Oh yeah, and now looking here on our player head-to-head, Texture versus Jing. I mean, I think this is considering that, you know, PaperX have had a couple more games, or a game before, or one more ahead of Gen.G here. But I think you can't really say too much in terms of firepower. They're almost equally matched, as you can see dito sa graphic natin. But I do want to correct myself real quickly kasi Jing's quote is actually from Jujutsu Kaisen. Sabi ni Gojo that I'd win. So, for any Jujutsu Kaisen fans out there, maybe you want to root for PaperX today. But again, looking at these two teams, very evenly matched. And I think that if we look at the storylines, it's gonna be, can PaperX take back the throne after being so freshly dethroned from it?
I think there's a good chance, pero ang mas importante, syempre, pagdating sa playoffs, kung magkikita yung dalawang team na to. For now, though, I think this will be a good litmus test for both teams, especially Gen.G, continuing their momentum galing nga dun sa Madrid at saka sa PaperX, kung mahanap ba nila yung form nila at kung may naayos ba sila. Arguably, though, PaperX have had less time to kind of work on things here with Jing in the comp, considering they've been playing with Monyet for the most part ng off-season until yung recent developments. But, I mean, as you mentioned here for PaperX, I think these two teams, sila yung dalawa sa pinaka-entertaining na panoorin na team. So, kahit anong mangyari, we're gonna get a good game.
Yeah, for sure. Entertainment, not going to be a question, especially with PaperX really pulling out all the stops. But like what BNB also mentioned earlier, it's a lot of that risky plays that has to kind of be overcome with just firepower, winning the fight instead of just relying total sa strat. And I feel like with a lot of the maps that are available as well, it's pretty 50-50 for all the teams.
Well, I mean, if it's a 50-50, we're going to just see who wins the gacha here. But I think we're going to be having our map veto, so let's see where we're going today.
Chooses Team B, Gen.G Team A. So we'll begin with Gen.G banning.
We can. I'm kind of. We were talking about this kanina, like before broadcast. Na why is Coach Alex alone? Right? Diba? Like all the other teams, they have two other. They have the assistant coach, pero Coach Alex just does everything on his own.
I mean, pinag-usapan naman niya dati yan eh. I think during an interview or some sort na parang gusto niya yung tipong sila nakafocus. That's why they're a team that doesn't run yung 6-man roster din. Para syempre, parang everything is kept tight and close. Alam ko may analyst sila na isa who just works online and parang pro bono na tumutulong lang sa kanila.
I think I've seen him on Twitter. Yeah.
So, yun, they'd like to keep the team small and very honestly, parang on brand for the org as well na PaperX, even malaki silang pangalan, they like to keep things tight.
Very true. I believe that analyst as well is from like somewhere in South Asia, and that's where he does the pro bono work. But yeah, I think it does help that you don't have that many cooks in the kitchen here, and Alex, of course, has a lot of experience.
Parang tayo lang eh, kasi pag kami guys, mga VCT caster nagsistack, magpa-5-stack, talo lagi eh.
Oo, yung isa nagpa-panel, tas yung isa nagba-broadcast, nagta-throw pa.
Yung isa nagbe-breakdown ng mapa habang may round.
Exactly. So, too many cooks is bad, and I feel like PaperX are very used to playing this playstyle. And they have, I feel like, a lot of trust in Alex because he's been there from the start talaga. So, it's not just a random person talking. You really have a lot of authority with that. And speaking of the map vetoes, though, PaperX and Gen.G starting out with Lotus, going to Icebox, and it's either going to be Bind. I'm kind of surprised with that one because this is one of the more chaotic maps. I feel like both of these teams can play well on it, but as like the coaching staff, it's one of those scary things where you're like, we're good on it, but it's kind of risky. So will we go for it or just pick something?
I'm actually surprised na yung unang pick dito is going to be Icebox because it's been one of the more permanent bans recently ng PaperX, especially nung nasa team dito si Monyet. But they're going to pick that here now. I think it has to do with the fact that you look at Gen.G and their Icebox, even though they've been okay in it in the past, as of recent, medyo nahirapan nga sila sa Icebox. They're being on Sentinels against EDG nung Madrid and Loud. So perhaps may mga nailuto talaga dito ang PaperX. May mga inhenda sila kalaban itong Gen.G. And knowing that Gen.G have no information how PaperX play Icebox, edi pwede talagang makagawa ng magandang bagay dito ang PRX for map 2. But Bind map 3, I think that's going to be a banger.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And you can see dito sa map veto natin, the Gen.G coaches were taking their time. Pati si Coach Alex was showing them his watch like, hey guys, you have to pick. And I think they can feel the pressure here, right? They definitely want to keep their streak, their momentum going here in the tournament. And very interestingly enough, they did ban out the Sunset, where I think PaperX really focused a lot of their strats on. Ang daming nilang innovations on that map alone. So I think that Gen.G definitely had the right idea here. But I do agree. I do want to see the Bind come out. But at the end of the day, between these two teams, everything is up in the air because, we're looking at the top two teams at the Pacific, diba?
I mean, let's not forget nung huling beses sila naglaro ng Bind, naitalo nga ng Gen.G ang PaperX 4-13. So it was pretty one-sided. So maybe PaperX here now that si Jing ang babalik naman si Raze and not si Monyet. Again, not to his fault, but it does give them a different type of factor dito na hindi pwede i-consider. Maybe that's gonna change things up kasi so far ngayon parang as of recent in this year 2-0 sila kalaban ang Gen.G. Actually 2-1, natalo na ng regular season lang, but it came down to the finals at dun yung importante, dun sila natalo nga.
I mean, in fairness also, I feel like with this whole map ban because of the order, PaperX gets the deciding either pick or ban for the last two maps, like regardless of the side. And they are picking pretty similar maps when you think about it. Yung mga maps where you can just full send one site, and then if something kind of goes wrong, that's when you rotate. So Bind, the easy rotate, and Icebox generally para siyang always A simulator, sometimes B maybe. But it's a very protected all-in strat, which favors, I think, the PaperX style a bit more. So it's smart that they're able to lean towards their strengths. And it really shows that they're parang hindi sila takot matalo. They'll just play to win. If it's kind of risky, it's fine, but they'll just try their best to work it out. And I think those are really good maps for them.
I mean, speaking of playstyle and their overall branding as a team, I think that, again, it's very, very fitting for them. But, we are about to get some insider information, actually. So, itapan muna natin sa global broadcast to hear from our coaches today.
Coach Alex from PaperX.
Yes, please.
Our favorite coach.
Getting ready, dude.
Hi. Welcome back.
You like the Icebox combo? We love it.
Was that a troll pick? Like last time you picked it was a troll pick. It wasn't a mistake,
That was
right?
not a troll pick. Like last time, I promised Kla that he's gonna play one game. We practiced for 5 weeks, and then they told us Icebox is leaving the map pool, so we had to pick it.
Okay.
It's a integrity thing.
It's staying in the map pool this time, just so you know.
Yeah. So now it's slightly better prepared.
Did you know at that time that when he played Gecko there that it was going to end up being the meta on Icebox?
No, but
You guys invented it.
Yes.
of course.
There you go.
We're at Gecko, like we
You're a
love Gecko.
genius. You're so smart.
It's not me actually. It's Kla.
It's Kla. Okay.
He's actually the one that's created the Gecko meta in the world, right?
That's
'Cause
true.
He's only Gecko main.
That's true. Now, thoughts on Achilles' Gen.G prediction?
You know, I'm a superstitious guy, so, and I'm not a stats guy, but I need to know your hit rate.
I have to go off the recency, and I think that you guys have had your hands full with needing to reintegrate Jing into the team. You know, one of the things we talked about last time you were on the desk was, can we expect anything new? And the answer was no. We've had 5 days of practice.
Yeah, now we have
there's not that much time.
We have 9 now.
Now it's 9 days. So
better.
I'll be curious to see if there are going to be some overarching changes in the comps and strategies and whatnot. But I think that Gen.G, it's been a little bit easier for them to just kind of hone in since they got back from Madrid.
For Icebox, you mean?
Oh, just
In
generally.
I mean, they didn't have much time either, like, all of us, we both came back like 1 day apart, so...
Yeah.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if they took a short break, it would have been 9 days of practice as well, so it's quite fair, in fact.
I want to ask you about your results in Madrid.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys got 3rd, which was awesome, but I think you guys seem a little bit unsatisfied with those results too. What were some of the learnings from Madrid against Gen.G?
Alright. I'm quite satisfied.
Are you? Okay, I was mistaken.
No, I mean, Madrid. I think we went there a little bit low confidence, and we were trying to fix our mindset mostly. So I think getting the 3rd, we managed to get match practice in, get stuff out of the way, like discuss with each other, try to make sure that we are aligned again. I think we took a step in the right direction there. So as far as I'm concerned, very satisfied for whatever happened in Madrid.
Do you think Gen.G's improved since Madrid, based on the performance you saw last week?
Yeah, you can already see them adding things in their Lotus. In Madrid, some teams are using specific Viper mollies to control A main from defense side. As soon as they came back, I can see them molly in their game against Talon, so I know they're actually still working the map pool. And I think, if they pick Lotus against us, I think they know that that's their strongest map.
I am a little bit curious about Lotus, but I do think that picking Icebox is like 200 IQ genius move. But if there is anything to watch out for Gen.G, like what would you say that is? Like what's their
Icebox
strongest
or
thing?
in general?
In general.
I mean, they're coming off like full of confidence, Sure, you lose the finals, but I thought it was very, very close, It could have gone either way. It's enough to give you the boost you need, to say, okay, I'm coming back to my region. The game should be easier, and we've beaten Paper X twice, So I think we're gonna play against a very confident Gen.G, and I'm hoping that we fight them, I hope there's gonna happen like a brawl.
I have one last question. This is actually for both of you.
Another one.
No.
How's your day going?
Well, it's going great.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Did you
did
eat
go
the
great.
snacks?
For both of us?
Just wanted to catch up. Make sure everyone's just vibing.
Yeah, so far, so
Yeah.
good. So far, so good.
Doing good?
Chill.
Any stress eating so far today?
Stress eating?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, good.
I'm on diet now, I'm trying to...
How are you? That's great. I love to hear that. Well, thank you so much, Coach. All the best.
Bye-bye.
Aw,
Kamsahamnida. Kamsahamnida.
so much respect. I love it.
Yeah. So guys, may tanong ako. How are you? They're so cute, but I mean, you heard it from them. They've definitely got some things to figure out. It looks like things energy-wise is really good, and that's always a good sign from Coach Alex, right?
Nakamute ako kasi wala, hindi ko, I'm just me. But yeah, as I was saying, so it doesn't seem like Paper X are stressed from it right now. They're talking about yung Icebox pick this time kung it's a bit more cooked kumpara dun nga sa dati where they were like, sige, mawawala siya sa map rotation, pick na lang natin para hindi natin mabigay kung anong impormasyon dun sa mga ibang mapa. But this time since it's gonna stick, I think, and have to assume na meron silang mas binabalak talagang na praktisado kumpara sa huling beses natin nakita sila sa Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, gusto ko din yung focus nila more towards the mental side, less on the game and just being able to play together, reintegration, and a lot of other small details like that, just to make the whole thing work around.
Yep, I mean, definitely a good sign. But that is going to be it from us on the panel for now. The games are just about to be starting in a bit, and you are in for a treat kasi nandito si Riku and Rockhart to cast this matchup. But day number 5 of VCT Pacific is starting right now.
Oh, it was going around. Oh, ano yun? Gagayahin sana kita. Anyway, what's up, guys? It's us. It's Riku and Rockhart here. You missed Rockhart, by the way, Rubisco. You had the chance. You missed it. You're never gonna use it again. So
wala na. Lumipas na yung chance.
Lumipas na. So how are you today, Riku? We're about to see a very banger match after hearing a very banger song.
Banger, oo nga. Undefeated. Yan.
Yun na yun. That's the limit. Hanggang doon lang yung pagkanta namin. So how are you today?
Okay, hype na hype kasi week 1, ang daming plot twist, 'di ba? Parang natapos yung week with a DFM win, a very very big a long time coming, no? Kasi imagine 700 plus na DCV sila na nanalo. Bro. Pero 2024 is their year. Pero mag-focus tayo ngayon sa present dahil Gen.G versus Paper Rex, hari ng Pacific noong 2023 laban sa kasalukuyang hari ng Pacific. Back-to-back yung panalo ng Gen.G. So, malaki yung expectation syempre dito sa team na to.
That's right. Again, if you guys have been watching itong broadcast na to, both of these teams right now are currently undefeated. 1-0 so far. And I would say na mas impressive yun coming in from Gen.G, who was actually considered the alpha boss, bro. Kasi nasa alpha sila. Panis! Ano tawag doon? Basta,
yung
rhymes
ano, yung sa XG.
XG, di ba? So, overall, I would say na they're doing really good right now, and I would say this is the tipping point, both in terms of like momentum and yung 2-2 na match scoreline nila so far, Riku.
Kaya nga imagine coming from Madrid, tapos yung kick-off pa, bali 2-0 na yung record at least for 2024 laban sa again Paper Rex for Gen.G. Pero again, Rocker, iba na ngayon. Paper Rex has Jing back, syempre. And I feel like because Jing is back, kompleto na yung W Gaming. I feel like yung tambalan ni Jing at saka ni Something, lalong-lalo na pag nakikita natin na napipili yung Jet and Race combination, parang lumalakas sila sa mga maps tulad ng Split, tulad ng Lotus na constantly parang nagiging signature map nila. So I'm really excited to see in case na ito yung pinili ba? Aking memory. Oo, pinili ng Gen.G ito. First map natin.
And of course, Paper Rex are gonna be on attackers, so I am highly expecting W Gaming to be on full throttle today.
Woo!
And tama ka nga, all hail the return of the Jing.
Yeah.
And I would say na people are super hyped by that. Pero you know what? I was listening to the global broadcast. Ang interesting ng mga sinasabi nila doon, they were saying na Paper Rex, bumalik si Jing, pero you know what? They're missing shots na dapat yata tumatama. So that's something that siguro itong Gen.G kailangan nila i-capitalize. Because right now, Gen.G, I think sila yung pinaka-tuk-tuk in terms of like consistency, especially compared to the rest of the teams right now on the alpha side.
Oo, sangayon ako sa iyo diyan kasi imagine yung grand finals ng kickoff 3-1 itong si Paper Rex. That really is a huge statement. Lalong-lalo na again PRX constantly, even though they always reach game number 5. Sky grand finals, kahit talo man sila, panalo, they always extend ang isang series. So I think maybe because yun nga nawala si Jing at that time, pero now that he's back, kagaya ng tinanong ni Achilles kanina nung nag-interview ng mga coach, baka they needed time to reintegrate itong si Jing. So perhaps again yung advantage talagang mapupunta kay Gen.G, hindi lang sa record at pati na rin sa mga changes na kailangan pang i-adjust ni Paper Rex.
That's actually correct. I completely agree ako doon. And you know what? They're facing off against a Gen.G that's super aggressive. I I've seen them play, actually yung previous games nila, Taron on that Omen, alam mo sobrang tapang nito, sobrang confident nila ngayon, na lagi siyang mag-blind on A main, TP forward agad onto Rubble. Like he's that confident to do it against like so many top tier teams, and I'm sure that's gonna be the same thing here. And we are seeing na it's gonna be Meteor on KJ, and there you go, there's the Raze and there's the Jet.
Oo nga. Actually, gusto ko na bring up mo yan, yung confidence. I think ito yung talagang kulang from last year itong si Gen.G. Yung confidence sa galawan. But because of the newest additions, Lakya, Karon most especially, I think na iba talaga yung dynamic ng team na to. And I think it's a much needed confidence booster na kulang from last year. For Paper Rex naman, sabi nga ni Coach Alex, confidence lang. Kasi nga, being 0-2 this year against Gen.G in particular, magiging masakit talaga yun. Parang madadamage talaga yung confidence mo. So, with Jing here, with the Raze and the Jet combo na something and Jing na sobrang iconic na every time I turn on my TV tuloy. Turn on my TV to watch VALORANT Esports and Paper Rex is on, lagi na sa Lotus, tapos lagi pa sila nagrarambulan sa A. Yun lagi yung nakikita ko rock hard constantly.
That's true. And ang nakita ngayon ng mga viewers natin ay mayaman si Rico, guys. He has a really big TV dun siya nanonood ng VALORANT Esports. That's the takeaway for today. So right now, we are on to round number 1. And from this W game, you expect them to really go hard. And yeah, I would say na I'm waiting. I'm just waiting for more chill moments naman here from Gen.G. Kasi they're gonna have to, parang rubber band to eh. Hindi pwedeng sabayan mo eh, di ba? You have to take it by stride, and I think that's exactly what they're doing right now. Ang ganda ng baksa nila dito right now. They are going to predict the B push, 5-man B push here, coming in from Paper Rex. They slowed it down.
Maganda nga tong adjustment ni Gen.G. At Paper Rex, knowing the threat of A, the scan of Lakya is a huge threat. Pero -1 na pala itong si Gen.G. And this is going to be a huge advantage for Paper Rex dahil C naman ngayon ang kanilang target.
That's right. Karon's down though, so it's all gonna be up to the smokes nitong si Munchkin. Paano niya mapipigilan ang push ng Paper Rex right now? Although I think na-detect nila, siguro na-comms nila, oy guys, madaming mababa dyan. Huwag ka magta-throw, Munchkin. And I'm pretty sure kaya nila to. Yep, goes the Cloud though, and a lot of shots coming in from that Ghost. Madami ding mabawasan dito. It's gonna be 2 versus 3 in the end. Mindfreak's quite low. I hope na comes to Leon, but right now Spike is going down.
Oh dear, kagaya ng sinabi mo, bawas na yung mga miyembro ng Paper Rex dito. Texture Meteor, nasa kanilang palad para mag-clutch. Pero maraming post-plant setup. Itong si Paper Rex, ganda ng headshot. Pangalawa, 1v2.
Meteor. Oh, there you go. That's all you needed right there. Texture obviously had a full grasp of that. Beautiful win. Pero I would say, that's as close as it can get. That was pretty close. That was pretty damn close.
Kaya nga I think ang problema dun is nabawasan sila. Ang daming mga half HP nung pumasok na sila sa site C. So, parang ang hirap na tuloy na mag-post plant position dito. And very, very unlucky nga pala. Pero again, it's all because of Texture. Really precise shots. Naland niya yung kailangan niyang ilan.
The reliability right now of the shots. And you can see it. Ito yung sinasabi natin. Paper Rex, ganadong-ganado. G na G. Gen.G. Cool, calm, collected. Cool as a cucumber. Huh?
Very true. Ano kaya ang accent yun?
Sa kamay ni Meteor eh, di ba? Yung hawak ni Meteor sa Ghost, very chill. He's not overpeaking. He is just waiting for people to go in. He knows na Paper Rex can't jump in. Hindi sila pwedeng mag-all in kasi low nga sila. Right now, that's full vision, full info being given. Rather, alright, fake info being given here by Paper Rex. Or is it? That's a lot of members. 4 na miyembro na naman ng Paper Rex na nagbe-bait dito sa B. Let's force a rotation. Apparently so. Karon, nagsosolo doon. Pero that one way, such a hard one way to push.
Oo, pero unless mag-expire na tong smoke at pwede na silang lumusob at slowly but surely mukhang makakapasok sila at least rubble control.
Yep, that's pretty good. They're actually pretty deep na. And there you go. The Guardians, Texture missing a few hits there. Again, all in the sake. Ito lang eh. Play safe lang. Huwag lang kayong mamatay. Huwag lang mamatay. And I think that is going to be the key here. Meteor, can he hold it down? Does he have the molly down? No. That could be the case here. Plant will still be activated with the spike. And now it's 3v3. Ganda position right now, obviously. The post line is very aggressive. Mindfreak's going to go down. Oh my god, Link is going to be open. And now, Texture, anong sisilipin mo ngayon? It's a boombot. Good info. Spotted! Oh, that was clean. The Vi, as usual. You can see it here. Karen making some pretty aggressive movements. And with the help of Texture, they take the win.
Okay. At least, malaking damage economically. Pero at the same time, Gen.G still really made it very clean. Kahit na nagkaroon ng upgrade tong si Davai kasi namatay yung sa may top ng B. Either way, they were still able, because of Karon here on the link, and bukas na yung site. Therefore, pwede nilang isandwich yung natitira na tao sa site.
Yeah, they're very lumalaban na. I mean, Paper X are losing these rounds, pero you can feel how close it is. And you can feel the respect na pinapakita dito ng Gen.G.
Sa sobrang gastos tuloy. Mga sheriff, may ghost kay Lakya. Dalawa lang. Wala ngang rifle on the ends of Gen.G. So, let's see if they're still able to take control of this. Kasi, remember, it's the scan of a fade that makes it very difficult. And that as well.
There you go. Beautiful shot there. And again, Carol, with that beauty, yun yung pwesto sinasabi ko eh. Always gonna go there. Hindi inasahan ng Paper X yung position na yon. Nabaga ng position. Pero look at this. Are you expecting the lurk of Forsaken? Panakalimutan niyo ako. And there you go. That's gonna be another one. Free para kay Forsaken.
Hindi nila inakala na magla-lurk pala from B.
Beautiful lurk.
Sobra. And Texture, Meteor, itong dalawang to, magaling sila mang-clutch, so I wouldn't lower my guard if I were them.
That's right. Not to mention, meron na ding nakuha ng Vandal. Itong si Texture, he's just looking for position, pero she's got spotted out here by 3 members. I think we still have heals and a flash available from Mindfreak.
Standing.
But looks like it's not going to be needed. Meteor, maybe try to salvage something. I don't think it's going to be the case though. Ayan, nakita ka na. Nasaan ka pupunta? Uy, umisa pa! Walain mo nga naman. It's gonna be a cleanup though, and the bonus going over to Paper X.
Yeah, malaking financial bonus, pero nonetheless, dahil kay Forsaken dito, naka 3 kills, hindi nila ito na-predict at all. Walang killjoy setup. It was very, very far away, so that's the reason why napaka-open. And again, I want to talk about this. Lakya is gonna be very important dito. It's not gonna be the usual Sky and the Raze and the Omen. This time, iba yung dynamic. The classic Fade and Raze, the Pain Shells, the Seas, but the Scan is also very important to take control of A main and Rubble. Gagawin nila ulit ito.
Wow, look at this, sobrang forward nila, knowing very well that we are on full buy right now. Like, ito, look at that, that's the Karon spot right there. He knows how to control that, and he is confident. Kaya niyang i-control yun all on his own. And there you go, something just very hard for this guy to miss.
Oo, ganda ng wide swing niya. Hindi inasahan yun ni Munchkin. And bawas na. They still have Karon at least for another smoke. Pero here comes the Seekers. May ispatan na yung the rest of Gen.G.
Alright, gonna be activated here. Again, the plant is gonna be very easy once they get into the fight there. Meteor barely able to stop them, and Texture gonna be all down. To Karon and Lakya, it's gonna be a bit difficult. It's a 5-man stack mula sa Paper X. Ang hirap nito, mahirap to, Rigo.
Oo nga eh. Mukhang magsisave na lang sila ulit ng weapon and mag-exit frag na lang ulit sila. Kasi every single round, even though the first 2 rounds na ipanalo yun ng Gen.G, napaka-mahal. It was very, very expensive for them. And that's the reason why parang, even last year, I think there were moments na Gen.G would just would lose a lot of members very early, which makes the round more difficult to become winnable. So you see a lot of siguro mga Gen.G rounds last year na parang you see them saving very early, mga first half pa lang, mga ganon. This is definitely nothing new, pero for Paper X kasi, ang bilis nila gumalaw. So after nun, split second, bam, bawas na kayo. The round is not winnable anymore.
Yeah, so basically yung Gen.G, alam naman nila how to deal with Paper X, right? Obviously, because of the history. Pero you can see na there's only so much that you can do against like a violent force of nature, kumbaga, di ba? Like, anong magagawa pag bumabagyo? Like, you can, siguro pwede mo tanggalin yung mga sampay, pwede mong i-hammer yung mga kahoy. Pero yeah, it's still gonna do a lot of damage, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Basically just controlled by Paper X and Gen.G.
And now, alam ni PaperX, okay, eco sila, wala sila masyadong utility. Pwede na tayo pumunta ng A. Kasi I feel like A is constantly yung paborito ni PaperX last year eh. Tingnan natin nga kung diba? So, because of this new, air quote, new meta na lagi natin nakikita with the scan instead of the usual sky, kumbaga nahihirapan na tuloy yung mga teams na umatake sa A. So, napo-force nila pumunta sa mga kung saan yung utility. But, chance na ngayon ni PaperX dahil eco nga si Gen.
Yeah. Especially right now na walang available na Hon. So, yeah, it's gonna be hard for Gen.G to spot out where they're gonna go. Obviously, you can still one-way this. Obviously, it's just how you do things. Pero the smokes are just something that PaperX can easily play around. Pero sabi na, ayaw namin makipaglaro sa smokes. We wanna go to a side. We wanna go there now. That's exactly what we're doing. Medyo forward dun. Si Jing, that was a little surprising.
Oo nga eh.
Cut out there. Ayan na.
Nag-AD yung nakita natin. And now, dalawang rifle, tatlo pala, on the side of Gen.G. Still, a bit of, kailangan mag-ingat tong si PaperX kasi ito na, tatlo na, papasok sa site.
Oh, there you go. Beautiful use of the Hon, pero looks like it will actually be not necessary as everyone is just here having a party. Hello, mind freak. That's free for me. And there you go. Texture going down in the end. PaperX are leading.
Honestly, mainit nga tong matchup, no? Si Karon tsaka si Mind Freak. As in, I think one of the matches ng isang kick-off, parang sila yung nag-top frag silang dalawa. Itong Omen players natin. And honestly, I feel like pupunta nga sa direction na yon. Baka ito nga yung matchup na hinaantay natin na parang rematch-ish air quote para sa dalawang controller.
Again, Karon actually normally very aggressive with the paranoia, so they're usually not able to take that for the retakes for some reason. And now, it's mind games, right? Three side maps are huge mind games right now. Gen.G are just behind by the curve. For some reason, it's taking a long time for like Texture to rotate. Look at that, that's a great spot here. And again, forcing vines are actually exactly what they needed. Now, it's looking like it's closer. Munchkin going down though, that's one big smoke na mawawala para dito. So, Gen.G, beautiful. They're holding it. Jing still has a showstopper. Sino kakain ng malaki racket ko? Wala yata muna sa ngayon. And they hold it. They just use it to threaten. And it's still a 2v4.
Mahirap. Isang Guardian, isang Phantom. Kailangan lumapit yung Texture dito. Pero with Force still alive, parang medyo mahirap. I mean, the Vi is literally one hit away. Pero mukhang doable to, Rockhart
Doable yata. Nako po, never say die attitude. I love it from Texture. And mula dito kay Lakia, meron pa ding Nightfall. Will they use it though? I think it's too late to use it now. They're buying so much time. Hunt goes down, jump in. Mula dito, right Texture. And he got caught by the trip. Very unlucky. 17 HP from Lakia. May gagawin ka pa ba? I don't think meron. Wala na. It's the hunt going on. Forsaken. Very aggressive. Hunting down the very low HP Lakia here. But not gonna be given anything. It's 2-4. PaperX are on fire!
Really well done ang ginawa ni PaperX. Ito despite them being all paranoid by the way, nakailag sila. Si Mind Freak pa nga yung nakakuha ng kill after that paranoia blind expired. Pero balikan natin yung sinabi mo, burning up mo kanina, Rockhart, na bakit hindi natin nakikita si Karon na nagiging aggressive using the paranoia. It's the composition kasi. Wala silang hard flash aside from the paranoia. Yes, they have the fade, pero it's just like a literal soft flash compared to with the Vi there, 'di ba? Meron silang sky flash na kino-consider natin na hard flash. So, itong paranoia parang nagiging conservative. You actually have to really think hard and well kung saan mo talaga gagamitin ito. You can't use it for solo plays unless solo ka na lang talaga sa isang 1vx situation. Pero again, because of the composition, hindi ito magagawa ni Karon. And I think PaperX acknowledges this and they're using it to their advantage.
So parang, I don't know, it feels like Gen.G at this, parang tanggapin na lang natin na this is the trade-off. Ito yung trade-off pag nag-fade tayo instead of mag-sky. And tanggapin natin na, yes, mas malakas talaga sila, especially right now they're on attacker. It's easy for them to go on entries. And it's also difficult to flank because, Cypher things, right? Yeah. So, ito na yun eh. Ito yung, I guess, this is the round that PaperX maybe have to take a lot of rounds. Baka kasi mas malakas yung Gen.G on the other side.
Totoo. Honestly, whenever we watch PaperX, it's always towards attack. It enables their W gaming. And ito nga yung comp na to. It's just so strong. It suits the PaperX playstyle very well. It's just go win, go fast, go hard.
Yeah, and when they do that, obviously, against other teams, they usually steamroller. Pero right now, obviously, with Gen.G, they're still holding... Maganda pa rin yung pinapakita dito na disiplina ba ng Gen.G. So I would say na PaperX also, you know what? They're not going in as much as we thought they would. They're still holding pretty conservatively, knowing na medyo mababa. Dito, your beautiful takeoff on the Marshall and operator with the trade in here. Ay, nagkakagulo na si Jing! Kailangan natin ng firepower here. They're calling it. It's Karon all alone right now for their eco. Man, that was fast.
Kaya parang okay, may control kaya ng A rubble. Sige, pero pupunta kami sa C. Papasok kami sa C. I mean, that was eco, kaya nag-iingat sila. Dakot sila na baka may mga shotgun sa gilid, may mga Spectre, may mga close range weapons. Pero, again, this is the PaperX style. Those where kung saan sila mag-a-adjust, saan sila, again, lulugar. And Gen.G, now that they have a lot of these ultimates, kailangan na nila talaga maghabol. They really need to use this. Si Meteor, kanina pa niya hinahawak itong lockdown. So perhaps ito na yung chance nila. Tingnan mo to, yung trio nag-swap. Hindi na sila nasa A, sa C na sila ngayon.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so they accepted it right now. Obviously, nice attempt on Gen.G for going for that combo nade. Pero sila ngayon ang madadali. It's gonna be a beautiful swing coming in from Gen.G this time. I think na-dominate nila everybody. I think that caught PaperX by surprise. Sabi nila, teka, dapat nag-hold tong Gen.G Bakit ito maabante to? And that they caught him. That was beautiful.
Kaya hindi na nila kailangan ng mga ults, di ba? Puro lang yun, barilan lang talaga yung ginawa ng Gen.G No lockdown needed, nothing at all. So now ngayon si PaperX trying to pick up the pieces. Saan naman sila ngayon mag-hold? May operator naman sila after they get this plant. Pero it's gonna be tough with a lot of utilities still available for Gen.G.
Yan na, buwababa na ang gabi. And as you can see, maganda ang position dito ng Gen.G to go for the retake since sobrang layo pa ni Forsaken at ayan na nga yung lockdown. It's a 2v3 with a lockdown in tow. They can maybe get this to half. Pero looks like they're not gonna need it. My goodness, Meteor, nice peek, nice attempt, pero the defuse is gonna go. And Spike will be down.
Oo, mas maganda na lang. Mas maganda nga na lang i-save itong operator. Sobrang gastos. Pero, ang ganda ng ginawa ni Gen.G, no? Ang ganda ng adjustment. Let's just shift yung, sinabi natin yung trio na nagko-control ng mga A-mains or mga C-mains, mga ganon. Si Lakia, si Karon, at saka si Texture. Ilipat na lang natin to. Let's be more aggressive this time since hindi na naman sila pumapasok ng A, wala naman tong silbi, lumipat na lang tayo. At naging effective ang changes after that timeout. So, sobrang ganda ng ginawa ng Gen.G.
Ito yung parang parang alam mo yun, your balance, nasa scale ka, weighing scale, tapos biglang, uy, ano to, biglang sobrang bigat. That's exactly what they did. And I think it kind of threw off yung tempo, yung like rhythm na ginagawa ngayon ng PaperX. And because of that, back to the drawing board. Although, of course, lamang pa rin naman kayo ng like two rounds. But that can be easily closed here. I think PaperX, they're very much aware of this. That's why right now they are playing very, very slow. Although risk it all with something. I like the confidence of this guy right now, though. With the help of this Viper wall, we're gonna see. It's a guessing game. It's a huge guessing game right now.
Oo, walang bumibitaw ng utility aside from itong si itong si Karon, no, with the smoke. They know that the Omen is here, but they still have a lot of question marks or scouting to do kung nasaan yung iba. Malapit pwede na mag-swing itong si Lakia. You don't have to interact with this tripwire at all. And there you go, Munchkin deals first blood.
One big go and Jing takes care of Karon. Medyo malayo din ang maposisyon ng ibang miyembro dito ng Gen.G. And medyo aggressive din ang spot dito ni Something. Naku po, may operator sa kaliwa mo. Hindi mo ba nakita yung gano'ng kahaba yan? Ay! Ay! Ito pa rin! Nakita niya! And there you go. Oh my goodness, he saw it a mile away and he had no chance. But right now, it's still a 3v4. Medyo madami ng time ang nabay nila to go for this. Actually, Gen.G took up a lot of time to get into this site here, and of course, there you go, from the shadow! I think this is a great time to use that Viper Pit. Gen.G, they're capitalizing on it. Mind Freak, though, guessing a lot of lucky shots. It is half. This is going to be so easier for them to take. Where the clock is ticking here. Oh, the spray. Ah, he gets it. Mind Freak gets it. Paper Rex. My goodness, man. No one can touch this guy. Mind Freak. What a beast.
Dude, akala ko mamamatay na si Davai doon kasi diba iniwan siya. Iniwan siya ni Mind Freak. Okay, I'm going to set up this crossfire. Pero hindi. Talagang he made sure na save si Davai para ma-set up yung crossfire dito sa drop. And it worked out perfectly. Ang galing ng ginawa ni PaperX. They really have the mechanics to set up, to really set up for these kinds of plays. And Gen.G, again on the back foot, they're on eco na naman.
Oh, eco na naman. And the mechanics are definitely something na hindi lang present PaperX. They're very smart on play. Meteor go! He's getting so much value from that Sheriff. And now that is gonna buy a lot of time para mag-rotate yung mga Gen.G members. Oh man, that was unexpected. Why would you push that, right? Why would you... Solo KJ, why would you push that? And again, it's PaperX. Nauli na naman sila ng mind games ng Gen.G.
At slowly, nafe-figure out ni Gen.G na, okay, if we try to push this, it seems na nakaka-catch off guard itong si PaperX. Pero meron informasyon itong si PaperX after that ult, so they know where to position and how to bait them out.
Being in position like this, very aggressive. Something, oh my god, that might have been unnecessary here. And that is gonna leave just 2 members here. Para si PaperX na mag-defend. That's one down again. Beautiful lurk mula dito ay Forsaken, pero will it be enough? Forsaken goes down as well. Mind Freak all in the zone. It's a 1v3. Good position though. Arrows to be spied out here. At yun na nga. Man, Gen.G are fighting back.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And imagine, naging winnable to, yung eco na to, yung thrifty round na to dahil sa double kill ni Meteor. Kagaya ng sinabi mo, how would you expect that? There's no flash at all. It was just...
Eco!
Yeah, exactly. It was eco. It was Meteor just casually... Grabe naman to sila. I guess trying to find more guns. Para kay, para kay Munchkin or something. Pero imagine, Imagine, that 2 kills, bam, bam. Sobrang linis ng Sheriff shots na yun. And the Guardian shots after that followed through from Lucky and the rest of Gen.G really helped them win that thrifty. And syempre, ito na naman tayo. Texture though, first time niya humawak nitong operator, it seems that ito naman yung sagot nila para kay PaperX.
Ooh, this could be something. Hold on. Sasalubungin na naman nila. Fire versus fire dito sa A main. Nades are ready. What's the entry gonna look like here para sa PaperX? There you go, that sky advantage obviously with the entry. They're able to get really deep. Ayan na, malalim na ang PaperX dito. Pero Texture still holding.
He's holding at mag-isa lang. Ay, hindi. Kasama naman niya si Caron. Ayan na yung aso.
Ayan na yung aso. Ay, your guard na ka! Nice pick up mula dito kay Texture. Kinakalma. Calm collected pero dinali ka rather ng isang fandom at ng isang vandal. It looks like another easy entry mula dito sa PaperX and might actually force Gen.G back on the eco here. It's 1v4 Meteor trying to see if he can get some exit frags. It's looking very difficult. Everyone's just holding down the corner. Mukhang yata do, adjust na muna, Kuya Meteor. Let's save that vandal for maybe a 3K next round.
Oo nga, yun yung pinaka-best outcome, kasi parang hindi ko pa nakikita si Gen.G naka-full shield. Parang isang round lang, every single time.
Isang round.
Diba? Yeah. Isang round lang nag-full shield. Every time I see them, it's always half shields, They're definitely very vulnerable on these rounds.
Ay, tako! Trade! Taas yung kamay nyo! Ayan, tinaas na nga nila, and that is gonna be a big problem. I think he should have actually just ran for the hills. Because with the money that they have, with the money that Gen.G has, I think dalawa lang ang makaka-full buy sa kanila.
Oo nga Tapos ang gastos pa ng round na to. That because of that operator, hindi siya naging epektibo. Because it's so easy to cut through all of this, Because of there's a Viper's Wall, maraming mga smoke. Imagine, kaya nahirapan itong si... actually, that was Munchkin's Viper Wall. He couldn't see anything.
Was it?
It was. there's no
So, ano
Viper,
yun?
Paper X. So, oh nga, no? It actually couldn't, Dexter couldn't see anything.
Oh my goodness. Parang malala pa sa self-flash yun. Kasi buong mapa yung hinati mo para sa... Oh my goodness. Alright, maybe that's something that they might have overlooked. Pero for the meantime, another easy entry here from Paper Rex coming into the site. Nakabagsak na din yung mga tripwire. Grabe! Binahayan na nila itong B! And they know, they are fully aware that it's gonna be Paper Rex inside. Gen.G just have no chance to do it! Something with 2! And Texture again with that desperation off. It's gonna be Meteor with the last kill here. 1v3. Picks up the off. Can he do it? He is actually surrounded once more. Meteor goes down. 4-8, Paper Rex.
Sayang. Akala ko pa naman, parang eto na, Meteor, eto na yung aking jet experience.
The jet experience
the jet
sana?
experience sana yun eh. Pero hindi, it was Mindfreak constantly. Actually, Mindfreak and Forsaken have been really killing it nung mga unang rounds ng half na to. At pagkatapos sila Jing naman ngayon tsaka si Something nagpapakita no ng mga plays from the jet knives and as well as the showstoppers. Pero again, I do feel like that operator on the first half on the side of Gen.G, hindi niya na-maximize yun because there's so many smokes that is able to cut off line of sight at hindi tuloy na ma-maximize. Parang napipilitan itong si Texture close range operator plays. Pero if everyone's jumping on your face, like Paper Rex, parang anong magagawa mo, diba? Nakascope ka, kung saan, pipili ka kung saan ka tututok talaga.
Parang sobrang questionable nga nun eh. Alam mo nang lipad si Something, lipad ng lipad si Jing, mag-o-op ka pa. Which is again, they're the technically undisputed, most maybe powerful team in Pacific. Pero you know what? You're right. I would have actually just went full Phantom, full Vandal there. Pero again, it's mind games eh, di ba?
Oo, mind games.
It's whether or not yung mag-agree ba yung team mo. Siguro tatanungin, off ko ba to? Off ko na ba to? Feeling ko ako na to eh. Pero nung pumayag sila, sabi nila, teka, para muli, nakaisa ka lang eh. No, I think Tesha got like 1 pick each time he bought an off.
Yeah, medyo tough round nga, tough half nga to para kay Gen.G. Pero 4 round naman yung agwat, hindi naman siya parang 9-3, hindi naman siya 10-2. So, alam natin, pwede naman dito bumawi si Gen.G. Pero tingnan nga natin, the 4 na ghost, isang classic, tingnan nga natin paano to gagana.
And we'll see how different it is when a fade is the one that starts to fight. Ayun na nga, sisimula tayo. Why? Nice one! Lumilipad na ang mga alipores. Gumagawa ng trabaho. Kasama pang granada dito para sa inyo. Saluhin nyo to! And that's gonna be 2v3 in the end of the day. That's actually a nice try, NT guys. Wala eh. Okay na sana yung, nakagat kayo ng aso. Nung gagawin nyo, tatakbo talaga kayo center nun. So, for the meantime, I would say na, yeah, at the very least, Gen.G, I think, hinuhulaan pa lang ng Paper Rex where they're going. Oh, spotted out. He traded his life for an orb. Worth it ba, Dong? Worth it ba sa Jolin? I would say na, hindi nga niya nakuha yata. Yeah, he didn't get it. There you go. Munchkin is gonna go down as well. And that's a great sign. Paper Rex, their confidence, nagta-translate na siya even on their defending side. They're not afraid of the entry possibilities dito.
Yeah.
Isang fade for some reason, right?
Kaya nga eh. I mean, maganda yung sana yung plan in mind. Pero if we see the bias yung kanina na ginawa ni Paper Rex, it was a lot of classics. There were only 2 people who had ghosts. So they really funneled on the utility part rather than the kami, sa tutukan kami maglalaban. Pero Gen.G had that strategy in mind. But it landed, yes, pero after the initial push, wala kang utility. Wala kang magagawa basically to enter the site kung kayo na lang yung natitira.
Medyo unlucky din. Ang ganda din nung ginawa ng Paper Rex na sabay yung bumbot tsaka yung aso eh.
Oo nga eh.
Wala talaga eh. Talagang ang hirap niyan labanan. Plus classic pa nga yung kalaban nila, right? So, I would say na this is gonna be a tough cookie to beat. Right now, will this affect yung mental dito naman ng Gen.G? Will it affect their confidence na pumasok dito knowing na, you know what, Paper Rex parang mainit pa from their attacker.
Yeah.
Para silang attacker eh. The way that they're positioning themselves. Look at this beautiful play mula dito kay Jing. Ay, 2 outlaw shots missed. Parang feeling ko reset mo tayo. Pero look at this Vandal already used by Something. They're picking up the slack. Dito mo naman, sidestep pa yung pagkamatay ni Jing doon. And I would say na magandang magandang bawi yun. Well, it's Gen.G, but they are still a man down.
Oh, 2 for 1. Magandang trade nga yun. Davai, nandito sa may box. Ganda ng headshot. Spectre pala nga yun, by the way. Switch to the classic. Boom! And
Boom
now
talaga.
it's the double digits for PRX right now. Rockhart, grabe. Even though Jing missed the initial shots nung sa outlaw niya, nandun pa rin si Something para sumalo. It felt like fake confidence, no? Na parang, oh, wala na siyang bala, magre-reload na siya. Mag-pick nga tayo dito from A-main, pero hindi. Nag-aantay pala si Something doon. At sobrang epektibo nga pala yung ginawa ng Paper X.
It really was. Nice. Something that's nice, for
Nice.
sure. 10-4 against Gen.G. Nice.
Ooh, nice.
Oh. Lang naman.
Imagine, I think Gen.G at least for kickoff, I think 80% win rate itong si Gen.G sa mapang to. And that's the reason why they confidently picked this, even though Paper X also is really good at this map.
Yeah, for if ever like may mga transition period yung Paper X sa pagbalik ni Jing, that looks far gone. It looks very natural for them right now. They are able to go into site. They're able to even defend very aggressively together. That's not something you can say about a lot of teams, no?
Kaya nga parang ang bilis ng transition na ginawa nila. I mean, Paper X, pinapakita nila kung bakit sila yung naging hari ng Pacific noong 2023, no? Ang ganda nga ng matchup na to kasi it's also a revenge match for Paper X kasi imagine, constantly sila natatalo this year against Gen.G, pero look at this map right now on Lotus. It's a 6-round gap. Gen.G has a tall mountain to climb to catch up here.
Again, they're gonna have to prove na yung consistency nila. Ikaso si Texture nakaganda naman ni Dogs! Oh my goodness! Ayan na basic na. And that's gonna be one of the star players of Gen.G going down for nothing. No trade whatsoever, but maybe na-trade naman nila as it's gonna be a pretty easy entry into C.
Oo nga, even though nawala si Texture, nandiyan naman si Meteor, yung dating Jet, pero Something! Napatay si Meteor dito. Again, the wide swings from Something. After that, ang ganda ng mga headshot lagi.
Oh man, he's feeling it right now. 2v2. Still, anything can happen here. Munchkin, magandang pustuhan, and he gets something out of nothing. Mind freak though. Nice try on the spray transfer. It's gonna be Gen.G this time.
Muntik na. Parang parang almost yun na. Parang 11-4 na sana. Pero Gen.G, buti na lang yung entry ni Meteor onto site C. Nakuha yung tao from Waterfall. And after nun, open na yung site. Ganda ng off-angle din ni Munchkin dito. And it really prevented Paper X for this retake. And once more, at least parang slowly but surely nagagawa ng paraan. Pero all these rounds are so expensive and very close.
That's right. I mean, they're throwing so many guns just to get back on even. And kita mo naman, I would say it's a good start, right? Yeah. Trade Texture for an entry onto C. I would probably take that any day considering maganda din yung post plant nila. Pero right now, it does feel like tama na naman ang basa dito ng Paper X. Alam nila, naaamoy nila itong Gen.G na naglalakad. And they're really holding it. Nightfall goes down. And everyone is going to be panicking here for sure. Pero looks like it's a little bit of a slow entry here for Gen.G still. Itatakimingan mo, Divide! There you go, Texture showing off here with free. Nice assist from the Boombot.
Grabe naman si Texture. Naka 3 kills in a blink of an eye. And because of that, Gen.G, complete control sa site na to. And baka mapipilitan na lang itong si Paper X na mag-exit frags na lang, mag-save na lang. Kasi 3 yung nabawasan sa kanila at medyo mahal nga yung round na yun para sa kanila.
That is true. So right now, at least we're seeing a big shift from Gen.G. Ito na. Sabi na Riku, Rockhart, mahal ba ito? Ito, meron pa kaming may outlaw pa kaming hawa. ito. Siguro naman, makakatibid tayo onti dito. And I think next round is gonna be basically a save round here for Paper X. They ran out of the bank. And yeah, everyone from Gen.G, nakatakbo sila with all of their guns sa kanilang mga bulsa.
You know what? Every time din, di ba sabi ko, pag ino-on ko yung TV, si Paper X, lagi nasa Lotus.
Your 55-inch
lagi
flat
na si
screen,
A.
yeah.
Grabe naman, hindi naman na ganun kalaki, I think. I don't really know. Pero, hindi lang yun paminsan may mga overtime sila. Madalas sila actually dito mag-overtime. Knowing that Gen.G is also very proficient on this map. And Paper X has a history din na magaling sila sa mapang to. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually reached that side, yung overtime, di ba? I think posibleng mangyari to.
Palapit ng palapit, especially if Gen.G wins the next round, which is gonna be a save round para dito sa Paper X. They will be on 7-10, and then they're gonna be on 8-10. It's actually very plausible. Considering na medyo ewan ko feel ko lang to, parang bumaba yung steam ng Paper X mga round na to. Somehow the respect for Gen.G is really like, I don't know, maybe too high ngayon. Is that a thing? Too much respect for the setups of your opponents right now?
Oh, parang hindi na sila masyadong umaabante. Maybe that one round on that defense na kasama si Jing tsaka si something. It felt like hindi na nila masyado yun magagamit kasi okay, we used it once. Let's dig deep dito sa strategy natin and see what else we can do that activates yung ating strength na W gaming nga. Baka ito nga yun. Lulusob sila from C. Lahat sila, apat sila. Lalabas ng Z.
Nako, napanood ko na to. Ito na yung Paper X na na gustong umi-strat, kumbaga. And we are gonna see, obviously, the same movement, pero on the other side of the map, para naman dito sa Gen.G. So, obviously, a Cypher is a great one guy to leave on the site. And they are gonna be maybe not reading the map correctly. Hindi nila maririnig yung doors na nag-rotate dito, right? So, here we go. Texture goes in. Showstopper in hand. He still can't find. Nasa na to si Forsaken. This guy is just a beast and lurking. As you can see, he even spots out a very small crack on the smoke. Grabe naman tong grabe. It's a 1-for-1 though.
Oh, maganda yun. Okay na yun. Especially pag post-plant. Uy, blind! Wala siya makita. Pero alam ba nila?
No, what a beautiful wall! Ay! Something! He looked way too long in that one direction right now. Spied out by Texture. Still hasn't made a boom bot. Will not be able to use it. Jing now gonna be left alone here. Well, inside the buy. Nice healing in. And nasa labas naman lahat ng member dito. Now Gen.G, what's the defuse gonna look like here? Outgoing hand here. Para Meteor! He gets one. Can he get Jing low HP 8 right now? Very unlikely. 1v1 pa nga ang naganap. Pero it looks like it's gonna be way too late. Lakia comes out on top. It's a Gen.G win. Pero again, Paper X just making it look a lot more difficult.
Nag-half-buy nga sila kanina. Pero at least they still have money for this round. Pero let's take a look at that replay. Lakia, really nice trade there. Parang binitiwan agad ni, ni Forsaken, no? Parang inakala niya na baka walang second person na lalabas from 3, pero meron pa pala. Kaya binitawan niya yung ADS kahit meron pa siyang bala. At because of this, again, really nice attempt from Paper X. Pero Gen.G, if they attack A, it's really solid. Hindi nila bibitawan yung site.
Nakita natin yung advantage ng Hunt, no? Yung this fade is really like giving so much info compared to like maybe a Sky na huhulaan mo pa kung ilan. This, you get a Hunt, you know how many people are there. Even if the Hunt doesn't really activate, yung parang hindi niya show yung outlines, marinig mo pa lang kung ilan yung bumabaril dun sa Hunt, alam mo na eh. Alam mo na kung ilan yung tao dun sa site na yun. So, yeah, right now, obviously with higher elevations, para naman dito sa Hunt, it's just making getting the info gathering for Gen.G much easier.
Kaya nga it's really extra helpful para sa Gen.G. It's parang mapipilitan ka magtago, para na lang rin siyang flash but with a scan. So at this point, no, Gen.G playing this, yung mind games naman ngayon, they're playing it slow, they're extending the timer. It will keep Paper X guessing, pero all the setups, by the way, from the Cypher is nandito sa C.
That's right. This obviously will make it a little bit more difficult para mag-full W. Itong Gen.G, obviously they still have util. Oh my goodness! Forsaken! Beautiful angle there being held by Forsaken. Pero si Texture, lalaban to, boy! Lalaban to. He has the spike now. Pero he's quite low. Could get pinked here. And two numbers. They're trying to deny the plant. It's taking a long time. Oh, what? He gets it! And that's the ace!
Dude, wala akong masabi. Yung start, yung simula ng round na yon nung umentry na tong si Gen.G, ang ganda ng kills nila. Forsaken, ang ganda ng kills nila. Something lalong-lalo na. Pero si Texture, grabe yung bawi. Nag-ace pa siya. The fact that he was on a timer, 5 seconds, 10 seconds na lang natitira para siya makapag-plant. He took the risk despite him being very low in HP. And then, boom, he really nailed it. He got it and won that clutch for his team. But imagine the morale booster on Gen.G and the, I guess, morale, diffuser on the side of Paper Rex.
I mean, if you were on Paper Rex, parang ate na yun, guys, eh.
Oo nga, eh.
Huwag mo na lang ipaplant, eh. Oh my
Wala nang
God,
oras.
that's gonna... that was like 3 seconds remaining na lang, eh. If he just hid, pag nagtago,
kaya nga,
malaking kamot ulo moment yon, I swear. That was insane.
Grabe, ang talino ng ginawa ni Texture. Very, again, with that kind of combo, sobrang dangerous, no? Like a very, a clever, smart player. Tapos, he has the mechanics to back it up. And again, sobrang ganda ng ginawa niya. Ace pa nga no? Ace pa nga. Under the timer. I think that's the biggest, pressure on Texture's shoulders.
And so many, alam mo yung tingin ka ng tingin sa relo, may time pa ako. Kasi nahanap mo dalawang kalaban mo sa harapan mo. That is one of the clutchest moments I've ever seen so far. And he came out on top. So Texture really, he's proving yung superstar status niya para dito sa Gen.G.
Oo nga eh. Kalaban mo pa yung W Gaming superstars din in their own right. But something, parang uminit din ako. Gusto ko din.
Parang ang crunchy ng ace na yun. I want one of that! And that's gonna be him going down though. Outlaw. Pang ilang outlaw na ni Meteor to. And he is really stunk so far. I would say his skill percentage on the outlaw is pretty high just in this game. But again, he has to face off against yung flash. Pero he's still coming out on top, Meteor. Oh my goodness, that's 2 remaining para dito sa Paper Rex. It should be very easy for Gen.G to go for a plant somewhere. But look at them. Ang bagal pa rin nila. They're playing this super slow. Disiplinang Marino talaga.
Mismo. The fact na gusto nila i-check lahat ng corner kasi alam nila naka-eco, baka naka-specter to, baka again. So parang we really have to hand it para kay Gen.G. The way that they're still, okay, kahit na nagkaroon tayo ng ace, huwag tayo masyadong maging excited. We're still gonna reel it in. We're still gonna play disciplined. And after what? Alang round yung gap nila? 6 rounds kanina. Ngayon, 2 na lang. Baka nga maging 1 na lang after ng panalo nito ni Gen.G sa round na to.
You know what? There's a good chance na 1 na lang. Pero luckily, I think it's max loss na yata yung... For sure, max loss na naman na dito yung Paper Rex and they will have enough money for a full buy. Right now, are you gonna... Can you rule out, right? Can you rule this out? We'll have to wait and see. Kasi this is gonna... Oh my god, I thought it was like very a good gun. It's just a stinger. And Jing is on the back, maybe trying to get something. One more kill. Ay, naku, puno buhay. That's the problem with the Outlaw. You hit him, you think he's going down, but he's not. And then that's your head.
Oo nga eh. Hindi sa ulo din. And now, Gen.G, 1 round na lang yung agwat. Imagine Paper Rex. They've been like at score 10 so long na, by the way. Parang nakapako na sila sa score na to. And kagaya ng sinabi natin kanina, Rockhart, every time they're at Lotus, yes, they always attack A. Yes, they win. Pero nagkaka-overtime din. Parang hindi nila matapos-tapos ang mapang to.
You called this, Riku, like 4 to 10. Yeah. You called it. Yeah, it feels like still a possible OT, winnable OT, and it does feel like Gen.G right now. Pero right now, it's gonna be a full buy at lumas na ang OD ni Forsaken. What's that gonna do though? Nasa kabilang parte naman ng kalaban mo. There you go, Jing doing Jing things. And something as well, barely missing here. And there you go, natigil na ang pag-arangkada rather, itong Gen.G.
Parang narinig ko atsara.
Gutom na ako, Rico.
Gutom na.
Ganun talaga.
Understandable. Magpa-5 na, malapit na mag-dinner time. Malapit na. Pero, yun nga, na-sandwich itong Gen.G dito sa may mound, no? Tapos, sila yung palaman. Si Something binuksan yung door, tapos boom. All they had to do all he had to do was land these important shots and cause confusion dito sa may mound. And after that, nawala na yung, nasira na yung positioning ng Gen.G. And this is good, no? After the timeout, they were able to escape that 10 score mark.
Pero okay na sana eh. Parang sabi ko, uy, parang it sounds like it sounds like we're seeing a very classic. Ooh, that Meteor, nice kill. We're seeing very classic Lotus sound dito. Yung sound ng door at yung sound ng Odin ni Forsaken na dumadali pa na isa-isa. Getting the Gen.G members low, pero syempre gagamitin nila ngayon na pang-entry naman. Itong lockdown. Oh my goodness, Texture, will he spot him out?
Yes!
Oh no, it's not gonna be a surprise anymore for Forsaken. He calls it. He knows where everyone is at. And they know it's gonna be a B hit. Pero ang tanong, may magagawa ba kayo kung nandito kami ngayon sa B? I mean, wala na kayo masyado pang entry. Although there is still gonna be yung flash from the Vive. And it's gonna be a very difficult entry here for 5 people. Not to mention, meron pang Viper Spit sa gitna.
Kaya nga. Tapos Odin, you have to play this very defensively if you want to slowly creep into the site. But I feel like Paper Rex, they want to play conservatively na lang. Considering na they keep coming off from ecos and then buy round, tapos natatalo sila.
Eco na yun,
Kaya nga eh. So, mas maganda na lang na i-keep na lang nila yung mga weapons at i-save nila para mag-match point kasi sobrang hirap ng sitwasyon nila ngayon. From, again, a huge lead and now, Gen.G coming back on top here. 1 round na naman yung agwat nila and malaking problema ito na na-encounter ng Paper Rex. Hindi nila matapos-tapos talaga ang mapang to.
Sabi nila, pahawak naman ng Vandal, pahawak naman ng full armor. Ayan na nga. So at least they're gonna have that, right? Forsaken, I think, yeah, he could have actually gone full armor. Or will he go full armor? I don't think so. Anyway, 10-11. We're getting there. We're getting to the overtime point, guys. Obviously, I think malaki pa rin naman ang bangko dito ng Gen.G. So, I don't know. Paper Rex, what's the call gonna be?
Let's see now. Mukhang agresibo yung call nila. Nagpupush sila sa mound, nagpupush din sila sa mid.
Oh my god, they're trying to sandwich. They're trying to sandwich Meteor. Tatagdan nila yung anti-flank as much as they can. Although yung smoke, it's making it hard para something to do something. And there you can, as you can see, Meteor, he's actually low pair. He doesn't care. He will hold that. And he will be able to hold in time for the rest of Gen.G to arrive. Ayan na nga, yung mga tropa ko nandito na, Prowlers going down, looking for info, and they know, ayan na, guys, nasa site na yung Paper Rex. They're using up a lot of utils. They're 1 man down.
Meron pa naman meron pang isang Prowler, pero kailangan nilang alalahanin itong Odin na nandito sa my 3. I think it's going to be a bit risky if they wanna go through that route. Baka ma-wallbang nga sila dito kasi now that they identified where Forsaken is, baka iba na lang yung approach nila. Ibang daan kung pupuntahan nila. Hindi! A pa rin talaga!
Kaya na, denying info. With the Nightfall, Forsaken nagsisimula na dito mag-spray through the smokes and maybe he will have to just play for the retake. And sabi ni Texture, walang retake. Pumunta ka dito, halika dito. Show me your Odin. And they are able to take care of that. And for the meantime, it is gonna be a really weird attacking post plant here. Spied out by something. Nakadalawa pa nga. And makakaisa pa ba? Magandang lineup mula dito. Kay Meteor, will it be enough to deny the defuse? And I think it will.
Oh, may pangalawa pang Nano Swarm. Ang daming time na binibili nitong mga util.
That's a lot of time. I think they have to push it. Meteor's low, Munchkin is 2, pero it looks like there's just no way the defuse is going down. The denial is real. It's a 1v1 now. Munchkin! What's it gonna be? Oh, there it is. And just like that, we are tied in the game.
Rock hard, mahabang araw yung araw natin ngayon.
You're calling it, Rico.
I'm calling it talaga, promise.
Ikaw,
Itong teams na to, itong dalawang to talaga. Alam natin, may posibilidad na magiging overtime to at magkaka-come up 3 to. Siyempre, gusto ni Paper Rex magka-revenge. Pero si Gen.G, gigil na gigil sila na i-maintain yung kanilang undefeated Ayan.
So far, I would say 18-16 naman yung pinakamahabang overtime. So I don't know if that's gonna do much. Oh, Texture! You're breaking my heart, man. You're breaking my heart. Mind Freak, nice counterplay though on the side of Rubble, playing it smooth and silky. Pero Lucky again count him. Forsaken, ikaw na lang ang natitirang pag-asa dito. He spots out, alam na niya kung nasan si Lakia, but will it be enough? Malayo pa rin sila, and of course, it's gonna be Meteor with the long flat. And there it is! Gen.G pa nga ang nag-match point!
Dude. I don't know, man. Parang si Paper Rex, kanina ramdam na ramdam. Naka-double digit sila. Imagine 4 yung score ni Gen.G. 10 sila. Hindi sila makausad at all. And now, look at this play from Texture. Grab it. And after that, the scan, spray transfer. And it's a 1v2 situation na mahirap na maipanalo. Lalong-lalo na pag yung mga natira si Lakia, natira si Meteor. Si Meteor, grabe! He's having his A-game alongside with Texture. Grabe yung mga plays nila, yung mga shots nila. And Texture, he is fearless right now.
Yeah. Si Texture, kahit bulag siya, man. Wala siyang pakialam. Walang pakialam. He just goes for it. And he's hitting the shots. And that's what you call like literal game sense, right? Like you have zero info where the target is. Pero from memory, you know where they could be, and he just took it.
Kaya nga eh. As in, he's been doing this play for, I think, since forever, no? Parang gine-give up na alit ni Paper Rex yung Rubble. Parang ayaw na nila maging too aggressive because they don't have a scan. Versus Gen.G, it's gonna be too risky onto a Rubble control. That's why they have to give up a lot of these spaces and they protect the site itself and either retake na lang a 4-man retake, a 5-man retake na lang yung kanilang magagawa dito against Gen.G.
Naku, ang hirap nun. Paper hindi aggressive. Ayan, Paper Rex, balitang-balita, tumiklop kasi papel. Ayan na nga, nagsisimula na ang pag-abante dito ng Gen.G. Everybody's in sight, pero look at that device trying to make something happen here. Showstopper, pang warning shot lang warning shot. Walang gagalaw ng masama. Napapaligiran namin kayo mga kaibigan. And it's gonna be the 2-man combo here for Paper Rex. Medyo malalim naman na sila, so actually they're in a position to go in. But that all depends on whether or not Mind Freak can maybe make a pick. Makaka-pick ba ng isa man lang? Kita yung baril! Ang laki ng baril mo! And yun nga, that's my thing, aking cast. One more!
Yeah!
All just knows it. Wow.
Dude, akala ko overtime na. Akala ko na-nostra ko yung overtime pero hindi pala. It is Gen.G still showing kung bakit nila pinila yung map na to, bakit sila yung current na mga hari sa Lotus at pinakita nila kung bakit sila ay yung, again, consistent na team ng Pacific. And they're close again once more. I know this is just map number 1 pero it's a good sign for Gen.G and a little bit of an awkward sign para kay Paper Rex. They were 3 rounds away from victory.
Man, literal, yung Paper Rex na tumiklop.
Oo.
Talaga, alam mo yung normally aggressive sila. Ano nangyari? Bakit biglang umatras kayo, sabi ng Gen.G? Bro, unbelievable.
Yeah. Takot nga sila sa mga scan, no? Usually, di ba, pag defense ka sa Lotus, you always wanna take Rubble control. You always wanna see if you get picks there. Pero hindi nila nagawa.
Man, that's unbelievable. Let's throw it over to our panel kasi I gotta process that, man. That was a very, very unbelievable comeback from Gen.G.
Well, Rockhart, take all the time you need to process that game kasi honestly, I was gonna say na parang ang bilis ng game na yun on the first half, but again, Gen.G, you have to hand it to them. They caught up and before going into Gen.G, I think we can all agree na mas malinis ang laro ng Paper Rex today. They integrated a lot of quick plays kumpara sa pinakita nila last week. But Gen.G, a lot of smart plays, good adjustments, responses. They grouped a lot better, lalo na sa mga huling rounds. And here we are, 13-11.
One word, I think, from this series, texture. Nakita naman natin lahat yung clutch. Nakala na natin Paper Rex na yon, but it seemed from ever since that point on forward, hindi na nila naipatuloy yung momentum that we saw earlier in. So here, I mean, yeah, as I said, Dexter, man, incredible performance na nakita natin galing sa kanya. And to be fair, we also did see the rest of yung buong team na to ng Gen.G step up here to the plate. Namely, si Meteor na he actually top frag that game. Madami siyang naigawa dito to really keep them in check, to make sure na yung mga butas dito ng Gen.G on both sides, the defending and attack, nakabantay. And he was really foiling a lot of yung mga parang saw plan sa balak dito ng PRX.
Exactly, and even when you look at it as a whole with a slow start on Gen.G, I mean, I think they mentioned in the Alex at the start during that interview that this is one of their, if not best map, and it is really showing because on that attacking half grabe talaga yung dating nila for Gen.G to really mount that comeback. Paperx so close to snatching this map one away, but I feel like on the mental side of things, it's kind of expected, but mahirap talaga tanggalin yung feeling na parang sayang talaga because you're so close at least to getting an upset for the map, for the opponent's map.
Oh yeah, definitely, especially knowing Paperx, diba? They were, again, they seen, the momentum was there. We could definitely see it. But at the end of the day, looking at the way that Gen.G picked apart yung plays ng Paperx, you have to hand it to them. They did it effortlessly. There were even these moments na alam mo yung Paperx, they felt helpless. You could tell that they felt helpless in those moments, and I think that's the even more frustrating part. So now moving on, so next map now there's gonna be Icebox. I can just imagine how 50-50 it kind of is here for Paperx. I don't know, mental-wise, if they're gonna be able to bounce back from it.
Pressure din yun, syempre, kasi yun nga, we haven't really seen Paperx, tapos ngayon down sila in a map dito sa series na to, and yeah, Icebox has been kind of an unknown factor para sa kanila ngayon. Pero pinag-usapan nila kanina doon sa panel, doon nga si Alec na parang dati diba nilalaro nila yung Gecko, tapos parang yun pa naging meta, so maybe them with having that experience on that Gecko dito sa Icebox, maybe that's gonna bring something differently. Pero I'm just still very impressed kung gaanong kalakas ang Gen.G from the optic. Hindi siya parang honeymoon period na galing sa kickoff, because even dito sa Pacific League second week, patuloy pa rin ang kanilang momentum even from Madrid, and Gen.G are the real deal.
Exactly. Really showing talaga yung veteran status nila, even for a team that is technically kind of newly formed. Meteor, Lakia doing so well this game. And I feel like, of course, Texture is a standout. Kitang-kita, I mean, he had an ace and everything. But on the side of Paperx, then, a lot of high impact from Mind Freak. But Jing, on the return, you see those sparks of his former form, but the parang overall coordination talaga of Paperx is kind of struggling, and you can see it when they're trying to take sides in the middle of fights.
Definitely. I think we could definitely see, especially sa cam, ni something, he would always have Jing in front of him. And you could see a little bit of clunky movement, a lot of deaths that shouldn't have happened. And I think I was actually gonna I was waiting for the statistic at the end, sa graphic. Now, we were going to be expecting a lot more first kills from Paperx, but it was immediately converted nung nagpalit sila ng sides. But now here, looking at Icebox, Gen.G definitely has a lot of experience on this map. We haven't seen a lot from Paperx here, so hopefully that surprise factor is going to change things up here. But again, yung point mo kanina, Black and Blue, the Gecko, Gen.G does have a little bit of experience here. How do you think they're going to be going head-to-head now?
It's honestly very curious yung composition na nilalaro nila, and you can see the problems ng comp nila dito sa Icebox, being that Gecko and that KO nung nakita na natin sa Madrid. They lost versus Sentinels at EDG very handedly, 6-8 to 13. At makita mo talaga na without that Sova or any form of information gathering aside from the hard hit na meron nga sila, pag hindi sila nanalo sa contact, dun talaga sila nahihirapan because their comp is based around that contact being won in the first place, not to play the default game na mas matagal. So I think against Paperx, na kailangan na lang i-contact talaga dito if they're playing the same composition na may Gecko at KO sila. Dito sa Icebox, mahihirapan ang Gen.G. So if I'm Gen.G, I would have something planned dito. Masal na galing sa Madrid, I would assume na baka nga may bagong composition tayo na makita from Gen.G, at least if they have enough time galing sa Madrid para i-practice dito sa Pacific League.
Exactly. You have to fight yung unexpected with the unexpected. And with Paperx not showing any information dito sa Icebox, I feel like it's gonna be more relying on that team synergy that they've built up and really going for the hard contact hit like BNB mentioned. At least to them though, compared to Lotus, mas mahirap talaga gumalaw sa Lotus dahil ang lapad talaga ng mapa, 3 sites, there's a lot of rules that you have to account for, and I feel like especially when they were on the previous defensive side, nahirapan sila on that mid-round to play the macro, unlike Gen.G who was very familiar with that ground. Here in Icebox naman, a lot easier to just rush A, as a lot of us surely know from all our games and in VCT in general. and it's less it's like more encouraging to go for a hard hit, and you're kind of deterred to go for any splits, which fits the playstyle, not just for Icebox honestly, but even like later on if it goes to bind, also bind.
Yeah, Bind definitely, it has a similar style. Pero, you know, I want to talk about this matchup just now and how Gen.G came back. So, considering yung mga adjustments na ginawa ng Gen.G here, how do you think PaperX is going to be responding here on map number 2?
It's hard to call right now, especially since pinag-usapan nga nila Alex kanina dun sa panel nga, di ba, na parang they're trying to cook up something a bit more different here. Meron naman silang naipagplanuhan. I would assume they would stick to the usual na parang nakikita nating double duelist galing sa PaperX pagdating dito sa Icebox, but I wouldn't be surprised if they change something up very differently dito. I'm still gonna expect na see something para mag-jet siya, and maybe we might see that raise again from Jing, but I don't know what really they can change. Maybe yung magda-double controller sila, no Sentinel. That's something they could try here. I think we can maybe see like a double wall, Harbor plus Vipers. He might take naka-Vipers, si Forsaken naka-Harbor. That type of thing na nakita naman natin dati, sinusubukan nila. And those are maybe the things that they could use to change up dito yung talagang, and really I guess, amplify yung fact na wala masyadong information gathering ang Gen.G sa comp nila.
It's just so difficult because the map itself, your Icebox, a lot of inflexibility in terms of agent choices. You always want to have your scan, you always want to make sure that you have some kind of info flash or something like that. Generally, everyone just plays yung Sova, Viper, plus Jet, plus 1 or maybe 2 different Sentinels, something like that. So it really, it's hard to like swap out an agent without losing so much. So they really have to be, I think, more confident. And yun talaga yung concern ko, because coming off a loss, of course, the mental also is affected. And now that they know that they can't just rush a site and take the fights and win, because the opponents here for Gen.G can really fire back and win also. So it's more of making sure that they're able to just commit and not be afraid.
Right. I mean, we're gonna see if kaya nilang i-pull off moving into this Icebox, but it looks like we're gonna be not seeing the Gecko here for PaperX, but for Gen.G instead running that same comp na nakita natin kanina. So what do you guys think dito sa comps natin?
Wala pa ring Sova. They're playing just super contact style galing sa PaperX. You see Forsaken now on the KO, so nasa medyo frontline role na siya. Jing, nakita naman natin dati siya dito sa Sage, so it's not too new, but very curious ang idinadala dito ng PaperX. No Sova on either side.
It's gonna be a wild win for Infocus. The knife easy to dodge, but the Sage on Jing, I'm really surprised that they went for that instead of something like a Harbor that can do essentially the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about it now, I honestly still feel a little bit iffy here for PaperX, but we're gonna see, is Gen.G going to break this tiebreaker, or is PaperX going to take back the throne? Riku and Rockhart, back to you.
Man, that was really tough. I have to agree, like everyone was like, yeah bro, what the heck? And I think sobrang big takeaway ko nung sinabi ni Black and Blue, kasi parang yun na yung nangyari. That's exactly what happened. I feel like they try to play off like the initial contact in PaperX, and then if that doesn't work, it falls apart.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we saw there.
Oh, sanay na sanay kasi sila na after the initial push, throw all your flashes and then tara, let's kill. Pero if that doesn't work, parang where do you go from there? Especially na parang nagamit na mostly ng lahat ng flash, na itapon na lahat. Pero ito na, Icebox. Ito naman yung pinili ni PaperX. Not a lot of changes in comps aside from the Sage, pero it's going to be a duelist-less team on the side of Gen.G. Walang mga operator threat onto pipes that we usually see when they have a Jet player. So that dynamic is going to be very interesting mamaya.
Yep. Actually, Sage Wall is obviously very, very strong here, especially in the early parts of the game. People are taking a lot of time to break that, and of course, in yung sobrang sikip na environment tulad ng A site, that's exactly where you want to go as attacker, and expect a lot of A hits na mga galing dito mula sa PaperX, at least for now. But right now, the retake looking like it's gonna be a little bit more difficult. Everyone's starting to get blind. Nagsasabay-sabay na naman ang mga utility dito ng ating dalawang koponan. Nice one there with a 0 point. And the defuse actually very early on. Mahak yata agad nila. Oh my goodness, Gen.G! Ang tagal yata nung flank ni Dubai! No! Oh my goodness, he took so long on the flank, man. I don't know. I don't know what happened there.
May post plant nga sila, pero yung flank parang it felt like, syempre, if you're a flank, if you wanna lurk, you wanna do it really slow para hindi mo ma-reveal. Pero Paper Rex really felt like dominoes. Namatay sila agad, kumbaga. So yung flank tuloy hindi nila na-set up, and as well as yung post-plant na snake bite setup ni Mindfreak, hindi rin tumagal kasi namatay na yung front line niya. So Gen.G, again, this is a very full utility na team composition, no? So, ang ganda lagi ng mga retake nila. They're just going to overwhelm them with utility with this composition.
Sobrang nagustuhan ko yung retake nila kasi alam mo confidence nila kasi si Munchkin may 0 point pa hanggang sa dulo. So, sinave nila yun. And they know that they can just retake it very easy. Right now, though, the entry is gonna be looking a lot smoother even though puro Outlaw at puro Guardian ang hawak ngayon ng Gen.G. Mindfreak going crazy with the Stinger. And now it's gonna be Jing with the plant.
Hindi nyo alam! 1v2 na ngayon!
This is actually gonna be very difficult para dito kay Jing. He does have the Stinger, pero that's only gonna be good for one. Pag nagsabay si Lucky at si Karon, nakubuka na talaga. Nice thing! Oh! The long range judge! The judge is the way, the truth, and the light.
Kaya nga eh, Judge, laban sa Stinger. Hindi pala na I have the high ground. Wala naman yun silbi kung malapit ang kalaban mo, no? Pero nadink sana, kaya si Karon, yung HP niya sobrang low. Simulan nga natin dito sa replay na to. Si Karon, from B, nakapatay with the Judge, and then they switched over here. Gusto ko nga ma-mention si Jing, akala mo naka-raise pa rin kasi yung Sage nandun sa may taas, very reminiscent, pero that's just a Sage. Pero either way, still expensive for the side of Gen.G, pero this comp is proving to be such an annoyance on the side of Paper Rex dito.
Yeah, huge annoyance right now, to say the least, right? Because they forced bite a lot. So, itong round 3 nila, not the typical round 3 that you can see. They are still half. And only Divide. Si Divide lang yung may bandal.
Kaya nga eh.
Ang hirap nito.
Pinilit nila kanina. Ano kaya magagawa nila? Nakapasok na si Something. They need that kill.
There we go. Full armor is obviously not gonna be doing a lot against a headshot from a Vandal of Divide. Finally getting some momentum here, and now it's gonna be Something with the plant. Meteor, good position from top of rafters. Is actually very aggressive. Parang wala siyang pakialam. Sige, sumilip kayo. Kaya ko kayong 1v1 here. And he is coming out on top. Magandang alert mula kay Aaron at kay Lakia. And that's gonna be Something left all alone. Hinahabol pa siya. Hinahabol ka. Trash ka na hit. Trash ka na hit, bro. That's it. That's 3-0. Pero makakin pa yata, hindi na.
Oh my. Kagaya ng sinabi mo, because of the buy kanina sa round 2, Paper Rex did not have any rifles, the usual that we see on a bonus. And understandable, ito yung gameplay nila. Kagaya ng sinabi ni Fluffy, on this type of competition ni Paper Rex, they're going to be a simulator. That's what they're going to do. They're going to constantly bridge the gap using the zip lines. They're going to have a lot of close range weapons. And that's how they're going to initiate a lot of these first kills or first bloods na kakailanganin nila para ma-secure nila yung site. Pero the post-plant is always the problem. While they can plant, post-plant against a utility-heavy composition like this is going to prove na sobrang problematic para sa kanila.
Super problematic. Kasi you have to make them hit, right?
Yeah.
Some of these utils, they need to really make a huge hit. A lot of their flashes need to be timed perfectly. And right now, it looks like a very aggressive naman na depensa mula na manggagaling dito sa Gen.G. Medyo forward sila right now. Paper Rex facing him head-on! Ayan, nabandal sa mukha. Right? As in point blank, man. Now it's gonna be Munchkin. Nice kill. Spots out some members of Paper Rex pero masyadong madami. Naku po, nakanal command ka nga. Kaso wala naman sa pwesto ang tropa mo. What's it gonna be? 1v3. Karon, looking for one more exit frag, maybe. Alam nilang low Forsaken dito. For sure na comps na yan. He's gonna be put on super low. Pero titingin sa kanan, hindi pala. Ayan! Tumingin na siya. And he's gonna fall. Na it's a 3 for 1. Paper Rex finally get around.
Nakabawi sila pero ang expensive ulit ng round na yon. Pero a win is a win nonetheless, and they were able to delay the plant this time. Ito naman yung ginawa nila. They delayed the plant a little bit for a short period of time. And I think yung pinaka nag-iba sa round na yon is kagaya ng sinabi mo, naging aggressive naman sila. Nag-push itong si Gen.G this time around. Paper Rex caught them off guard and they were definitely prepared for that. It's definitely gonna be, I'd like to say it's A again kasi mahirap, but with the Sage Wall, you can actually mix things up and go to B with this composition.
Very unique ang ginagawa, obviously, with the Sage. I really love that normally. But right now, it's not gonna be the issue. As we do see, it's time for B. Sabi dito ng Paper Rex. Yung Gen.G, I think they're rotating from very, very far parts of the map. I don't think they expect this. And there you go, the easy plant into the B site. The plant's not actually gonna go down yet. What's taking so long? They're taking their time here. They're trying to get in position pa. Ginagawa nila yung open, super duper open plant. Yung pwede sa flank kung sakali.
This is ito din yung ginawa nila on the previous round. They want to delay the plant as much as possible and catch them pushing. 2v2 na ngayon, man! Parang parang posible pa to, parang winnable pa to para kay Gen.G. 1v2.
Naku, mukha nga, pero that's all gonna be up to a 60 HP Munchkin. What he's willing na gawin dito. KO diff right now happening is for Munchkin. Will it be the ace? He's looking in the wrong direction. Yung position ng plant talaga napakaganda. Hindi ata niya pumapasa ngayon. Munchkin, nice try on the guess, pero hindi na yan ibibigay na Divide. That's for sure.
Ang daming posibleng mangyari. Lalong-lalo na if ang Killjoy yung natitira sa mga post-plant positions, iisipin na, baka nag-umikot siya papunta ng mid, baka nandito siya sa may tube, sa baba ng tube, pero hindi nga yun yung nangyari. It was the classic post-plant setup, and that really worked in their favor. They bought a lot of time. Very good job coming from the Vi here. And once more, this delay plant, again, is Paper Rex's adjustment so that they are able to catch yung mga nagro-rotate papunta sa site off guard.
Yeah, it's a huge adjustment, by the way, kasi I feel like alam mo, hihinga ka muna. Hinga.
Tama.
Take your time. Iplano nyo kung saan yung plant, hindi yung bigla na lang pasok sa site tas bagsak ng spike. They're doing that very efficiently and sobrang stonks nung plant site na yun. And now it's gonna be 3-2. It's getting closer, ladies and gents. And Paper Rex, instead of full W lang ang kita ko sa keyboard ko, pinagpaplanuhan na nila ang atake nila ng mas mabagal pa. With Mind Freak, with a counter flank sana, pero that means na wala nang magiging available na Viper para dito to smoke up, maybe to deny any defuse.
Walang
now,
smoke.
It's 4 members of Gen.G.
Walang smoke, walang snake bite na post-plant, na lineup, nothing at all. And how will they defend against this? Meron pa naman silang Killjoy, pero after that, what else?
Yeah, and their KJ, the Vi, is actually pretty far away from mid. So, I don't know. I guess they're gonna make Gen.G guess here. As Caron, oh my god, they already commit the Viper Spit. And it's gonna be Wingman on the defuse. Stop it, Ness! Stop it! It's not gonna happen. 4-2. And Gen.G find their groove.
Ganda ng ginawa ng retake ng Gen.G. Viper Spit to make sure na kahit na may magpa-flank, kahit na iikot tong si Davai, mapipilitan ka talagang tumakbo at i-reveal ang iyong position para, again, because hindi na hold Hindi na hold nila something at na snake bite pa nga ata tong si Forsaken dun sa may post plant. And everything really fell apart. They couldn't delay it at all. And just a really, really good job dito kay Gen.G. Nakakatakot talaga tong team na to this 2024.
That's true. I like what they're doing as well. Like, sobrang, sige, Viper Spit mo na yan, 2v2. Labas mo na yan. Kanina kasi parang sobrang tagal na hold nung nung lockdown, This time around, Gen.G being very deliberate sa paggamit ng mga utils nila.
Oh, it is the utility game para sa kanila. With this comp, most especially with the Gecko, there's a lot of things, there's a lot of dynamic na magbabago with the Gecko pick here. Pero para naman kay Paper Rex, they have the knives out here. They decided to play a bit slow this time around. And syempre, A is the more accessible para sa comp nila. Kitang-kita sila. Pero nakatakas pa siya.
That's gonna be a lot of info actually being given, and there you go. Lockdown na agad para dito sa Paper Rex para lang makapasok sila. And they're gonna be they have an idea kung nasan ang lahat ng member dito ng Gen.G right now. Pero look at that. Gen.G full retreat. Deny all info once again. Ito na naman sila. Something Meteor. Nasa ilalim, medyo risky yung galawan nila and it's not gonna be predicted. Hindi nabasa ng Paper Rex yung mga ginagalawan ni Lakian. Oh, Jim very aggressive go.
30
Has
seconds
the rest
down,
but not
A.
to be available
Last
anymore.
player standing.
Oh my goodness. Gen.G are just taken left, right, and center. Man, this retake is just, hindi nga sila lumalapit eh. Literal, they're sniping people off.
Tsaka nagbabantay sila sa spike, na-drop siya with 13 seconds on the clock. Ipit si Mind Freak.
10 seconds
Mind
left.
Freak once more. Stinger na naman ang hawak niya. Nice hit on to Caron. Vandal in hand.
One enemy
Whoa!
remaining.
Wait! Whoa! What's happening? Wait, why is he so free? Oh, 4 seconds on the clock. It's already gone.
Sayang.
Alright, that's fine though. That's fine.
Oo. I mean, okay. On the one end, Paper Rex, para sa kanila, mahal yung round na yun para kay Jim. Pero, they still aren't able to plan. They invested the Viper's Pit thinking na, ito na nga yung ginagawa nila, di ba? It has been a pattern. They're holding the plant. They won't plant just yet. They wanna see where everybody's at and get more kills and saka sila magpa-plant. So, I am not sure if after this timeout, they're gonna switch things up a bit more kasi ang dami na nila nagagastos na utility. And without the plant just yet, parang naiipit pa sila after that delay.
Si Alex sabi niya, guys, dapat yata nag-gecko din tayo kasi parang mas madali yung plant. Pero that's just, we're gonna stick on to it. Actually, that's some of the questions I get. Like, who's better actually here, right? I think you would think na yung Gecko is just so good on this map na sometimes may isip mo, saan nag-Gecko nga tayo? And that's for plans and diffusers, especially right now where sobrang all hands sila eh. All hands sila when going into a site, right?
Tama. Lalong-lalo
you could
na
have used that extra hand from Wingman to go for the plant or something.
Exactly. Kasi ang napapansin natin pag Gecko na yung ilinalagay sa composition, nagiging flexible na yung team. When it comes to not making Icebox an A site simulator, pwede ka na rin umabante sa B because you have, well, more free hands, you have more setups to make sure that the plant lands. So, there is that flexibility that I don't think this comp from Paper Rex has in comparison.
Medyo malayo talaga. And, well, that's the reason why may mga people tatanong, the Sage is very interesting to say the least, no?
Yeah.
Kasi, nice pick. You got the info. That's Judge. That's a lot of judges on the garage. Para atras muna tayo dahil doon. Ngayon naman si Divay ang pipili dito with nice picks on mid.
Nandun naman si Meteor sa may kitchen para mag-trade 1-for-1 so far. And Caron, ang laking advance ng space na nakukuha niya dito.
Yeah, huge advance. Obviously, right now, I would say na, you know what? Gen.G is still in a good position kasi they have the major entrances spotted out and medyo yung spider sense nila, sabi, for sure nasa kitchen yung mga yan, guys. Kasi nasa atin na yung B-main, nasa atin na yung likod. Where are they? We know where they are. It's a question of whether or not we will engage or no. And that looks like it's gonna be lockdown, be committed. Double pick! Nice one! Double pick na nakayuko pa. Combo talaga. In a different texture naman na may hawak dito na operator. It's a 2v3. Gen.G looking really doable. Pero now, it's 1v3. Now, alam nila, si Texture, naka-op yan, boy. Anong gagawin natin dito?
Mahirap
na yan. This is very aggressive from Texture. I don't know. He's playing so close to 3 people. And that will mean he will go down and give an operator over to Paper Rex.
Oo. Kung isa sila sa mga teams na syempre tuwang-tuwa or rather really can take advantage of the attacking operator on the side of something. And this is a threat na syempre kailangan nilang irespeto. But it all started because of that mid take instead. It does feel like maybe if they stack mid, maybe if they get tube control, kitchen control, it might or it will really collapse the positioning ng Gen.G. It has been pretty straightforward. It has been constantly A. Pag naka-eco naman si Gen.G, tara, punta tayo ng B. Maganda sana yung idea nila dun sa lockdown eh. There is no threat. There's no Brimstone. There's no Sova that can destroy it. There's no access because Kitchen was walled off. There's no access to destroy that. Pero hindi nila na-take advantage yun. Okay na sana yung sandwich, pero again, Gen.G was on that eco. So again, they really have to be careful. Whenever they're on eco, B is going to be a very, very vulnerable target na site.
parang ang tricky bigla, you know?
Oo.
It's becoming very tricky for both Paper X actually. And of course, they're dealing with Gen.G, they're dealing with a Sage Wall that can really go anywhere. They can completely lock down Tube, which is a classic move. Pero they can also like make the plants just a nightmare.
Kaya nga eh, ang ganda ng basta nabawasan na nila yung mga positioning, yung mga miyembro ng Gen.G, saka pa lang si Paper X talaga magiging komportable na i-plant yung spike. I think they can play more chaotically. I think having to, parang ano yun, i-break talaga yung positioning ng Gen.G is the key here. Not going as a squad, but going in by twos and basically separating yung Gen.G.
The big difference nung ano yun, ang laki ng difference ng Paper X na hindi naka-raise.
Oo.
Something lang yung mga ka-dash in. Walang kasabay. Sabi, nasa na yung tropa ko? Ba't ako lang? Pero yeah, obviously the operator can be so useful sa ano dito. And he still gets it. Wow! Imagine that he had like such a small reaction window. And now it is actually Caron. Pretty deep in, but only has a classic. That's gonna be the full save. Parry to Gen.G. And looks like it's not gonna be... It's gonna be a horror game. Horror na to. 1, 2,
3!
Ayan na!
Ayun na. Ayun na. Ito na talaga. Ay!
Gano'n ka na.
Kita ba
Gano'n ka na yan pag gano'n. Ayan na.
No! Katabi na na!
Oh, that could have been so good! That could have been so good! Oh, man!
Sayang
Blind spot pala yun. Hindi nila expect.
Hindi talaga nila i-expect yun eh. Kasi chinek na, nakaplant lang eh. Nakaplant lang ni Jing. So parang, oy, clear to. Behind this wall. Wala akong nakita, guys. Pero ang ganda ng angulo sana. Isa lang yung napatay niya.
Man. Napasmile sila. Hindi ko nakita yun. Busy, hinheal yung sarili.
Oh.
That was really funny. And at the same time, you know what? Gen.G actually needed some of those kills. They need to slow down yung economy dito ng Paper X kasi nagsisimula na naman itong mga to eh. Sabi ni Caron, ako po, mahirap pigilan itong mga to kahit ako Viper ako eh. Kahit Viper spit yata ako eh. Mahirap pa tayong pigilan yung galaw nila. And right now, actually, no command. Jingo! So much speaking on the pipes. Oh, that is huge! Ang daming nasayang doon. It's gonna be 2 members for Paper X remaining. And that's gonna be the Divide going down as well. Oh, that is...
Yeah. I mean, let's just say na wala silang jet, wala silang duelist. Usually, yun yung pwesto, di ba, sa may pipes. Pero kahit na, kahit na, sayang hindi nila naispatan. I mean, si BNB yung nag-bring up nito, no, na parang walang mga Sova, itong dalawa, wala silang pang-scan for angles like these. Pero, again, it's the chaos that, again, Munchkin and Meeker took advantage of. They were so busy looking at, you know, Heaven, they were so busy looking at somewhere else na hindi nila naisip na meron nakatago sa fight.
Grabe. Nambabraso na tong Gen.G Nagsisimula na din silang maging ano. They're getting into their groove a lot sooner compared to the Paper X lineup right now. Grabe. It's looking like it almost feels like unstoppable or unbreakable yung defense nila right now on A. Pero right now, obviously, because of the nature of the site, options naman dito, Paper X. B looks like really good kasi it's texture with an op. It's just texture with an op. Oh. It's all gonna be up to yung info gathering dito ng Gen.G.
Pwede nilang ma-overwhelm nga ito, pero if mag-peak man tong si something at nakakuha ng first blood si texture, then he got this one. He did his job.
Probably
pero si Meteor, kasama niya na ngayon sa site na to.
Yeah, yung hindi ba makapag-setup masyado si Meteor.
Oo.
Yung setup niya sobrang layo. And that is the problem. We already have a lot being committed by Gen.G towards that A site. But the Viper split is actually perfectly timed here, perfectly planted.
Uy.
Coming in from Paper X. Oh, I think that's full info. Sabi nila mid. Mid is a big problem as well. It's gonna be threats coming in from every direction. Gen.G kompleto pa naman. And the trash hit, I think, will hit one. The defuse is going down. They know it. Everyone's gonna have to jump in onto the spike.
Wow.
And that's gonna be a round win. Gen.G. My goodness. Overwhelming. Paper X.
Grabe. Lahat ng mga pwedeng pasukan ni Paper X for that post plant for repositioning, 'di ba? Lalong-lalo na sa mid. Karon was there to basically, okay, hindi ka papasok dito. So, all Gen.G had to worry about was basically forward, no? Yung post plant and the fact that nakakuha ng yellow control itong si Meteor. Ibig sabihin, they're all funneled in the same area. They know where they're gonna be coming from. And Gen.G really executed that post plant really well, that retake rather.
In fairness, Rico, nakinig sila sa'yo medyo nag-chaotic sila. Pero Gen.G just everything. I will not buy this, says Caron, and that's gonna be 2 for 1. That is super duper worth it here. Putting Jin low as well. And now, it's gonna be Texture going down. Up is gonna be on the ground. Meteor with another pick. 2v3 na naman. What's the plant gonna look like here? Res finally going down. Pero may mga nakasalubong pala. Gineng-geng ng Gen.G. Ang Paper Rex sa round na yun.
Kaya nga may nakaabang na pala dun. Hindi sila gumagawa ng mga kahit anong sound or anything at all para bumulaga after that res. And really job well done dito sa Gen.G. Again, with this really good, not only this composition, but yung execution din nila. Again, a lot of the victories onto B side for Paper Rex. The only time that this Gen.G is vulnerable sa B is only if it's on eco. After that, it's always going to be A where you seem to have a higher percentage chance na may panalo mo yung round. And Gen.G, not only they're so good at stalling or rather preventing any sort of plant dun sa mga unang round, pero sobrang galing din nila pagdating dito sa retake.
Yeah, they're taking their style, right?
Yeah.
They're sticking through kung ano sila eh. And that's what I love about Gen.G. They're sticking through na hindi sila nakikasabay sa mga kalokohan ng Paper Rex. The Paper Rex shenanigans are basically non-effective right now.
Oo nga eh, wala nga silang duelist eh.
Well, number one. That's number one, right? So, and maybe this time on Defender, makita natin kung bakit nga ba pinik ni Jing itong Sage na to.
Oo nga. Pwede nila may pakita yung rason, lalong-lalo na pagdating sa, what do you call this, sa round 1 where everybody has pistols, medyo mahirap i-break yung wall because of how weak the guns are, air quote, at the first round. So, pwede, right now, ito yung time na pwede nilang maipakita yung rason na yun.
Yeah. So now, yeah, medyo, they're going a different route by the way. They kind of expect an A push with this lineup, with this composition. So, ang ginagawa ngayon ng Paper Rex is doing the opposite. They are trying to basically, parang sweeper, ini-sweep nila yung mapa to make sure na nandito talaga lahat sa A, ng Gen.G. And now they can go, that's a free-man flag, bro! What are you thinking about right now? There it is.
Yung katanungan. Nako, Paper Rex though, getting 2 kills agad-agad.
Very aggressive position mula dito kay Texture, nandun sa taas. Alam mo, pwede kang pag-regardan dyan. And you can see, makakaisa pa siya bago siya makita. And that's gonna be a 3v3.
Nakatakas pa siya dun, Karon! Ikaw yung naka-sheriff dito.
Oh, very clean shots from Mind Freak though. Here we go. He knows Texture's low, pero madadali pa rin siya. And the defuse could go down. It's very easy. The position is unexpected, pero nakita siya, Divide! Nakabitaw sa tamang panahon.
Ang galing. Ang galing. Kita nga, I think pareha sila nagkagulatan, no? Si Davai at tsaka si Texture doon. Parang parang, uy, bulaga, nandun ka pala sa taas.
Yung meme na, no? Yung nagkasalubong ng kotse. Parang ganun eh.
Alin ka?
Ganun dito.
Kailangan ko i-google mamaya kung ano yung meme na yun. Kailangan ko makita.
Yeah, it's like the hindi yung basta sa basta mamaya.
Basta mamaya.
Yung bata, tsaka yung babae. Yun, basta yun.
Basta yun. Sige.
Sino ba yun? Let us know in the comments. Anyway, 8-5 right now. Gen.G finally, they're giving Paper Rex some leeway here, right? So,
yeah.
Right now, Paper Rex, they have, there's a beautiful way that you can kind of just block off A main completely or block off mid completely with a wall. Pero they're not doing that right now, huh? They're holding very steady. Munchkin with the off angle. Man, 2 shots. I think 2 shots na wall bang. That's why he's still 13 HP. How did he live there? And now it's gonna be Mind Freak with a nice peek on the kitchen. They're gonna be able to hold on to at least deny the plant rather. Wala kay Wingman. Caron very low. Mind Freak nagkakaharapan na ang dalawang Viper natin. Long range.
Let's see.
And Mindfreak, he's holding this.
Yeah, wala eh. Yung spike nasa gitna.
Ayan na, naku po yung spike, yung position ng spike, nice deny. Pero it looks like it's not gonna be enough. Oh my goodness. Aperex got 50 in that round, bro.
I mean, the fact na, okay, yung spike, hindi nila na-plant kasi napigilan nga dahil sa, again, yung wingman namatay. Pero at the same time, inubos naman ni Gen.G sila. Let's take a look at that replay once more. Yung shots, the texture, the sheriff shots were so precise. They didn't even need to plant the spike. All they had to do, kailangan nila lang ubusin tong si Paperex. And now, it's a 4-round gap. And after that, look at this, all sheriffs, Paperex. Ito na, it is time for the bawi.
Yeah, sila naman daw this time around. And wow, look at this, same strat from Paperex. All in B, and then full retake onto A. Parang tinanggap na nila Rico eh. My body is ready. Ilapag nyo na yung spike na yan. Parang ganun eh.
Mahirap nga. And I think, again, because of that Gecko, they always have to worry about the threat of B. Hindi tulad na, okay, let's invest a lot towards this side a bit more, tapos retake na lang pag umatake sila sa B. Hindi. They really have to think about this because of the difference of that Gecko pick. But now, A nga yung sagot dito ni Gen.G.
We go, zipline time! Nagtatalo na ang mga miyembro dito ng Gen.G. One signal is all it took, and everyone is already in a really good post plant here. Although, medyo aggressive yata yung postuhan doon ni Lakia on top of the boxes. And now, it might be a problem here para sa Gen.G. And again, it's all about these weird aggressive moments for Gen.G. Aggressive talaga sila, parang nalugi pa sila. One swing! Let's go! That's how we do. That's the Paperex way. And they get that win. Sila naman ang titrifty ngayon, Rico.
Oo nga eh, parang run and gun, run sideways and gun yung ginawa with the Spectre dito from something
good.
Kaya nga eh, gulat na gulat si Gen.G and parang nagre-replyan lang sila ng mga thrifties dito. And yung first 2 kills ni something, hindi yun mga headshots, they were all body shots because of, again, that Viper wall. May mga buta sa gitna. And all you had to do was see the legs, see the feet, and it was enough for them to gain information doon.
Parang lugi, para pa lang na one-way sila. No? Parang baliktad. Ay!
Takbo!
Oh my goodness! Suppress ka na nga, na-silence ka pa. Eh di ayoko na, bitaw keyboard na. And there's gonna be a possibility of a full smoke here. They removed that. They removed the Viper early on. Oh my god, Gen.G could have a huge opening here. Pero looks like it's gonna be a 2v3 still. Nice trades coming in from Paperex.
Oh, sobrang doable pa rin to for both sides. Meteor nakapasok na dito sa tube, pero parang they have to keep guessing. Forsaken still looking towards that angle kasi nandito pala si Lakia. Nandun pala siya. Sa base pa rin pala.
Oh my goodness. Again, a lot of people would expect this, and I think he missed his shot. He missed that, and that will mean that Gen.G probably has this. And it's all because of that tube play, by the way. Speaking of tube, Rico, ano ba? YouTube ba o YouTube?
YouTube.
What's the correct way?
YouTube. I say YouTube. YouTube.
Ako din YouTube din. Pero may nagsabi YouTube daw eh.
YouTube.
Anyway, kayo guys, ano ba yun? Toob ba? T-O-O-B? O Tube? C-H-O-B. I-comment nyo naman kung ano tingin yung tama. Anyway, ang tagal ko nang iniisip yun, naalala ko lang ngayon. So right now, obviously, man, that could have been really good for Paperex. Ang lalim na nila. Pero, ewan ko, may mind games na ginagawa si Lakia eh. Nahuli niya ng trash si Mindfreak.
Kaya nga eh, nag-hamburger tuloy si Mindfreak yun. Hindi, wala siyang choice. Na-flashan pa nga siya eh. So, wala talaga siyang mapupuntahan doon. Talagang next round na talaga yung aantayin niya. Pero 4 rounds na yung agwat nitong dalawa, no? Gen.G really full control here. And nag-exchange nga pa nga sila ng mga thrifties dito. Pero posible pala, kaya yon ulit na mangyari sa Paperex.
Medyo mas magandang situation naman, at least for now, para sa Paperex, they do have at least 3 Vandals. Or 2 Vandals and 1 Phantom. And something he can play off of this Sheriff, no problem. So the big question is, yung timing na lang siguro na execution dito ng Gen.G because I think something he smells it. Naamoy niya. Something's fishy. Nice flash there just to detect anybody who might be or trying to stop somebody who is going to be pushing in. What a forward! Teleport there by Texture. Spotted out. Nice kill from something. Traded out very quickly here. Paper X. Wow! Pakita nyo naman yung laro
Oo nga.
Hindi namin nakita yung nangyari. What happened? What happened, boy?
Kaya nga.
Sobrang bilis, hindi nahuli nung camera, Rico.
Ang agad-agad eh, nakita na lang natin yung kill feed. Parang, oy, tapos na yung round after nila magtapon ng mga flash coming from Gen.G. They executed it, but it was trade after trade after trade. Handang-handa si Paperdex na sa tamang posisyon lahat para they have each other's backs, no? Na-cover nila lahat. And I think the key here was, again, because of that, they had to keep guessing. Nasan si something? Nakita natin siya sa backside, pero lumipat nga pala siya. And now, on the back foot na naman tong si Gen.G. 3 round yung agwat. Kayang-kaya ni Paperdex comeback dito.
Man. Paperdex right now, obviously, in a better position, I would say, compared to the previous round. But you know what? It all boils down to yung, man, I have to bring it back. First contact play na ginagawa dito ng Paperdex. And you can see, the moment they get that first blood, usually nga, it's all on them. So, yeah, they're absolutely right. Paperdex is such a momentum-based team pag basa mo no?
Tama ka. John! Grabe naman yung flicking texture. May upgrade naman siya, pero 2v4 pa rin yung kwento natin sa round na to. Mahirap.
Spike
Taki as
down.
well gonna go down. They can't even plant the spike para for that extra crunchy 300 credits. You would always usually love.
Gusto nyo ng mga exit frag. Ay, hindi pa payag si Mike.
Frag.
Yeah.
And Riku, we're getting closer. Once more. Ano pang basa mo dito? Is this another possible overtime map? With the way things are going, obviously yes. Pero the comps, what do the comps say?
What do the comps say indeed? Kasi nakatingin ako sa mga ultimates eh. Pero kung titingnan ko na wala yung mga ultimates, I do feel like this is still very Gen.G sided. Na composition dito. I think they just have more forward space to control because of the gecko dito. Pero when I say forward space, look at this though! May ginagawa sila!
Elevator maneuvers! It is the invasion of the Paperdex! Ayan, instantly, 3 miyembro agad ng Paperdex pumasok sa tube! High level play, bro.
Grabe naman! Yung mga surprise, parang magdadalawang isip si Gen.G na pumunta tuloy ng A after nun.
I mean, normally you would have 2 people at maximum going to belt. Pero gagawin mo pa ba yun ngayon na pwedeng may 3 Paperdex pala dito tapos si Devay nag-take advantage pa sa chaos, biglang sumulpot sa gitna? Come on!
Dami na tuloy angle na kailangan mong i-prepare yung sarili mo, no? So, I say this is Gen.G leaning pa rin para sa akin. And if and only if they're able to cross the first bridge, yung from B, no? After they reach that yellow mark, parang okay na sila para sa akin. Pero I think that's always the question na you have to throw sa sarili mo, no? Kaya ba natin i-control yung long, narrow hallway bago tayo tumapak sa beat. Pero timeout understandable on the side of Gen.G dito. I mean, honestly speaking, Paperdex really prepared for this. Ang dami nilang mga parang strat na kailangan, mga round win strat to secure these wins para makapag-catch up.
Wala na. Puro, let me guess, Rico. Let me guess. Sa kompe mamaya. Ayan, umuulan na naman. Ay, Diyos mio. That does sound like, that looked like something that you'd normally see on a ranked game, right? that came out of nowhere. Yeah, so huge surprise here for Paperdex. And I think that sends a message to Gen.G. This is not over yet.
Oo naman. Kung titingnan natin yung mga ultimates nila, meron silang Viper Spit. As long as they're able to secure the site, it will definitely be possible. I like this from Paperdex though. Tingnan mo, 3 miyembro ang nakalagay sa B kasi may Viper Spit naman sa A.
Ooh, this is actually pretty stonks here. And medyo mapapako dyan si Mind Freak for the next few seconds until they can maybe buy some time here. Pero don't forget yung Walden, yung Toxic, yung Clouden rather, is actually still available. So man, it's becoming very hard still for Paper Rex for Gen.G to push this.
Oo. Lahat ng utility nandyan, may flash, may threat pa rin na kailangan nilang i-clear itong yellow. Ang daming mga open angles na kailangan nilang i-clear!
Ayan na nga, nagsisimula na ang pag-abante, ang pagbawi ng mga ape. 10-10 na kaya ang play dito. First blood happening for Paper Rex na naman. And here we go, kaya nagsisilipan. Jing getting ready to handle Wingman. Nagsasayawan na. Ayun, mas maganda ang tracing ni Kuya Jing. Mas maganda ang aim lab session niya. As in, nag-drawing siya, pero patay pa rin ang target niya. 10-10 na, Riku.
Oh boy, Paper Rex. Ang ganda ng mga ginawa nila nun. Again, yung Viper Spit para matakot si Gen.G na pumunta ng A, mapuforce sila sa B. Pero ayun pala, mas maraming ininvest na miyembro at utilities sa site na iyon. So medyo ipit itong si Gen.G kung saan ba talaga sila mapupunta. Imagine na-blind si something ha. Nakita niya kasi yung teleport before the blind hit. And it's all about, again, memory. Kung saan mo itututok, kung nasan ba yung ulo. Paper Rex, Common Collected, ang ganda ng timeout na yon. And now it's even. Now Gen.G might be sweating a little bit dito.
Yeah, and they only have a Guardian here and a few Stingers. Not much handle for Karon. Oh, there you go. This is the Paper Rex we know. But that could have actually been a kill. I think na wall bang, it went through the wall or the pipes instead, so it didn't get a kill. There it still did a lot of damage para dito sa Paper Rex. That's 2 down ngayon. And of course, the lockdown is going to be still available. Again, no one can break the lockdown in actuality. That's going to force Paper Rex to back off. Pero only for a few more seconds. 2v5. Nice jump in. Coming in from Paper Rex. Nagulat yata ang depensa dito ng Gen.G. And that is going to be it for them. It's Paper Rex overtaking naman ngayon.
Pwede ba magpalit ng sagot? Paper Rex pala, mas gusto ko yung to. Okay.
Nice one!
Iniisip ko kasi kanina na nung nakita ko yung agent comp, parang kung wala silang duelist, yung wingman nila yung... Joke lang. Pero I mean, that only applies to B. Kasi open siya eh. Ang problema dito sa A, you can't take advantage of your verticalities. You can't take advantage of your wingman here. You really have to mag-cross pa. Umabante pa ng konti para malagay mo yung wingman. I don't think it's a fair comparison, wingman and duelist. Pero I think, diba, I think B talaga yung kailangan nilang makuha. But if they don't, mahirap yung, grabe naman yung mga first blood ng Paper Rex.
Well, we've seen this happen time and time again just on this game alone. So, yeah, expect that first blood to result to even more. And we are seeing yung confidence, parang yung confidence level bumuboost bigla eh. Yung pati ibang miyembro, parang gumagad na yung tutok. And that's exactly what we're gonna see. Although may mga trades naman na mangyayari dito, 2v3 pa rin naman, Rick.
Doable pa naman to. Pero advantage on the side of Paper Rex. Bawas na ng konti si Lakia. Meron naman siyang thrash na pwede niyang maitapon. Si Munchkin naman ngayon yung 5 HP. Isang hit na lang siya.
Isang one hit na lang yan, boy.
Isang one hit.
And will this be a trap? Will this be a play? Will this be enough to separate Paper Rex? To separate Jing? Wala sa mga ibang mga teammates. Now, they got him. Oh my goodness, they got Forsaken pero masyado yata malayo. Pati yung backup niya, yung backup ni Lakia. Sobrang layo pa. Denying the plan is gonna be so crucial here. And I don't know if Wingman can do what he needs to do here. Wingman, it's all up to you. We're seeing a huge swing here coming in from Lakia. Munchkin's low, so he's gonna have to stay back. Dun sa yellow. Where's the jump gonna go in? Una ko po si Dabay para pala talon ng talon. Pero nabigyan niya ng enough time yung kanyang mga teammates para makapasok doon. It's gonna be 12-10. Paper Rex match point.
Ito na. Mukhang papunta na sa direksyon ng map 3. Itong series na ito. And on the way for Paper Rex's revenge against Gen.G here. And ganito nga, pagdating sa mga duelo, natatalo itong si Gen.G. They were trying to do a default setup here. Try to get first bloods. Pero pagdating sa tutok, no, lalong-lalo na sa mga 1v1 situation, hindi talaga magpapatalo itong si Paper Rex. And ult advantage is on their side. They have an operator. Gustong-gusto na nila Paper Rex na pumunta ng map 3.
That's right. One more kill to get another res. para dito din sa Paper Rex. So, I don't know. It's gonna be an uphill battle here. I think medyo kailangan mag-antay ng timing dito ng Gen.G because they will have to catch Paper Rex off guard. And they also have to keep in mind, guys, wag naman tayo pa first blood. Yun yung sobrang crucial eh. Pag na pa first blood na ng Paper Rex, parang nagsusuper saiyan yung mga miyembro nila eh. Kalmahan naman natin.
Kaya nga eh, parang ang galing ng conversion talaga ni Paper Rex pagdating sa mga first bloods. Hindi nila sasayangin yung advantage na yon. And I think talaga tong si Gen.G, they're a utility team comp. They really have to play off of their utility and get these kills.
100%. They really do. And they have to get something. Like right from these flashes. They have multiple flashes.
Yeah.
And for some reason, they just can't catch Paper Rex off guard. Ewan ko,
ayan
ang hirap ba? Ang galing ba nila magtago? Kaya hindi sila mag-flash-flashan. Ayan, nagkakapalitan na. Finally, getting an advantage, a man advantage here para sa Gen.G. Paper Rex, obviously, Jing, the advantage of a Sage, you can get weird angles like this that maybe nakakalimutan na ng ating mga kalaban. They haven't played with a Sage for a while now against this texture. Going for the hard flank. And there you go, Lucky on the smoke. Oh my goodness. This can be very close something. It's gonna be hard for you to make anything happen here. It's 12 to 11.
Oh my God. Okay, medyo awkward yung magiging buy ni Paper Rex sa susunod na round na to. Marami nag-invest sa operator. Actually, kaya pa pala. They can do these rifles. They can do a full buy naman on the side of Paper Rex. So, at least they have that. Pero, I don't know, man. Parang papunta ito na yung game na mapupunta sa overtime. Kung hindi nangyari kanina, baka ito na yun.
This could be it, right?
Yeah.
And yung record lang naman natin sa overtime is like 18 to 16 set by Bleed. So,
oh my word.
Okay lang. Okay lang. Hindi naman masakit.
Maganda naman yung matchup, di ba? Na the 2023 Kings tsaka yung 2024 Kings of Pacific. So, maganda naman. Bagay sa
this is insane, actually. You know what? Everyone's gonna win if they see more rounds from Gen.G and from Paper Rex, right? Itong dalawang teams na to, they're literally competing to be the best, literally best teams. And now, though, the entry is gonna be happening possibly very, very soon. We are seeing a lot of utils being committed already. So, kompleto pa naman parehong teams. Ay!
Lumabas sila.
Back. It's a trap! It's a trap!
Ni Mind Freak.
It's all up to Mind Freak. Mind Freak, makita mo ba? Timingan mo ba? And there you go! Finally, the signal is given! This is possibly a full rotate. And we're seeing Mind Freak. He has a snake bite. Kaso wala na pala. You are powerless down with a null command coming in from Forsaken. Forsaken gonna fall. Pero active pa rin yung null command. They can't activate the snake bite. And Mind Freak will go down. No more smokes to stop Gen.G here.
One enemy remaining.
And Texture gonna be the last to fall. 11-13 na naman, Rico. Paper Rex on top.
Map 3 talaga yung ginusto. Gusto talaga bumawi ni Paper Rex. Ang ganda ng round na yun. Mind Freak with 60 seconds more or less on the clock. Syempre, ang wala na talagang choice itong si Gen.G na mag-commit na lang sa B. Ang ganda ng control, ng yellow control na ginawa ni Paper Rex. At na-delay ng tuluyan ang pag-take ni Gen.G. It felt like they were going there sa overtime. Pero dinenay ito ni Paper Rex. Gustong-gusto na talaga nila matapos to.
I gotta say, this is exactly what the fans, I think, are looking for.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go map 3. More Paper Rex, more Gen.G. So I would say na, yeah, everyone is blessed. I hope you guys are enjoying this.
Eating
kanina,
good,
11-13 din yung kanina, by the way, di ba? Am I correct?
Nakahabol itong si Paper Rex after that half.
Really super close. I wonder what the panel thinks about that match. That was action-packed.
It definitely was Riku and Rockhard. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back dito sa panel. It's me, Rubixco, together with Black and Blue and Fluffy. And guys, that map felt like such a back and forth. Parang per round, naghahanap lang sila ng mga paraan para i-one-up yung kalaban nila. And it's been so cool to see these two teams show us why they're the best and why they're at the top. But it also looks like we're going to a map number 3.
Alam mo, there's something weird about the way Paper Rex are playing right now, and nung pinapanood namin ni Fluffy nga yung laban yun, ang daming mga beses na parang like, what are they doing? Naka-knife out, tumatalon-talon, siguradong si Alex, binibiyak na yung table niya in that moment. And I guess it just speaks to the way na Paper Rex, even in a close game like this, talagang they're very composed in what they're doing, and you can really see that even if they're losing some of these rounds, hindi sila yung parang over-stress about the situation, at nakakatulong talaga yun, I think, for Paper Rex, especially here in this map to close this out. But it came very close, I think, too close for comfort para sa Paper Rex.
Yeah, mental, a big one there. Sabi nga ni Alex dun sa interview that it's one of the key things that they're really focusing on. Maybe a bit too much dito, masyadong relax minsan. A couple rounds going awry here and there. Pero overall, Paper X just mounting a very strong comeback because it's do or die for them for this map, for this series. And nakakabado talaga since you start on that only, 4 rounds for their first half. So you're really having to string around a lot of it towards the end for their defense. And when we were watching the game also, nasabi ka ng BNB na parang it's kind of weird na yung mga compositions that you'd think would be really strong on attack are the ones that kind of work its way through the defense. With Paper Rex, especially Forsaken being so flexible here on that KO to provide not just the fragging power pero yung utility niya, but also the fact that the Vi, Jing, Mindfreak, so much more slows that they have to really stop a lot of yung mga aggression ng Gen.G.
Definitely, and I think speaking of stopping aggression, if we saw the graphic kanina, 16 first kills coming from Paper X, and I think we can definitely thank something for that. I feel like even sa previous map natin, something has been the one who's always been getting that initial pick, slowing down Gen.G, kind of catching them off guard, and if it's not something, it's always been Mindfreak. And considering that, it's no-brainer here that they were able to take back the series, but we're seeing a little bit of a pattern here, and I don't know if I can call it a pattern because it's a bit inconsistent. But again, like what you guys said, Paper X is not playing the Paper X way. It feels parang messy, I want to say, and I think even Alex acknowledges that, and I feel like although they're trying to work on it, they're not able to pick up the pieces as fast as they need to.
Medyo magulo nga yung style, and not in the usual Paper X na sanay tayo. Like, how many times nakita natin dito sa mapa na to na may isang tao dun sa kanto that goes uncleared galing sa Gen.G, tapos nakakadalaw sila dahil nga nandun sa may kanto na hindi clear pa ng Paper X, and they lose picks because of that. So I think Paper X here, you can tell na yun nga, medyo relax sila, but as Fluffy said, sometimes a bit too much. Sometimes assuming that it's a bit safer than it actually is, kaya sila nasasawsawan dito. But to their credit, at least, dahil nga may slow orb sila, they're able to use that slow orb sa mga attack and defend nila to stop yung mga sawsaw game na balak gawin ng Gen.G, especially since may Gecko.
Exactly. Medyo parang kampante yung gameplay talaga, and messy, as we've said previously. But a lot of the fact that they're able to recover from these rounds, I feel like it's a lot of resilience talaga na napapakita ng Paper X. Yung punto though at the end of the day is you don't want to have to fall back to those things, and I hope that they work so hard nga dito sa map number 2 that once we get to map number 3, they can really show not just we can kind of win pag medyo messy and chaotic, but they need to come back to that more composed and controlled chaos na nakita natin from Paper X previously.
Na parang mas solido yung win, right? Because I do think na it was a little bit lucky here and there, but I think for both of these teams, we could definitely say that it was a good display of pacing, especially how both teams were able to just control the way that the map moved, and especially utilization. I want to say and point out Lakia and Karon, I think, are super underrated, especially Karon. He's got so many impactful kills here, and I feel like we kind of forget that when we look at Gen.G, especially when we're looking at such a highlight player like Texture.
I mean, Texture is a player na ilang beses na natin nakita yung performance na ganito galing sa kanya. I do think though that as a team, as a whole dito Gen.G, you look at yung specific map na yun, looking at Icebox, and you kind of wonder kung ba't parang sila pa yung nahihirapan to really initiate some of these fights, considering they have 2 initiators on their side, and considering Munchkin did pretty well, Lakia did pretty well, I think. Nobody did bad on that team, I think, for Gen.G as a whole. It was just about closing out some of these rounds where Paper X, sila yung isa sa pinaka talaga magaling na mag-close out na rounds na parang hindi mo inakala na pupunta sa kanila. So, in the end, I think Gen.G did pretty well, especially for a map like Icebox, and nahirapan sila versus teams like Sentinel, nahirapan sila versus teams like EDG. And they did well enough to convince me that Bind, pwede pa nilang maipanalo yun.
Yeah, exactly. And even though Paper Rex have a strong bind for themselves, then at least nakita natin, not just in this map or in the previous one, that Gen.G and Paper Rex, they're really trading back a lot of these rounds. 20 plus rounds, they're always like both on double digits. Wala talagang gustong umatras because that's the reason why, for the most part, they are yung number 1 and 2 teams dito sa Pacific, at least 2024.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you there, and I just think that we're kind of getting this such a treat watching these teams go at it, and it feels so early now. Week number 2 pa lang, we have this grand finals worthy matchup, and I think it really sets the tone as well for what we can expect from them moving forward, because again, week number 2 and Gen.G is already having this very solid showing, and it just gives me such a good feeling for what they have moving forward. Paper X, on the other hand, medyo shaky sila at the start, but they're also showing signs that we're getting things together, it's starting to work, and I have good feeling for both of them moving forward. But now moving on dito sa bind, we can expect a lot of similar things on Ice, like what we've seen on Icebox. How do you think we're gonna fare, especially between Momentum?
I don't know. I think Momentum parang medyo mag-reset lang din eh. Paper X honestly struggled in that map to get things going early on, tapos sa bandang dulo lang sila bumawi. So I still do think that Gen.G, they're gonna start off this map number 3 dito sa bind strong pa din. It's gonna be kind of an uphill battle for Paper X because itong mapa na bind, you look at their most previous performances dito and they've been okay at best, and that's not something that's nice to say against a team like Gen.G na, who have been pretty consistent on almost every map they play so far. So for Paper X, uphill battle pa rin.
Yeah, exactly. Especially in their most recent one, when you see them play against T1, they go all the way to OT. And in terms of, at least in my opinion, caliber-wise, T1 is a ways away from yung par level ng Gen.G and the consistency of them. So it's kind of a scary feeling na kahit na familiar yung map para sa Paper X, they know how to play it. If they're already struggling against this type of opponent, pagkatapat nila yung Gen.G, paano na yun?
I mean, at the end of the day, we do have to take a look at their track record and how they've been performing so far. So a little bit of a no-brainer there, but you know, coming into this bind map, I still feel like it's again up in the air, considering again how close these games have been. It really is just, I really feel like whoever can just find the better opportunities first. And again, I feel like a lot of rounds kind of slip through these two teams' fingers. I mean, kagaya ng sinabi mo, Black and Blue, a lot of instances where just simple checks, doing your due diligence in these rounds could have made a huge difference. We could have been already done here with a 2-0, right?
True.
Oh, muntikin pa eh. Muntikin pa maging 2-0. Kala ko nga nung pinapod ko kanina nung band ng katapusan na oh no, Gen.G might just have this in the bag, pero never count out Paper X pag binigyan mo ng chance ang makabawi. And you look at the compare from Paper X, something on the Gecko. I don't think this is surprising at all for me. But Forsaken on the Solo Harbor, nakita natin to dati.
True. I mean, it's gonna be a very interesting one pag solo lang yung Solo Harbor. I mean, the Brimstone rather for the side of Gen.G. Not very limited na lang sila sa utility in terms of the smoke. I mean, they have the Viper rather, so I guess they have a bit more options there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Munchkin's Viper has been such a pain to deal with, so I hope it isn't going to be too annoying for Paper X here, but, you know, we're gonna have to see who is going to break this tiebreaker. Is it gonna be Gen.G or is it gonna be Paper X taking back the throne? Riku and Rockhart, let's find out.
Man, I cannot get enough of that deep dive analysis, man. Their voices, grabe, and it's like, I could... Anyway, welcome back, ladies and gents. Ano?
Can you guess what this is?
What?
Can you get what this is?
Sage, Chris? Sage
Burger. Pag nag-gecko ka na, na-trash ka.
Okay. Okay, akala ko
May gecko
I always see that
eh.
on the Sage. That's a Sage wall and that's a gecko.
Pwede rin.
Pwede gecko din kasi. Ayun. So, welcome back, ladies and gents. Ito na, map number 3 na tayo. And how's your Saw game? That's a big question ng ating panel dito. This is interesting. Gecko on one side, obviously, and of course, it's gonna be Cypher on the other.
Ito yung interesting ha, kasi kung titingnan natin yung stats, mapupunta syempre sa Gen.G yung upper hand dito. Paper X on the other hand, natalo sila when they went up against Gen.G on the grand finals of kickoff, and it was not pretty. It was a very tough game for them, pero malay mo, iba na ngayon kasi in comp nila, hindi na siya Yoru and Raze. Iba na ngayon, a single duelist this
Ay.
time around, and Jing now, nakasalalay sa kanya yung pag-entry.
Good times, no? Good times having a Yoru on the comp. Man, oh man, that's as W as you can get. Para sa comp na yan, para sa lineup na yan, para sa team na yan. And now it is gonna be the TP. We're gonna see the people walking up on the A here. That's basically open for the taking. It's a battery take, ladies and gents, and the plant is gonna be behind truck.
Uy, pero hindi nila inasahan na mayroon pala din sa Heaven eh.
Naku! Hindi na check, Rico. What's it gonna look like though as nagpipistolan, nag-right-clickan ng classic doon sa Heaven. Pero hindi nyo pinapansin si Extra Teams again, Lee! Oh my goodness, the defuse is gonna go down. Was that a wingman defuse?
That was a wingman defuse.
It was a wingman.
That was a wingman defuse. And meron lineup, syempre with the Brimstone karon on that molly, no? Pero hindi pa rin sapat. Nakaabot pa rin yung defuse. Nonetheless, ang galing ng ginawa ni Paper X doon.
Enemy down.
Oh man,
Ito
look
eh.
at that.
It's a Heaven eh. Oh.
The Heaven. It's a party up in Heaven, bro.
Ay, hindi nila inasahan yun, no? Nagtatago pala sa smoke pa rin. Pero, ayun nga.
That's good.
Magandang round yun para kay Paper X.
I mean, considering that they don't really have a hard sentinel, right? That's actually a pretty good round one. And now, it's gonna be another huge flank here coming in from Paper X. Just the way that they play. Holding that, ayan na, kita mo, pwede kayong mapinser dito ng di oras na naman ng hindi nyo inaasahan. Puro classic pa naman ang hawak nyo. And that might be a problem. Right now, Paper X making sure na at least dapat alam ng Gen.G, may tao pa rin naman sa site.
Oh, meron.
Ang tanong, saan?
Kaya nga eh. Pero alam na, narinig niya yung pag-drop from Hookah at nakaisa si Davai.
Ayan na. So obviously that's gonna mean you know what, you're gonna have to maximize all the spots in Davai. Nice pick off. And now magandang silubong galing dito. Ana, it looks like it can be enough to just push back the remaining members of Gen.G. Man, making it look easy. That is Paper X for you.
Alam ko maaga pa para sabihin to, pero parang on the way na itong si Paper X on their revenge run here on this series against Gen.G. Ang linis eh. It's not one of those thrifty round, but possible thrifty rounds na, dalawa yung natira, it was close. No, it was a flawless round. They were able to just be patient. They were able to land the important shots at hindi handa si Gen.G at all. Na-convert lahat yung mga weapons on the next round and well, nakatipid sila dito.
Man, what happened to Gen.G here? Apparently I don't know, may fire bang nawala or talagang uminit lang, nagsimula na mag-init ang mga kamay ng mga Paper X members dito. It just looks really clean right now from Paper X.
Kaya nga eh. And dito na yung magkakaalaman. Yung buy round ni Gen.G, pwede ba kasi they still have to worry about the threat na si Jing dito on this round. May rifle siya, the single rifle. And again, B seems to be a very hard site to hit. Lalong-lalo na that's a double utility. May maraming flash na meron dyan for the scouting. There's a lot of things that can slow this push down. So, kailangan talaga mag-ingat itong si Gen.G. Lalong-lalo na, it seems to be the target for now.
You know what I'm also realizing? Ang ganda pa rin namang pang-depensa nung duo na to sa B. Because their flashes can detect presence. So, both of these, it's so easy just to know when Gen.G is, where they are, tsaka kung kailan sila papasok. Kasi it's all about whether or not you can know if someone's there. Once you know someone where they are, there's very few places where they can go. Oh my goodness, that was a huge fresh play. And Jing, syempre nandiyan on too. Make sure he can capitalize on it. Oh my goodness. It's a massacre.
And I'm speechless, man. It's like, sobrang linis. Like, at least if it's a full buy round from the side of Gen.G, at least may nabawasan na lang na isa from the side of Paper X na kahit it was a thrifty round. All they really needed was that trash, was that early sheriff kill. By the way, na naginawa ni Davai. Again, when in bind, this map is so weird. Kasi, kahit walang sentinel ha, B is always a hard a site to kind of tear down. A yung usually parang medyo doable kasi meron kang access from bats, pwede kang makakuha ng kill, may mga teleport na pwede mong gawin, a sudden switch towards B. So, for Gen.G now to have a little bit of a struggle and now they're back to all of these sheriff buys, you can really tell na nahihirapan tong si Gen.G at the moment.
Yeah, basically Gen.G binato na. Tama na guys, huwag na tayo maglolokohan. Huwag na tayo maghafbayan. Let's go for the full sheriff. Ito, timing na naman! Diyos ko naman! Pag binamalas ka naman, yun, that's literally luck, right? I usually don't like saying sinuwerte yung isang player or something.
Eh.
Pero that was pure luck, man. Oh my goodness.
Indeed.
There you go, Texture going in. Para naman makapasok man lang yung team ko. Goes in with a showstopper. That is a huge ultimate being used to commit. And there you go. Something with the flank. Guys, watch your back, bro. Walang Yoro dito pero lilikodan pa rin namin kayo. Forsaken, of course. Nice cove. Just make sure na makakatawid siya. And even, you try to flank the flanker, ipa-flank ka pa rin niya, boy. Ganun ka na itong Paper X ngayon.
Ang daming layers nga nangyayari dito. Ano kayo magagawa ni Karon dito? Wala siyang panahon para mag-plant at all. Napapalibutan na siya ng Paper X. And what do you have? You have the single molly and you cannot even set up your lineups here.
Iba to man lang sa langit.
Oo.
Yung mega vertical. Play ko na lang, bahala kayo dyan. And there you go. Paper X cleaning it up. 4-0. Riku. Ano nangyayari sa Gen.G? Why is everything falling apart?
Again, I feel like yung nangyari doon is the baths thing again. Wala tuloy silang control sa baths. May access na tuloy either umikot. And I really thought the camp I thought tinamaan yung brimstone nun for the scout, pero I guess hindi. So that short timing na hindi na nakakam yung Cypher, nakakross tuloy itong si Minefield. Pero 4-0 and as well the Vi on this operator, naku, B site will constantly be a very hard site to hit, pero it seems that the operator will now be switched over. The Sky player will now be over towards A.
Yan, nagkaroon ng swapan and syempre ang gagawin naman nila ngayon is a free man push outside of hookah. Goes the nades in case may nagtatago dun sa kanan. It's gonna be cleared here by Paper X. Full info obviously given and the harbor just there to make it even harder para sa atake yung ginagawa dito ng Gen.G.
Ipit sila ngayon. Kailangan nilang i-take advantage itong buy round nila. Kanina, akala ko nagpapasahan sila ng mga thrifty rounds pero Paper X still coming up on top despite the 2 thrifty rounds na sunod-sunod.
This is really something, right? And the confidence of Paper X here for something just cannot miss. And even has the trash, pwede pang pumalo up. Here we go, completely locking down itong spike ng Gen.G. Ang hirap mong pumasok, even Texture. Kinakalkula na yung mga angulo, checking every single angle. Lock in, nice pick off onto the Vi. And they're even using Wingman now just to get vision, just to get info here. It's 3v4. I would say still doable here depending on how this entry pans out.
Oo, pero si Mindfreak nasa flank na. Tingnan mo, makakakill kaya siya? Yes!
Yan na nga. Isa. Pero looks like dalawa is gonna be enough for Jing to clean it up.
Galing na ginawa ni Mindfreak doon. Talagang kinonstrict yung space. Na gusto sana ni Gen.G na umikot, no? Punta na lang tayo sa A, pero hindi. Na napatigil sila. At 5-0 na ngayon. At napatigil din ang oras. Dahil time out to, for sure, from Gen.G. Things are going out of control.
Rush is ready. Hinulay ang mundo. Yan na nga. Si Mindfreak. Yung mga flank na ginagawa ng Paper X dito, parang at ang bilis, no?
Oo.
You imagine how fast they're able to clear and how easily na napipredict na yung galaw ng Gen.G.
Kaya nga eh, parang, and here's the thing they're not, yung round na yun at least, they're not playing off from each other. It's more like this player from Paper X is getting multi-frags. It's not even through a flash. It's just like a dry peek, a dry entry, because they wanted to be sneaky, but surprise, nandito si something, and there are no trades whatsoever. I think that's the problem from Gen.G. Hindi nila napipigilan yung multi-frag. Usually, di ba, kahit may body system kayo, you wanna trade immediately, but it's not happening. And that's why they needed this timeout so badly.
I mean, that's what I was gonna say kanina. Like, ano ba, dalawa na kayo ha? Ano nangyari?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, it's a flank. It's very hard to predict. Pero they were already looking in that direction. So, maybe, I don't know, something's happening. Maybe a breakdown of, like, what, confidence ba? Like, here on Gen.G, that's causing them to slow down so much.
Kaya nga eh, it feels like parang di pa sila nakaka-recover from their performance from Icebox, and I guess a little tidbit, that's their first time this year to run a no duelist on Icebox. They always had a Jet constantly, by the way. So I don't know, maybe I wouldn't say they're experimenting, but maybe they wanna change things up a little bit dito pagdating sa stage 1.
I wouldn't say it's completely experimenting because it was 11-13, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's as close as it can get. So you're absolutely correct. I'm pretty sure they tried something really that kind of worked. Pero now they will have to try a lot more to bring back a 5-0, man. Because right now, so many guns available here. Para sa Paper Rex. And although full buy naman din sila, they also have the Seekers to deal with. They have the Orbital Strike to deal with. That's gonna be one down at least. So goodbye. He's gonna go.
Whoa!
And there you go. Oh! Fight Freak! Free for none. Forsaken, tinanggap na lang. Dude, I'm out.
Dude, yeah. Ang galing, parang as if they were leading Gen.G to take the teleporter. As if, the thing is kasi, nakakuha na sila ng mga early kills, diba? They were able to clear, they were able to trade here. And then, okay, you know what, even though we killed 2, let's just teleport. Maybe we can catch them off guard. Pero hindi. Parang nabasa ni Paper Rex na they'll actually take the teleport, move to A, at nakaabang na itong si Mind Freak. The multi-frags again. And even that molly kill, by the way, Paper Rex are doing everything right.
Ginawa nilang 2 pa yung Gen.G.
Exactly.
Pinush nila sa isang side. Grabe, naka-ready si Mind Freak na saluhin yun. Not to mention may orbital strike pa nga sana siya. Now it's gonna be another beautiful kill from Forsaken. Full info ngayon para sa bat. It might just be a retake. It's not gonna be a big problem though. Forsaken will go down. It's 4v4. And the showstopper already used up. Tried to deny some of this info here. Stop some upspeed happening. It's chaos happening here in a short. 5 HP para ay something, but it's only 2 members remaining for Gen.G. The plant is down. The Viper's Pit is still active.
Prepare for hellfire.
But look at this. This is gonna be, was it half though?
Not
yet. See. So it's gonna be a huge problem here for Caron to deny. Caron full info na ngayon, and the defuse is gonna be stuck here. And there you go. Paper Rex 7-0.
Dude, what's going on? From VCT Pacific kickoff, Gen.G 3-1's Paper Rex. And on Bind, Gen.G did amazing. Paper Rex now, the adjustments made, the changes, the confidence that they're showing right now. Every shot, everything is landing. Kahit silang dalawa na flashan. Tingnan mo, nakita mo yung Sky, di ba? Tumatalon-talon para hindi siya di ba? Yung parang nagfa-fire kahit naka-blind. Hindi pa rin, kalmado pa rin si Something. After recovering from that flash, she's still able to land that kill. 7-0 na ngayon, and we're back with a very awkward by isang Guardian for Munchkin, but at least they have these rifles this time. Ipit na ipit talaga tong si Gen.G right now!
Another first kill coming in from Paper Rex. Jing just can do no wrong on this map. And Texture, again, he has to do something, man. Ikaw yung sinasabihang star player ng team na to. 1 entry frag, something, anything right now. Pero don't forget, si Jing din, yung katapat niya, literal na katapat niya ngayon. And of course, Caron is gonna be the one to go for the few. Reckoning goes down, and another Dizzy blind here just to slow them down. Pero he looks like dire-diretso pa rin ang Gen.G. Something magiging somebody who goes down, somebody that you used to know. Ayan na si Meteor, and of course, it's a very nice post plant, pero looks like this is gonna be a big problem for Meteor to go for his own. Mind Freak, ano ba?
Dude,
stop.
The fact that the Vi was still flanking for so long. And I'm like, ano kayang gagawin ni Mind Freak? But tatago mo na ba siya para maantay si Davai? Hindi niya kailangan si Davai nung 1v2 situation. Kayang-kaya niya. I thought it was gonna be a 1-for-1 at least kasi na-identify na kung nasaan itong si Mind Freak after that kill over there kay Caron. Pero nonetheless, nanalo pa rin at the very end. And now, it's a big question. Ano ba nangyayari kay Gen.G? Is it losing battles on these 1v1s, on these gunfights? It could be, because a lot of the initial kills were all boiling down to the 1v1s that Gen.G were losing.
That flick, bro. Literally, yung buong width nung gano'ng kahaba yung box, yung pinlick niya. And he still hit it. What the heck?
Nako.
Amazing.
Amazing talaga.
Yun na lang, boy. Kasi wala na tayo eh.
Oh, 3 buy rounds na nga nakalipas, hindi pa rin nakakausad tong Gen.G.
You know what? I'm actually surprised na may baril pa yung Gen.G dito.
Oh.
But it looks like they will be able to get into the site now and at least 4v5. That's still doable. Medyo malayo din yung flank na ginagawa dito ni Something. He's trying to see if there are gonna be cypher traps that you can kind of remove or work around here. And he will be spotted out. Ayan si Meteor, nasa gilid din. Munchkin, tumatalon-talon, looking out for B. Sisilip-silipin naman ngayon ni Meteor. What's Something gonna look like here? Nice dizzy flash. You can't turn your eyes away from that, bro. And there you go. Complete dominance. Galing sa Paper Rex.
Dude, what is happening? What is... Gen.G, this feels like we're taken back to like 2023 Paper Rex dito ah. I mean, it's understandable kasi ito na yung first time na makakalaban ni Gen.G in a while na nagbalik na yung iteration na to na si Jing, 'di ba? All the Paper Rex that they were fighting was the no Jing. And now here's Jing. And look at this. But they're all it's not Jing yung parang bida dito. It's actually all of them. Nahihirapan sila ng tuluyan dito to secure the site. And like, Gen.G feels like they need timeouts every single round right now because it looks like they look very lost. Even though Gen.G has a lot of these key ultimates, they're not really taking advantage of them at all. Parang hindi siya nako-convert ng kahit ano. Even that showstopper was used close range. Usually you want to clear elbow, pero hindi. It was like right next to him. So now you have this question in your head, like maybe it's not really the strategy. Maybe it's the execution of all of these things.
You know what? It just feels like naka-super saiyan lang yung mga member.
Oh, yun din. Yun din, honestly.
Walang isang member na nagwawala eh. Lahat. Tas sabay-sabay pa. So if you're Gen.G, paano execute gagawin natin dito? Sabay-sabay namamatay. Kita mo yung kill feed, ubos yung kakampi mo. Like, alam mo yung, how is that gonna attack your mental now? Tapos titingin ka pa sa scoreboard, 9-0 pa.
Oo, titingin ka sa scoreboard, mga ilang rounds na, buy rounds na ang nakalipas. Hindi tayo naka-full buy, parang lagi na lang may naka-guardian every round. Kahit na dapat triple round natin. Ang hirap, sobrang hirap, dude.
It's just something that you have to really... Ito, just reel yourself back na lang. Ito, yan, binabagalan nila, sticking together as close as possible, praying na walang, paint shells na babagsak dito sa inyo. And looks like that's really something, finally going down. What happened there?
Na-dink itong si Texture pero hindi nakapatay si Something bago siya lumipas.
Oy, that's a big denial. They removed the trash. So that is something that can maybe something they can take advantage of. Kaso, nadali na naman, and there you go. Reckoning is gonna be active on the side, and chaos obviously will be ensuing. As we do see, it is gonna be a 2v3. So mas maganda naman yung post na nila dito compared to earlier. Also have the orbital strike, ayan na nga, bumabagsak na, and that will stop that spike from getting diffused. Walang hack, walang anything. Meteor with a pick, and there you go. Gen.G after 10 rounds. Finally, they're on the board.
Ayun ang bawi ni Gen.G here. That timeout, no? The big switch up. And I think the difference now was like, tara, let's just go. Let's just take a lot of this space. Let's not allow them to push us. We're the attackers this time. Wala tayong takot. As long as we come in together as threes, we take control of Hookah. Si Something tuloy na overwhelm siya. Hindi siya handa. Hindi niya nakuha yung 1 niya or even 2. And that was key for Gen.G. Now they really just have to hammer it down. Just go lang. Go lang sa side. Just go lang. Go lang. Go.
Nag-realize na ng Gen.G na sila pala yung attacker. Hindi pala kami yung defender dito, no?
Ayun na nga.
When they're doing that, it looks good. Right? There you go. It's at least a trade. They remove the smoke. At least one smoke. Forsaken still up there. And there you go. That's another kill for Forsaken. Ito na naman. Bumabalik na naman. Bumabalik na naman ang momentum dito. Pero syempre naman, showstopper pa ang kalaban mo. Spotted out pa. Nice try sana with the counter flank from Texture. There looks like si Munchkin. Babagsak na din. Tatlo ang kalaban niya. Alam kami lang, judge pa ang gamit ni Texture doon. 10-1.
Last round before the switch.
I mean, okay. They went through A short. They really stormed through na lang the site. Parang, okay, it worked on sa B. Let's just do it the same way dun sa A. But the problem was, they weren't clearing a lot of these important spaces that would have helped them secure the site. Parang, after that, one person died, no, diba? Hindi sila tuloy nakapag-plant, hindi sila tuloy nakapag-set up ng mga post-plant. Kasi they have two mollies eh. They have Munchkin, they have Caron. If they aren't able to take post-plant positions, then walang silbi yung mga lineups nila na pinili.
Ang scary din kasi, oo, dalawa yung molly nila, pero alam din kasi ng Paper Rex yun. And you know, Paper Rex, they dive deep. And they're not afraid. So, hindi ka din pwedeng kampantehin masyado na, oy, paganda post lang natin. So, right now, ito naman, ang Paper Rex who are getting pushed back here, which is very impressive, to say the least, para sa Gen.G. That is gonna be a 4v5 still para sa ngayon. Now, Defy, looking for one, looking for more, maybe one more flash para sa kanila, and the plant finally goes down para si Gen.G. Defy going down, and Forsaken as well, 2v5. It finally looks like you know, an even game at this point. Kung hindi ka lang nakatingin sa scoreboard, it finally looks like, you know what? Finally, Gen.G looking like attackers here, with Mindfreak at least taking one more down. Pero once again, yung tropa niya, something goes, and so will he. 10-2 ang matatapos sa half nito.
It seems na yung adjustment nga from Gen.G to just go into the site. Let's just overwhelm them with numbers. Kahit isang flash lang para lang malaman natin yung information. Meron ba sa hookah, meron ba sa long, sa garden. Sobrang sapat na yon. At waiting for the timer for like a slow push is not going to be in their favor. Pero I don't know parang they realized a bit too late. And Paper Rex is now 3 rounds away. If they win pistol, which is a very high chance kasi ang ganda ng pistol round nila kanina, they, again, they're gonna be match point almost immediately unless magka-thrifty itong si Gen.G. They have a plan in mind, they have figured it out. Baka pwede pa sila maging aggressive and sila naman yung mag-push themselves. They have a very aggressive pump They have a lot of, they have, what do you call this? They have, hindi pala, yung Gecko pala nasa kabila. Something nga pala yun. Well, they have to be careful then.
Kailangan eh.
Oo nga eh.
You know what? Yun nga yung inisip din. Actually, nabasa ko din yung chat kanina. Oh my God, wow!
Ganda ng art!
Look at that! That's so cute! Oh, that's nice. That's nice. And VALORANT fans will do that. Yeah, so right now, I was saying, one of the people in the chat really pointed out, bro, that's Paper Rex who are rocking basically full entry lineup. What more? What more mamaya pag sila na yung attacker? At ito na nga yun, guys. Ito na yun.
Mismo. Makikita na natin yung full power ng comp nila. Yung nakita natin to from T1 nung pinakauna. But instead of a Brimstone, it was a Viper. And I think this one, the Zoo comp on attacking. Matatakot talaga tong si Gen.G.
You're gonna hear a lot of sounds, guys. You're gonna go hear tweet tweet. You're gonna hear. You're gonna hear. And you're syempre, never forget the boombot. And now, the full zoo comp is in effect. Ito na yung side na gusto sana nilang gamitan ng mga kanilang mga utils. Pero syempre, hindi pa yan lahat available sa ngayon. And they're not together in one side. So medyo may hiwalay sila. And this is Paper Rex being very, very careful.
I like this kasi inaantay nila kung may magpo-push from Bath. So now that they know wala, imomove na nila yung harbor dito for a full execute. But look at this crossfire. Kung papasok sila dito, kailangan nila mag-ingat.
Lahat na ng tweet-tweet, ilabas nyo na dito. It's a beautiful crossfire here. Binato na nga doon. Kaya si Munchkin pa rin ang mga kadali doon. Saan naman yung si Caron, kaya matatanggal pa yata doon. And now, it is gonna be the Boombot's turn. Ayan, kanya-kanyang bato na. And ito na yung, if you're Gen.G, inaabangan mo yan, di ba? Yung sabay-sabay. Pero hindi nila gagawin yon.
Surprising nga, sa hookah sila. Pero ito talaga yung comp na to. Lakas ng comp na to. Sa long control talaga.
Ito. So, wala nang flashy Lakia, pero meron pa rin naman siyang dogging. Ayan siya naman ngayon ang nakagat. He got stunned up, and flashed up, pero nakadami pa rin siya. Nakadalawa pa. Make that 2, and that is gonna be all she wrote for that one. Okay, I would say na... What, did you expect that? That was actually a super slow Paper X play.
Kaya nga, I mean, okay sana yung plano nila eh, you know. Pero mas surprised ako. Siguro kasi pistol round. Usually nakikita natin yung power ng comp na to get long control. You have wingman to help scout for you, extend through long, and then you pick it up again, and then clear garden, and then basically that's it. Lulusob na kayo with all the animals in the world that you have. Pero hindi nila ginawa ito because they feel like maybe it's a bit predictable. They wanted to clear Hoka instead. Pero hindi na nila ito may execute this time kasi they're on their eco. So makikita natin ito sa buy round most likely on the next one.
Yeah, so this is something na maybe Paper X can wait for a pick and finally may semblance na ng pagka medyo normal. No?
Oh, everything is right now.
hindi na siya Paper X versus the world. And now I would say na Paper X they can still get a lot of picks kasi Sheriff is still in the hands of the Vi. Still doable, right?
Oh, very doable. Lalong-lalo na yung mga thrifty rounds na naipanalo from Icebox to here. Nakakatakot. Gen.G should not lower their guard.
Yeah, for sure. Right now though, obviously, smokes are gonna be used up here. Gen.G, si Caron, ready pa naman. NTP naman bigla. Ang ginawa nitong Gen.G. Expect ba to? Ang Paper X. Hindi sila Gedli.
Oh my God!
Ayan na. Oh my goodness! It's Jing! It's Jing! Oh, the beautiful movement here coming in from Meteor. Wins them that round. That's 4! Nakaapat pala siya doon.
Oh! Grabe si Meteor. Walang nakapag-clear sa kanya. No? Talagang nag-stay siya doon. He was patient towards the side entrance ng bats at hindi nila na-realize yun. I think if you look at the body language ng mapa, after the kill from onto Caron, they actually wanted to rotate towards B. But once they teleported, parang, hindi, ano na lang tayo, A na lang tayo. Wow. And this was the initial plan in mind naman talaga. They wanted to split to make sure to confuse kung nasan ba talaga itong si Paper X. Pero hindi eh. Hindi nila tinuloy yung planong, tinuloy pa rin nila yung planong yun at hindi sila nag-adjust, kumbaga.
Well, si Meteor naman doon, cool, calm, and collected. Sige lang, pumili lang kayo, guys. Isa-isa lang. And that's exactly what happened. Right now, no nice blind. And I think medyo magagasgasan man lang nila ng bahagya. Etong si Caron doon. Nice that we are able to see a lot of patience in Gen.G as well. Oh, Forsaken, obviously. We predicted that very, very well. Now, it's the slow play. Ito na naman tayo. Possible first blood from Munchkin, pero siya yata ang na-first blood pa dito. That might be the opening na hinaantay ngayon ng Paper X. Meron ng Cove na naka-ready to defend the planter.
Grabe.
Texture! Naku po na cross! Oh man, that is not gonna be a good sign here for Gen.G. 2 members remaining. Not to mention, naka-judge. At naka-bulldog pa.
Oo. Medyo, nga to, hindi magandang mga armas para mag-retake dito. Maybe mga exit frags lang. Pero imagine, after this round, it's gonna be 11-4 and 1 round away para mag-match point. And dala pa nila lahat ng mga armas nila on the next round. So, medyo delikado nga tong sitwasyon para kay Gen.G. And again, the beautiful thing about the Gecko comp is not only long control, but as well as if you get bats, easy plant lang yun. You don't have to worry about heaven, you don't have to worry about anywhere else. Yung sa A short lang talaga, pati yung sa gilid, pagkalabas mo ng bats, yung aalahanin mo. And after that, boom, it's just that post-plant positioning that you just have to set up for your team.
Yeah, you know what I really love about the Gecko Flash? Yun yung kahit mag-patience play kayo ng magdamag, nag-regen you can just get it back after like 10 seconds, right? So you can get so much info, you can also use it to entry. So much flexibility dun sa agent na yan.
Oo. If you're able to get a lot of forward spaces, you can recover your animals again, and then boom, paulit-ulit yung mga utilities na tong si something.
Yeah. Not to mention, they can just, time out. And pwede lang nilang intayin na magamit yung smokes ni Caron. That's it. Right? Munchkin, medyo mabagal naman. Hindi naman super duper reliable yung uptime ng mga Viper, toxic screens and everything. There you go. And I think they called it correctly. Nabasa nila ng tama. It will be a B entry. Sorry, an A entry here for Paper Rex. Meteor though, he's lurking up around the smokes. Is he gonna get any stonks here? I don't think so. That's gonna be Lamp pullbacks here. Meteor though, he will be able to get a lot. Nung na-clear niya yun, that is all they needed. Oh, look at this! Look at this! No, the pullback! Munchkin! Munchkin! Oh, that is it. That is actually it. That slowed down Paper Rex so much. 2v3 pa naman. Nice flash from Lakia. These guys still alive, dueling it out. Shooting through the metal tube. Ito na nga. Plant will go down. Meteor, sobrang lalim na naman. Pero looks like hindi na yata kailangan. As we do see, na-spotted out na kayo here. My goodness, something super duper low. Has the trash though. Maybe this is gonna be something.
Upa, nagkumpulan sila. Medyo delix.
One enemy remaining.
He knows it. He can do the trash. He can use it.
Nasa taas!
Tatalugin siya. Oh no! He's looking! He's looking! Under an IQ play from Meteor!
Oh my God! Napakatalino! Napakatalinong play na ginawa ni Meteor. Hindi yun inasahan talaga ni Something. Hindi siya handa at all.
Oh my God!
Dude, this guy is player, man.
God, this guy!
I know! Grabe
When he went for the long flat, he knew. He knew what the common play was, pero I don't know, man. That was too good. That was too good. I have to replay that and see yung decision-making process niya doon. And you would say na he doesn't look at all, alam mo yun, hindi siya flabbergasted.
Oh, hindi.
siya... They're cool, man. They're cool. They're playing cool.
Yeah, nga, yung near sight talagang tinake advantage niya. Pero, syempre, Paper Rex still in the lead. That will be very helpful sa moral ni Gen.G here. Pero, natamaan ba yung moral ni Paper Rex dito? Yan ang katanungan.
That's a good question. High Tide though will stop all a division from going down. It is a very chaotic A site here. Walls left, right, and center. Flash is going off. And looks like it's gonna be a lot of kills going over to Gen.G. 3v2. Still Riku.
Stinger in hand, Mind Freak, Ice, wala na, kasi siyang Molly. Di pa rin nila alam kung lahat may flank ba or hindi. Lahat nandun sa harap.
No Molly available means it will be a pretty easy defuse here for Gen.G. And again, I'm just surprised that we're at this point where Gen.G, kailangan nilang literally climb a ladder. Alam mo yun? Like, umaakit sila ng bundok para lang ma-equal to. That's something na pretty new here, right?
Oo nga eh. I mean, that kind of deficit na score. And I think sa Paper Rex, syempre, yung questions nasa sayo. Parang, what is happening? Parang we had maybe 2 buy rounds na nakalipas. I mean, Bind in general is a map where ang hirap talaga. Ang hirap talaga umatake, no? Lalong-lalo na pag na first blood ka, parang it's just too much to cover. And it's just, parang lahat ng mga lugar na gusto mong atakihin, it's a very funneled position. Kahit anong gawin mo, magsisiksikan talaga kayo. But for Gen.G's case, as long as they keep Paper Rex sa 11th score, I don't think they have to worry too much. I think they're doing really well on this defense. I think nako-constrict talaga yung space ni Gen.G. And I think all these 1v1s and 2v2s, they're really outplaying them and actually outgunning them, which is a big surprise kasi nung unang round, na-outgun itong si Gen.G eh.
True. That is true. And again, one of the reasons as well, parang napipigilan yata ni Meteor. Yung mga, ayun ko, yung mga tripwire siguro niya. Napipigilan niya yung paglipad din dito ni
Jing.
Ni Jing, no? Pansin mo?
Tama.
So it's impressive. He's doing a lot of job, even not directly tripping him. Pero yung the cyber cages, nakakailang. It's actually very easy for you to get lost in those areas.
Yung mga one-way, nakakainis. Naka-judge pa naman siya eh. So, dito talaga siya. Ay! Pinalitan niya yung kanyang buy pala. Joke lang. Si Karon nga pala yun on the hookah.
And again, off angles, they are holding up. So, this is a very conservative, the Paper Rex this time. na I'm pretty sure na Gen.G they're starting to really read Paper Rex correctly. I mean, for a few rounds now, right? And yung mga gunfights, yung pinagtataka ko parang yung mga gunfights are being very erratic.
No.
Where normally you would expect Jing to get so many of these hits, these kills, something he barely misses. Pero this time, they seem to be, Gen.G starting to be on par in terms of gunfighting.
Oo. Nakakapag-trade naman yung dalawang teams, pero when it comes to the 2v1s, the clutch factor, mga 2v2s din, napaka-importante. Gen.G delivers! Look at that. Gen.G, grabe. Yung first bloods nila.
It was nice, a spray there from Texture. Obviously, he's still able to deny the wingman, maybe. There you go, he does deny the wingman, denies the Dizzy. And it will be an orbital pa, so it's gonna be Paper X full chaos mode here in this scenario. Lakia, nice picks as well. They are doing pretty good, pero you'll be surprised na 3v3 pa rin pala.
Oo, isang Spectre, dalawang rifle. Doable na doable to from Paper X.
Yeah, Paper X right now, playing it as conservative as he can. Except for Jing, sabi niya, tapos na ako. Harapan na tayo. And Munchkin, all alone on the defense, can get one, but can't get two. 12-6. Match point para sa Paper X.
Ramdam na ni Paper X ang revenge arc nila dito sa stage 1. It was Bind. One of the maps that Gen.G won against them nung kickoff sa Grand Finals. And now, look at them. 6-round gap. Naaamoy na nila. At yung victory dito and not revenge against Gen.G.
Paper X, they're playing against all odds here, literally, right? They're playing against like the map, right? The map select pa lang. They're also playing against like the comp here. Gen.G, who seem to be very much tailored against their zoo lineup. Now you're gonna see some kills being traded here. 3 members remaining here for Gen.G, pero lumabas na ang holding ni Divine. Sige, lumabas kayo dyan, magpila-pila pa kayo. One at a time, ladies and gents. We're seeing 2v4 now on match point. Meteor and Lakia holding very, very tight angles.
One enemy remaining.
And now one enemy remaining na lang. Si Meteor na lang natitira.
Kita pa ng Seekers to. Meteor, anong gagawin natin, boy? Ilabas na lang ang ating baton and maybe try to go for a flank teleport, which is again expected na din. Nitong si Forsaken, binato na ang lahat. O yan, moonwalk pa. Aba, moonwalk pa ni Debay ang kanyang aso. Talaga naman. Wala na, style points na lang.
Oo nga eh. Sabi mo nga si Forsaken, nakaabang na lang dito. Dami niyang kailangan i-clear laban sa 4.
Yeah, it's so little time remaining as well. Meteor spots out Forsaken. What's it gonna be? It's gonna be a Paper X beating Gen.G.
Woo! And the revenge is complete. While hindi naman siya parang, BO5, pero they still, duked it out nung nasa Madrid, and they were able to break off the streak that Gen.G was building over them. This is going to be very important for them dahil yung group nila is super stacked with points. So they definitely want to get the 2-0 alongside DRX. Pero, para naman kay Gen.G, they still need to win at least one para, ma-count yung kanilang lead sa group nila sa Alpha. And it seems to be 1 point in total pa lang yung group na yun, Rockhard. 1 point pa lang!
1 point! So literally, this is Paper Rex defeating the Alpha boss. Kasi literally, sila lang yung may point doon and sila lang yung beat against the odds to actually, take a win. And now, Paper Rex, sila na lang ngayon ang natitirang undefeated sa kanilang laban nila.
Oo. Gen.G though, parang yung biggest question mark was the first half. They, I think 4 buy rounds, sunod-sunod na hindi nila magawa, pero I don't know what happened there,
Yeah, it's actually something that would be very spicy to break down here for our panel kasi who would expect that Paper Rex can run, 10-2? 10-1? 10-0 against a team like Gen.G, a very high-class team, right? So let's throw it over to our panel, try to break that down because that was insane Valorant we've seen from a Pacific's best.
Maraming salamat, Riku and Rockhart. And I mean, just like they said, what happened there, guys? 9-0 start for Paper Rex. But again, at the end of the day, Paper Rex takes the revenge. They break the tie. And I just have to ask, anong nangyari sa Gen.G? Kasi it looks like they couldn't do anything.
Ayun nga, yung tanong, di ba? Anyari. Kumpara dun sa nakita natin kanina. But I think this is more of the Paper Rex na talagang alam at kilala natin. And we were really seeing that with the way that we were seeing, especially in frontline na dito, with Jing, how he was playing out that frontline. But also, you have to keep in mind kung anong nagagawa ni Something being on this Gecko. Hindi siya yung initiator na tipong naka-atras lang lagi. No, he's always within that fight. And I think, honestly, the Dizzy, it's one of the yung pinaka-best utility sa laro natin ngayon. And the fact they're able to utilize that super well, it benefits a team like Paper Rex.
Yun na, gulat talaga sa akin.
Highlights?
The fact that it's on the defense, if anything.
Yun na yun? Yun na ba yung highlights?
Yun na yun.
Parang 3 clicks lang eh. But yeah, as you were saying, Fluffy, yes.
I was saying that like it's really interesting to me na parang sa defense talaga sila nag-gain ng momentum for that streak. I would always think of Paper Rex as more of an attack-centered team. Pero tama kayo si Black and Blue sa pagkasabi niya, malaking bagay talaga yung Gecko Flash. But not only that, but the fact that Mindfreak is able to support them on that Brimstone, be more in the fight, have the stims for a quicker rotate. Yung kill assist ka ng dalawa nila, all that 80 to 90%. A lot of utility being supported with their team. Unlike I think yung previous maps na hirapan lang sila because of that lack of support, but this time around on Bind, a very different story.
I think I agree with you, and especially yung point na bring up ni BNB. But looking here dito sa recap natin, 13-6 ang naging scoreline natin here on Bind. Again, the first kills from Paper Rex, I really feel like you have to attribute it to Something and Mindfreak once again. Pero Paper Rex really like to keep us on our toes. Gusto mo nila na nasa stress tayo in the first 2 games, and then they ramp up and absolutely go ham. And I feel like now, like as you said, Fluffy, na Jing has had a even better performance here as compared to the way he played on Lotus.
Oo na lang daw.
Yeah.
Sabi Fluffy. Well, I'll pick up that. To be honest, your point a while ago about yung First Bloods 6-13, I honestly don't think it. I mean, 8-11. It isn't that big of a disparity, but it was more about closing out some of those rounds dito for PRX. And part of that nga is that I think yun sa comp na dinadala nila, they have that Gecko on Something that really gives you so much maneuverability, not in terms of specifically like movement wise, but just in terms of how you adjust to the rotations of the opposing side. At yun yung kadakasan din talaga ng comp nila. We were also seeing here Paper Rex with Forsaken, yung meron nga siyang Harbor, yung Cove, madaming mga beses na naproprotekta niya at bigla niyang na-isolate ang mga kalaban niya sa kakampi, with that Cove being a very big part of how they're able to divide the map.
Really a lot of safety that got provided by that, and especially the fact that they're able to cover themselves not with the util as well, but apparently swing through a lot of the util. Like even if they cove and they use their walls, they'll just push through it with a support flash, and it's enough that they got to surprise Gen.G with the pace. I think a lot of times, I remember when they were pushing the A side as well, they pushed through the harbor wall, I believe, tapos na timing sila sa mga flash, nag-reload yung iba, just very caught off guard with the playstyle of Paper Rex here on Bind.
I mean, that's why we love Paper X and what Paper X does. They always give us the unexpected, and that's what makes them so special. Actually, I really like that point then when you're talking about the Gecko and the Harbor. I just felt like you kind of just tailored this game for them to play according to you. And in that instance, I think Gen.G was stuck on Bind with Paper X. They were not stuck together. They were locked in with Paper X, and they couldn't get out. But that is going to be it for Gen.G and Paper X. And Paper X finally breaks the tie. The question now is going to be, how is Gen.G going to come back to this, especially considering that they do have to rank up a few points, and considering that I think one side of the group has 1 point. I think yun yung sinabi ni Riku. So a little bit alarming considering that, but I don't think it's going to affect the other teams there anyway. But still, great showing from Omega.
I don't think that's a bad spot naman necessarily on Gen.G. They went up against Paper X, arguably, pag pinag-usapan natin all-time ng Pacific, probably the best team of all time in the Pacific, aside from maybe DRX, but heights on Paper X have been a lot higher, plus more consistent throughout the past 3-4 years. And you look at the other teams na kakalabahan dito ng Gen.G, DFM, who found their first win of their entire Pacific League run. Yes, congrats to them, pero hindi pa rin sila kasing katulad ng team dito ng Gen.G, so there's a lot for them to prove. Tapos may DRX, Zeta RRQT1. Lots of matchups. I think the DRX, rather Gen.G, can still end this entire season still on top. It's only the group stages. Malay natin sa playoffs dun makabawi ang Gen.G, katulad sa nangyari nga nung kickoff where Paper X, they beat Gen.G nung regular season, tas pagdating ng playoffs, dun naman nalo ang Gen.G sa finals.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, looking at those matches na sinabi mo, I feel like aside from maybe DRX, maybe RRQ a little or T1, but Zeta Division, DFM, these are teams that statistically they have no trouble dealing with. So I feel like it's gonna be parang mabawi naman sila. They'll still make it out of it. I don't think it'll slow the pace. And if you're gonna lose nga to any team, at least you're losing to the champs.
Ano din pala, last game pala nila ng regular season dito, Team Secret. So, sure ball, bakbakan yun, Gen.G versus Team Secret.
100%, of course. And speaking of Team Secret, we do have a game with them tomorrow. But speaking of today, of course, before we move on and get too excited, I just think that, you know, these two teams, at the end of the day, they've set the standard for Pacific. And we were talking about this last week na we kind of have to forget yung mga faces of these teams from 2023. Pero sabi nga ni Rico while she was casting that this is the Paper X of 2023 that we're used to seeing. And it's good to see them back better than ever. And I think it's only gonna take a little bit of time until they finally get Jing parang synced back up again. But speaking of syncing back up, how do you think he's doing now?
I mean, the way I think if you're really talking about the backup of how things are going, I'm not too sure just yet. I think we've had a very small sample size, pero I think as the season progresses, today so far, yung Bayan has been yung pinaka wake-up moment that, oh, you guys are back, Jing is back, the whole team looks back. If they can continue this, Paper X, a second title, I think it's not far from reach.
Well, I think that makes it, this tiebreaker battle is now over, but we are not yet done because we are going to be going to the stage for an interview with Paper X.
It's been like we lost 2 matches against them, so finally happy that we won against them.
Now, we saw a lot of curveballs from each team, and we saw a lot of changes from your side throughout today's series. So I'm going to start with the Icebox pick, because you guys haven't played this map for so long. You've banned it 8 times so far. So why today, and why against Gen.G?
The reason why is because like last time we don't play Icebox is because we don't have much time to practice in Icebox. So coming to this event, I mean like coming against them, we know that Gen.G Icebox is not that their strongest map. So we took a gamble and yeah, it showed up today.
Well, when it comes to gambling a little bit, Gen.G also had the texture on the Omen on Icebox, so did that kind of catch you off guard, or what were your initial reactions?
Honestly, for myself, I'm pretty surprised why he played Omen, because like I thought he played good last time when he played against Jet, yeah. And yeah, I was surprised a little bit, but I don't really like bothered by it, so yeah.
And also, we see you guys on Bind kind of moving away from the Reyna comp and more into solo duelist comp. So is there a specific reason why, or is something trying to play more of Gecko?
Honestly, I don't know the reason why. Just like Alex wanted something to play Gecko, so I don't really know why actually. Yeah,
I love that Gecko. Something on the Gecko, especially with the operator, deadly. Now, last but not least, you guys are facing Team Secret on Sunday. What's your mindset? They're struggling a little bit, so.
We're not gonna underestimate them, even though like they look a bit off, but we want our revenge because last year we lost against them in Pacific League. So yeah, we just want another revenge, I would say. Yeah.
Another revenge. Well, thank you, Mindfreak, so much, and good luck on Sunday. Now that was Mindfreak, and we're gonna head off to a short break, but stay tuned because we have T1 taking on DRX. We'll see you soon.
want you to be more efficient because these guys just play contact. So.
Okay, TC Cream. We need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Right, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Tara. Let's go. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Match found.
Less than a second is spares and a fuse comes in. Absolutely.
Stand in my way. I dare you.
Match found.
Less than a second is spares and a fuse comes in. Absolutely unbelievable.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, dito sa Filipino broadcast ng VCT Pacific Stage 1. My name is Risco, together with Riku and Rockhart, back from casting game number 1. Welcome, guys, and gusto ko lang malaman yung thoughts nyo about that match kasi parang it went by so fast and ang dami nangyari that we couldn't process it.
There's a lot to talk about, honestly, yung matchup na yun. There's, again, I knew we were gonna have a long day, but it felt quite condensed. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. We were expecting 18 to 16 OT. Ano ka ba?
Yeah! Nasaan yung OT?
Okay na yun. Mabilis na yun.
I mean, true. I mean, considering, na-realize ko din, we have 3 of Pacific's kings playing today. PRX, DRX, Gen.G, T1 soon, maybe. They want to get there. But it's just interesting to think that they all landed on one day. But we are reading T1 actually right now.
Honestly,
Hello, Saya. Now, with what happened in week 1, winning today's match will give you a lot of breathing room, I guess. So what's your mindset coming in today, and how have you guys been able to recover from the last DFM series?
From the last game, we decide to play confidence, and then we don't care. Yeah.
More confidence today to what you're good at.
Yeah. That's right.
Okay, good luck today, man.
So more confidence today, guys. That's what T1 is going to be doing coming into this match. They've had a strong showing, like maybe not in terms of matches won, but we do have to factor in how close their games have been lately, especially now Saya player has been very, very consistent in his games.
Oo nga parang nagiging trend yung they start off really strong sa first half, tapos pagdating sa second half, parang kinukulang sila, either hindi nila matapos yung laro, o kaya naman parang nawawalan yung confidence to try risky, high risk, high reward plays.
which is surprising because you know what, Xcrit and Saya player usually get things done, and Izu. And again, hindi ko makalimutan yung sinabi ni Izu na he wants to be like the Korean, the faker of Valorant. And you know what, with the game from DFM, we've seen that happen to the greatest as well. So I think they have to be careful, and tama yung sinabi ng coach, to be honest. Like, play like you don't care. Be the ultimate nonchalant.
Nonchalant. But
Nonchalant.
up next, we do have DRX.
Hello, Mako. Now, T1 of course lost to DFM, but you can't really let your guard down against them. So is there anything you need to watch out for today?
Whatever, they lost the FM. Yeah, so
Easy game?
never mind.
Dude, I love Mako so much. But aside from Mako, of course, we have the whole lineup of DRX. Na-guilty ako dito a little bit because I did doubt them last week. Pero they proved me wrong. They proved a lot of people wrong. And I'm happy about it.
Oo, ang ganda nga ng performance nila recently. Sila yung they're tied right now in the standings 2-0 with Paper Rex, pero sobrang consistent nila. I think they still have the DRX spirit from 2023 where, you know, even if they lose these pistol rounds, even if they, I don't know, 3-0 sila, it's a part of that downloading stage from them. It feels like they still come up on top. Si Mako, syempre, wag natin kakalimutan yung MVP player last year ng 2023. I think there's still potential for him to, you know, keep that crown sa kanya, yung still the best player in Pacific. Lalong-lalo na yung mga plays, yung mga outplays na pwede niyang gawin para sa team.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're definitely the how would say it, more consistent. Like, most consistent talaga sila. Like, compared to other teams like T1, the Korean teams normally held in a very high regard. I mean, it's hard to beat their consistency, especially with the head-to-head. Oh my goodness. Why do they have to highlight this?
It's a little intimidating, and you know, it's like adding more salt. So wound na to. Every time that T1 and DRX have met, DRX have absolutely, I don't want to say destroyed, pero ganun din eh. If you look at the score lines on these maps, it's been pretty one-sided. Maybe not in the last year, pero this is a new face din for T1. They have had a good showing against Paper X recently. So I think we do have high hopes for them this year. Again, I think na yung faces that we remember from last year, we have to throw out the preconceptions we have of these teams and kind of look at it with fresh eyes.
Alam mo, tama ka, kasi iba nga tong T1 in comparison to last year na, you know, even though they would constantly meet last year, it was always DRX coming up on top. The fact that this is a new roster, they've never met on kickoff ever.
True?
So maybe this is like the real test na yung totoong magkakaalaman na. Pero DRX talaga, ang consistent nila, yung downloading stage nila on the day itself, the way that they adjust on the fly is what makes me think kung bakit sila talaga yung isa sa mga nakakatakot na teams dito sa Pacific.
I think it boils down to game sense, and you're actually right. This might actually be like trial by fire here for T1 as we go into stage 1. Like, comparatively, again, Izu, I would say this is a huge skew. This is like the first time I've seen this draft get skewed like this, no?
I think we definitely have to contribute it sa roles nila, and these are the two pickups that these teams have had. You know, we do have Foxy9, but he was already on the roster last year, so very interesting to see how they've been factoring in to these, you know, these teams that have been together as a roster for so long.
Kaya nga eh, ang ganda ng addition ng mga controllers natin. I feel like Bane and Izu have a very strong initial showing, first impressions. Pero I think one thing I have to lean towards DRX a bit more kasi not only did Bane have a strong showing, but he shares the same, I suppose, pool with Mako, with which we consider as like maybe one of the best Omen players in the region. Pero it shifts a bit of weight away from Mako, and Bane, I think, has been carrying that half of the weight, I suppose, on the controller role really, really well.
And I would say na Izu, I feel like his stats feel more like those, alam mo yung mga duelist na biglang pinag-smoker, pinag-controller ng mga team nila. That's exactly what I feel like happened to Izu at some point, where his playstyle definitely kind of goes into more of like very aggressive agents. But you know what? He does it on these controllers as well.
Yeah, I mean, we do see it happen a lot here in Valorant. But I think that I do want to go back sa point mo, Riku, kasi we do talk about Mako a lot last year. I think yun yung flaw ng DRX at one point now, how Mako has so much pressure and he felt like it was all on him. And he did say that having the additional support from Foxy9 at the time helped relieve him of so much of that. So I feel like Bane being there has been like the perfect fit for DRX this 2024.
Yeah, swak na swak nga yung pasok ni Bane dito. Pero syempre, si Izu, marami siyang mga multi-frags on Ascent. I remember when they went up against DFM. So I'm expecting a lot from that, yung mga plays niya mamaya.
Uy, the coin.
The coin!
So far, I want to see the coin. Sana may coin cam sila next time. Kasi for the whole year, they've been having the coin now instead of just the, you know, the thing they do backstage.
Yeah.
So they need to have a coin cam at this point.
Oo nga. I think last year meron, no? As in, minamano nila binababa yung camera.
Oo nga, no! Nalala ko yun! I think sa lock-in or basta alam ko Brazil yun.
Meron diba?
They were zooming in the camera on the coin. Pero hindi mo rin makikita kasi it's so small.
Baka daw kasi akala nyo niloloko natin sila. May tiwala na daw. Na-regain na daw nila ang tiwala ng mga masa.
Yeah,
okay na.
but
okay na.
Looking here
Focus on the players, focus on the coaches.
Yes. Let's focus let's focus here sa map veto natin. So we've got a Breeze pick from T1 and a DRX from a split from DRX na honestly one of my favorite maps from them considering na wala na yung Haven sa map pool natin. So very excited to see this from them.
Oh yeah, for sure. I really love the respect from DRX as well, removing Lotus. I think T1, syempre, hindi natin ma-deny from 2023. It feels like ito yung yung bilis naman ng map veto natin. Ito yung talagang linilin nila para magkaroon ng momentum is what I want to say.
Oh wow, okay.
I would say this this feels quite normal. And now I'm flash forwarding to Agent Select. That's something I'm really looking forward to now.
That's right. And if I remember correctly, so we've got Bind as the decider. Split.
Yeah.
And ano yung first map again?
I know this. Breeze, yes.
Breeze. I think Breeze is going to be an interesting thing because I think although sa stats, DRX have been very successful in all of their runs this year, I don't think we can base it off of this alone, but I think that this Harbor pick here from T1 is going to make a world of difference. But considering they don't have a hard sentinel like Cypher, it may make things difficult for them on the defending side, considering they're going up against DRX, who has a very, very dangerous execute when it comes sa attacking nila.
Oo, nakakatakot nga isipin yun, no? I mean, the exchange naman is a double controller, which means Breeze is a very, very, very big and wide map. There's a lot of open spaces. So, oo nga, that's why a double controller, feels like it is a playground of a Yoru. I feel like it takes advantage of the Yoru pick much, much better. So, maybe, may pagkabias ako dun sa composition na yun, but it's about, as cliche as it is, execution. Kasi T1 has been a bit on a slump, no? It's not, they don't have a really good experience pagdating sa Breeze. And they're going up against DRX, who's really good of on-the-fly adjustments. And I think they really have to catch them by surprise. It feels like if you're up against the DRX, you have to keep changing your strategy every single time or else maging predictable ka para sa kanila.
Hindi ko dapat nag-chamber na kayo, sayang. Again, I still maintain that I love chamber on maps like Breeze. And if you're really good at Headhunter, it's huge payoffs, especially in the early rounds and on your eco rounds. So yeah, obviously Cypher is great for holding down B and A main if you're trippy, but normally it's B, right? So yeah, hoping for the best here and pretty, coin toss pa rin ako. I would still definitely vote. Wala ba tayong predicts?
I mean, you want to do predictions? Let's do predictions. Let's go. Rockheart, you first.
Feeling ko T1
T1!
Okay.
Ikaw, Riku.
DRX para sa akin. I think isang mapa pa lang yung nalalaroan from Breeze on this T1, so we'll have to see.
I think I'm gonna have to stick with DRX as well. Kasi when it comes to the plays, you really have to admire how deep their playbook runs. It really doesn't run out. I think na last year, it got a little bit stale, but now they've come up with some new fresh stuff. And I don't think well, I do think T1 can kind of find something to deal with it. Pero at the end of the day, DRX is known for doing DRX things. And again, katulad ng sinabi mo, T1 not looking as sharp right now. So I'm gonna go with DRX for this one. But eto na yung battle of the hometown heroes. It's gonna be T1 versus DRX. Ipasa na natin sa ating mga casters. It's Fluffy and Black and Blue.
Ito na mga kaibigan, nagbabalik tayo dito sa VCT kung saan nakita natin sa Pacific League. Ang Korean Derby ang magaganap ngayon. We saw another Korean team kanina, yung Gen.G, pero yung dalawang natitirang Korean team ay maglalaban naman ngayon. Ako si BNB, kasama ko si Fluffy O2. Fluffy, kamusta ka naman and what do you think about this game coming up?
Feeling ko talaga mahirapan ang isang team dito, and T1 looks like it's gonna be a big uphill battle against yung Giants natin dito in DRX, because this map is gonna be very interesting with both Yorus in play, especially because baka naman, in fairness, ito yung time na during that fusion and confusion with all this Yoru nonsense that T1 can actually find a gap in DRX armor.
Medyo nga, yun yung iniisip natin, diba? Last year, nung sa T1, nung kinakalaban nila itong DRX, you'd see some moments na T1 have this weird facet na parang may mga chances sana silang maitalo ang DRX. Hindi lang nila nako-close out. We saw dun sa lower bracket final na umabot nga sila ng 5 maps. They won 2. Naging map 5 pa. But in the end, it was DRX that closed it out. Today, so far, as of sa mga nakikita natin galing sa T1, they haven't been looking as successful as nakita natin nung unang taon, nung last year ng Pacific League. It begs the question to wonder kung tama ba ang mga decision nila in terms of sinong pinasok nila at sinong intinanggal. They still keep Carpe, they still keep Saya player, but now they have Excurate. Now they have players like Izu, and were those the right decisions para sa team na to? Kung ito ba nga talaga ang mga tamang pagpalit nila ng mga tao, yung mga piyesa na dinadala nila dito sa laban, especially against DRX na so far yung core nila ever since yung Vision Strikers for the most part miski kay Lakia, and nag-stick together pa rin at ito pa rin sila, isang buong team pa rin.
Yung bago or yung consistency talaga yung laban dito, and I feel like for me at least you can always go on reliability, so DRX probably has the upper hand on that part. But that's not to say na wala pang mga growing pains yung T1. Baka naman kasi scale lang sila, tapos eventually after a couple rounds here and there with this lineup, gagaling din na sila sa level na gusto nilang abutin. But right now it's still gonna be a big challenge considering that you are very much the underdogs in this one, and it's gonna take, I think, a lot of not just the execution but how they play this map to their advantage, using maybe the macro instead to really find a lot of weaknesses dito for DRX, because DRX, they have so much experience na in not just in this map but in general for Valorant, always playing at the top tier, and they already have that fundamentals down of how they want to win a lot of game plans.
Teka na LSS ako sa sa kanta sa background, yung bagong labas na Undefeated. Ikaw, anong reaction mo, Fluff? Ano mo nakita?
Are you reactions ko? Ang dami kasing reference, na-overwhelmed kasi ako so nagulat na lang ako
Oo nga, may mga may Quiapo,
na lang ako tapos
si Rico, paborito niyang kanta yan. Paulit-ulit nung countdown niya kinakanta.
Wala pa nga yung broadcast, nagsimula na.
Undefeated, undisputed sana. Pero yung dalawang team na to, hindi pa nila na-earn yung titulo na yon so far in this season. You look at DRX, sige, nanalo sila versus Team Secret and Global Esports, but can they continue that up here? Kalaban nga ang T1. 2-0 sila ngayon in the standings. Kick-off, natalo sila sa Gen.G. But T1 here, I think, have more to prove. Siyempre, old expectations ng DRX, hindi mo talaga matatanggal yan. We know them, Vision Strikers pa lang. Madami silang idinadalang karga dito in terms of the expectations. Pero ang T1, they also have big things to prove coming from that spectacular season ng season number 1, ng year number 1 ng Pacific League nung huling taon. At ngayon, makakuha ba nila ang same kind of play na nakita natin na gawang kataas yung level?
Exactly, and I feel like yung malaking part dun is yung confidence dun, because of course kahit bagay yung roster, alam mo naman may growing pains, but that's not an excuse not the performance. Unfortunately, hindi naman sila undefeated, medyo malayo sila dun for the opposite end of things, and they are really trying to get that foothold pa lang, not even just to climb all the way to the top, but just get some solid ground at the moment, because they did fall to DFM previously, and the only one so far. So I don't know how that's gonna affect them moving on to this. I don't know, magiging loose streak I don't know natin yung lahat.
Well, tignan natin dito ang comp na dinadala ng DRX. Si Foxy9 dito. Sa mga dagdag din nila nung huling taon pa lang na continuing into the 2024 season na okay talaga. We used to see him on the jet dito sa mapa na to, but in this case, Buzz will take that away. Kung saan nakikita natin si Buzz yung nagyayoro dati, si Bane naman ang magyayoro ngayon. Tapos yun nga, si Foxy9 na naging Cypher dito. Nakita natin dati si Flashback nandun sa pwesto niyon. So, as far as the team comp, it stays the same sa nakikita natin dati galing sa DRX. Iba lang yung mismo gumagamit ng mga agent na yon dito sa pagpasok sa Breeze.
Yeah, speaking din sa agents, with both of these Euros in play, parang mahirapan din yung mga Cypher players dito. Foxy9 gonna struggle really with the tripwires because weirdly enough, one of the best counters talaga is having that clone to really tank a lot of these early things. Kasi at this point, with the trips reactivating after a certain amount of buffs, parang kahit yung shock turrets, medyo mahirap or even sacrificing Joan for him. So here on the pistol round, very standard here. And for the defense, a retake wall towards that B side.
Alright, let's get to it. Opening map dito ng ating series. DRX on the attacking side, T1 sa depensa. You can see the comp ng T1. They're playing that double wall comp controllers na meron silang Harbor, meron silang Viper. Paano siya gagana without a Sentinel? Tignan natin. Early contact papuntang A main. And this is gonna be the opening pick for DRX. Mako makakadalawa. Sasagot i-Excurate pero aatras na rin din ang DRX.
Do you see that Teko talaga lumaban dito, taking an early fight as they take even more space through halls and just flood onto site?
Saya player. Try niyang i-contest yung halls. Alam niya sanang may tao dito pero umatras na rin DRX. Continue on into the site. Hindi nila sinugod. Buzz winning that fight sa malayuan. Foxy9 nakasaw-saw pa sa Excurate na hindi niya inakalang may malapit. And Rossi stands alone. 2 to 4. Mag-isa na lang siya dito. Rather 1v4. Let's see kung makahanap pa siya ng pitas.
Still though, maraming oras dito to work with. Spike just coming down but no info on his position. But yun na yung unang shot.
Alam nila. He's here by the switch. Siyempre medyo mahirap maka-out. DRX hindi rin siya binibigyan ng pagkakataong makahanap ng isa. Si Bane as soon as kumilaw si Rossi. Handa na rin siya. At yung pang-unang round dito ng ating laban na to, DRX ay makakakuha niyan.
Slight overextension dito for the side of T1 with that opening A main fight. Nahirapan sila kasi napitas na agad yung dalawa. Just a trade for 2-1. And Mako landing the great shots to open up the map. They tried to recover here by taking more control dito sa my halls. But that's just not enough people to really hold that map. Especially in the pistol round. Baka kung may barrel kaya pa. But with just these ghosts, it's very hard to take a lot of these fights pag ganun ka malaki yung map, man advantage rather.
Expect mo nga yung sheriff dun yung gagana pa pero I mean, in this case, wasn't able to really connect those shots at yung tuloy medyo na ubusan sila sa investment nilang idinala ng round na yun. T1 on the eco and nagsusubok medyo lumapit dito.
Ganda naman ng harbor wall nila dito. Both cutting off A main, allowing yung mga Halls players na to push up close. Sulit na sulit talaga yung util dito with no darts coming in. Very slow round number 2 so far. And Excurate has the Marshal. Still holding down the angle, expecting dito yung push sa A. Kasi medyo tahimik dito sa B for this Viper, just playing behind the wall.
Alam nila, papunta dito sa A. Saya player not connecting just yet. Nandito sa may backside. Somehow Izu gets a kill on Foxy9. Kung saan si Bane sasaw-saw din kay Saya player at makakakuha ng isa. They have the sight. Si Excurate naghahanap ng malalasunan dito pero mahuhuli din naman ng DRX. And so far DRX medyo malinis-linis din. Wala nakabantay nung sa may logs pero nahuli din naman nila ang mga nagbabalak sumangsaw dito. So T1 Carpe na lang natitira. This should be a second round for DRX.
Probably just gonna die to the spike here. But tignan mo talaga yung confidence ng DRX. 3 Vandals agad-agad dito. Round number 2 pa lang. They really want to secure the future here and invest in that with this heavy buy. It's a lot of pressure for them not to die here. So maybe makapita siya na isa o dalawang Vandal. But with this classic and 10 HP, not a lot that you can do this and hoping for an exit path. But I feel like it's expected already as DRX go for the swing and Stack's gonna secure the round, pushing this to round number 3. A very healthy buy dito for DRX.
DRX. Doing pretty okay so far. At tignan mo, dahil nga dun sa sabi mong healthy economy nila, makakapag-force pa sila ng puro mga Vandal dito pagpunta sa dapat bonus nila. And it's been something we've been seeing teams do if May mga tipid din naman syempre from that second round anti-eco. Dalawang naka-pistol gives him enough economy to force a buy on the third and still have enough money para makabili ng fourth round. So, madaming chance dito ang DRX makapagdagdag pa sa score.
Harbor wall rather. Yet again dito to cut off both chokes. No info wanna be gained for the defense side, blocking it off for a very slow round start here as we're just going for a standard setup. Foxy trying to lurk in as well sa my B side. Try to gather as much info as he can para maagapang yung DRX. They do have the Vandals but armor still lacking on their side. Means they have to be a bit more careful dito pag handa sila para sa push.
T1 here. Lalim ni Izu, but if he's able to get a kill, pwede naman siya mag-back. The thing is though, walang mapapapunta sa kanya dito from DRX. If they do go elbow, di may chance siyang maka-flank sa kanila kung hindi nila ma-expect na mag-push siya sa may bottom mid. But looking like to commit here, hindi nakatingin sa tamang side si Saya. Player makakadalawa pa nga ang DRX and they get the entry for the site.
I'm surprised that they even tried to go for an early pick. Kahit pre-primed yung dash out ng Jet, maling corner tinignan. But the fact that they're just gonna aggro that just for the info because it's been blocked out so much means that they just take a blind fight. And ngayon, the man advantage. And again, this is on their bonus. If they win this, it forces T1 back onto that eco round. And look at the retake position. They're gonna try, but yun na yung Viper wall.
The bad read niya dito from T1's defense. And this is a round na hindi na ina-expect na may armas din pala ang DRX who are shutting down the retake here. Buzz on the triple. Si Carpe na lang natitira. As much as he might wanna seize the day, ipit na ipit siya dito. Saan ka nakatingin, Buzz? Hindi ba niya alam na nasa harap lang din? Bane gets a trade-off at least. So DRX, napakalinis ng opening third round nila.
So far, so good yung momentum dito for DRX and T1. Maganda yung mga ideas nila in order to take space, but that lack of info really hurting them towards this mid-round because DRX is able to just become that scalpel and move through a lot of what they're doing. Capitalize yung mga mistakes na ginagawa ng T1. Honestly, at this point, feeling ko yung DRX, naghihintay lang sila na magkamali yung T1 saka sila papasok instead of trying to risk themselves. And because of that, they're awarded with a very good streak of rounds. Healthy economy, and T1 struggle again here with this eco.
Parang napapressure yung T1 na mag-aggress, and because of that, DRX nabibigyan tuloy ng mga oportunidad to punish those mistakes. Buzz gets the kill on Carpe dahil nga may informasyon siya sa ulti dito ni Bane. On that Yoru, si Execute, alam nila kung nasaan siya, but they let him back off instead. DRX 5v4 dito ang hold nila against the retake.
Not wanting to risk anything, even committing yung dimensional drift para maklear. Baka naman kasi may naka-shotgun dyan, shorty at iba pa. Just to get that space and playing this long range angle. Buzz and Rosie already trade.
2v4 dito. Medyo mahirap para sa T1. Napakahirap actually. Wala naman silang pangharang din ng choke dito. They do have an angle potentially against his spike plant. Izu connects the shot. Makakaisa. Pangalawa ba siya dito? They're not able to stick it because of the utility. Dahil nga may snake bite. Meron din mga shock dart. And this round should be done. T1 looking for the kills that they can find. Pero in the end, 4-0 pa din para sa DRX.
Every player then stepping up. Mako in the opening round. Ngayon, siya din. Previously, si Buzz. And DRX, always, every round, tatlo yung Vandal na nasa save nila. So, just building and building that lead even further. But to be fair, it is a eco round dito para sa T1. But I wish that they were able to get a bit more value. Pero DRX, recognizing that, I feel like is why they committed yung dimensional drift. Alam nila na baka ayaw nila malason, gagapang na lang sila. Para lang sure na we'll have as much rounds kasi at the end of the day, race naman to the 13 Nisha Marathon.
Oh, time first muna dito sa T1.
Smart
Siyempre, nahirapan sila sa opening. Sabi nila, teka, medyo asim yung laro. Medyo masyadong lumalaban. Feeling ko, pag ganito, Fluff, parang this is a time where you try to stop being so proactive, which almost sounds like a bad thing. Tapos maging reactive na lang para, syempre, early game, you don't necessarily have to always set the tempo. Pwede mo munang abangan yung kalaban and try and see ano yung tempo na gusto laruin ng DRX, tsaka ka mag-adjust.
Sa bagay, especially dito sa Breeze, especially, I feel like dahil sa laki ng mapa, mas madali talaga mag-retake or mag-reflank. So it's not that bad of an idea to really give that early sight maybe let them waste yung mga util nila. Yeah, they will get the plant, but at least you have the man advantage. Kasi sa naman yung option B, which is you take a fight na hindi mo naman plano kasi it's the attacker setting the tempo tapos mapipitas lang kayo. So mahirap talaga yung retake in that position. So konting adjustment and picking which fights you really want to take here, because right now it looks like they're going for the same plan here with the harbor wall, maybe expecting some moving towards hulls. And DRX looks like they have an adjustment of their own here with the stack hulls.
I think especially dito sa Breeze on the defensive side, it's one of the hardest maps to take an early fight para nga dun sa mga defenders kasi wala ka masyadong mga pwestong napapaglabanan sa choke eh. Like sa mismong choke lang talaga siya nangyayari. Hindi siya katulad ng mga ibang maps na parang you can really take early control sa defensive side. Here, mabilis din maipagbigay. But tignan natin, DRX, tinake nila yung holes dahil nga sobrang abante ng depensa. Foxy9 fans the one. Yung side dito medyo alanganin para ma-clear. Hindi tumutumba si X-Current and T1 somehow putting up a good fight. Dito pa si Mako makakadalawa. They know Roxy's somewhere here. Nakita pa siya, but Pain cannot connect the shot. Meron siyang TP pang atras. Can he find it? Yes, he does. 1v1. Bane versus Izu. Yoru versus Yoru. Alam ba ni Izu kung nasan siya? Kita niya yung ulo. And Bane gets it in the end. DRX 5-0 pa din.
Closest round so far for T1 to snatch one away sa map number 1 na ito dito sa Breeze, pero nahirapan pa rin sila at the end of the day with the gunfight. Good idea to really plant yung mga players na towards A, and knowing na walang early aggression compared sa mga ibang rounds, they're able to create that pincer on the A side para lang manalo sila sa mga flanks. But unfortunately for them, even though Excellent Carver Rossi getting an amazing frag, Mako stabilizing the situation enough that even when he falls, the timing just on DRX's side, and so far the adjustments of T1 working, but parang medyo too late at this point.
Timing dito for DRX. Let's see how it works out. T1. Siyempre, sila yung natatambakan dito one by one. So they're the ones who are trying to finally find the round. Kaya sila na medyo nape-pressure mag-push early on dito sa may mid. Contact na hanap ni Rossi rather ni Mako. Alam niyang dalawa nakaabante. There's also some positioning here from Carpe na at least he has a door open so makakatras si Pedro maging problema.
Free info pa rin para sa nila, but this mid connection could be the difference. Izu landing one, gets away for free as well. Pero Carpe alam na yung dalawa dahil dun, but still goes for the fight. At least na-trade siya dun, 3v3.
Why would he push there? They already had the pick. Signed naman, I think he was half committed to already pushing by the time nahanap din yung pick, kaya tinuloy na lang din niya. But allows the equalize to happen for T1. 3v3 na ngayon. DRX, libreng-libre ang B-site kung mahanap na si Izu dito, who's not even looking the right way. Manggagaling sila sa kanan niya. He gets found! And that's the B-site open para ngayon sa DRX.
Tapos tingin mo pa naman yung position ni Foxy9, handang-handa dito para ma-cut off yung rotate, which they already have secured. It's gonna be free like you mentioned, pero here comes the shot already dealt with as XQ that falls down to Foxy.
1v3. Magagawa ba ni Rossi to? It's been a very difficult defensive half para sa T1. Napakalinis naman para sa DRX dito in this series. Mukhang bali sa momentum nila dito, have a real good chance of continuing this even further. Rossi parang magsisave na lang. Alam niyang medyo mahirap, wala na ring oras, malayo yung spike. And that's gonna be a 6th round here for DRX. Fluff, tingin mo anong pwedeng gawin dito ng T1 para maiba?
Kailangan talaga, I think, sulitin yung information gathering powers ng Sova nila, especially the drone. Kasi at least na-refresh yung recon dart. But even with that, they have to get some relevant info para maagapang sila. Because at this point, parang they're half committed to do something proactive, pero half also being a bit too reactive, giving a bunch of free space. And even though the more successful times that they've tried to get around is when they're kind of aggressing, yung failure of that map control afterwards is just because of that lack of vision, I feel.
I mean, you can see them trying to make do with yung konting impormasyon na meron sila dito sa defense, but they've just been consistently, I think, playing into bad situations. And DRX, puro punish lang eh. DRX aren't necessarily creating too many options for themselves. Napapagbigyan lang sila ng T1 ng oportunidad ng mga windows na pwede nilang buksan, and DRX blow them wide open. So, if you're T1 right now, once again, yung mga aggressive push nila early round, I think DRX fully expect this.
Nahirapan lang din sila, but maybe the timing here from Saya player gets one for
Never
free
mind.
Vayne down.
Hindi nila in-expect. Kanina kasi, inaabangan eh. But I guess this time, parang hindi na. So let's look at it. I think T1 have a good hold here sa B site. Kung nag-commit yung DRX ang basta-basta, this might be the opening T1 round.
Very quiet dito. Looking for a very careful pick as Boss. Will he check the corner? He does. Body shot pa lang. Wala na si Saya player because of the chip damage earlier.
Still not the best buy here for T1. Isang Phantom lang kamo ang meron sila. Nandun sa kamay ni Rossi. Saya player. Kuha din naman yung baril niya from Izu. Izu has a good position here, but he doesn't even get the one. Kinailangan nila na makahanap siya ng at least one doon. But Carpe connects with a double for Carpe. Huge kill para sa kanya, but the flank coming from Foxy. This might be the clutch. 1v2. Meron nga siyang ulti. Nadink pa naman dito. Excurate from above. Connects as well. Galing sa likod. Nag-flank. And si Foxy, he goes down for DRX. Rather, for T1's opening round.
Finally getting yung foothold na hinahanap nila for the entire first part of this game so far. Gets a round against DRX and finally rewarded with a proper buy. Marami silang ults, marami silang utility, but I feel like still that lack of vision because they're playing this double controller. Wala silang Cypher has really been hurting them overall. Solutions like this, ni Saya player just aggressing to take space instead of waiting for them to do something. If they can get more of that working for them, especially with the Yoru, I think they can gain back the map control that so far nahirapan sila kunin.
Well, you can definitely tell that T1 at least making the most of what they have. Hunter's Fury dito, hindi pa rin niya nakakuha. Low HP na rin daw si Mako, but he doesn't stick around to find out kung nandun pa rin. Izu nag-bail. Sayang yun para sa T1. They were so close to finding a big important pick.
Yung pa naman yung controller nila, Mako fell there, but just a little too late. 2 ults invested just to take him out. Pero sa bagay naman, marami pa lang silang ultimate. Still have that Reckoning to use. The Foxy9 is gonna bring a Reckoning of his own. Izu shuts him down though.
Okay, good pushes here from T1 now. At least landing the shots, yung talaga yung kinailangan kanina. Ulti naman galing kay Bane. Nandito siya sa may backside. Hindi niya mahanap kung nasaan mismo si Excurate. Nasa may kanto lang pala. He's only good for the one before matrade siya. 3v2 na ngayon as the kills are coming on in. What a scramble on the site with DRX up on top. 2v2 na ngayon. May operator pa si Stax. Pero alam ba nila nandito sa may kanto si TC Isuzu rather. Lapit lang din. The swing out and Rossi shuts it down before mga contact pa si Izu. 2-6 and T1, 2 rounds in a row.
Finding more momentum, yun yung kailangan nila para sa game na to. It seems like these small pocket 2-man plays from T1 really punishing yung mga mistakes ng DRX. They go for something a bit risky in the start ng round to take out Mako, but even though that doesn't pay off, the fact that they're able to win a lot of these early fights is one of the key factors kung bakit nagsiswing ng pakonte-konte dito yung mga rounds natin.
Back and forth so far in between the individual rounds, but lately yung T1 yung nakakapag-close out. That's 2 in a row now. Can they do even more? Timeout naman. Unang timeout dito ng DRX sa series natin. And in fairness, they are playing on the defensive side dito T1, so medyo mas mahirap nga talaga sa Breeze minsan. Layo ng rotate and I guess to try and mitigate that, yun nga, kaya sila lumalaban maaga pa lang.
Yeah, they have to kasi wala silang info, wala silang tunay na sentinel talaga. They can't just be like yung DRX playstyle na reliable dahil they have the cycling util ng Sova for info but also just holding off a lot of pushes with these strips from Cypher. This time around, tama, they have to go for some aggro, but a really interesting thing about this timeout is so early because T1, 4 rounds ata bago sila nag-timeout. Pero yung DRX 2 pa lang, they're like, okay, we don't want to lose anymore, trying to squeeze out as much value of this half as they can because they know that this is the weak side for T1.
Tingin ko tama lang naman eh. They can tell T1 are slowly building momentum. So, ba't mo pagbibigyan sila ng pagkakataong makabuild pa ng mas momentum? Exactly. DRX here. Tingnan natin, how will they deal with Saya player on the Oppo has been one of the most ferocious players. Pag may kapit nga siyang op, may pa-A-site siya. DRX you're looking to commit maybe towards his B-site. Snakebite sa malapit lang din actually. Pero nakaabante si Buzz. Nakadalawa pa nga si Buzz. He gets stunned but the damage is done and he's safe. Sight is there. Si Izu nagbabalak. Pumasok dito. Munti ka pa siya makadalawa and he does actually get the double that he was looking for. Can he get even more? 3v2. Mako up close. He has to find this but Izu makakapangatlo. At kala nila sa kanila na yung sight, but Izu has other plans.
Grabe naman, parang one-man retake there. Naka-out pa siya with that teleportation to reposition. Now, Foxy9 left alone, no info gathered. Baka hindi niya alam na dumana si Carpe sa backside because he had to go for the timing towards this pillar. Still 2K, just spots one out, gets one frag at least, but still a 2v1.
As you mentioned, 2v1 nga. Foxy. May oras pa naman siyang kumilos dito, but the op is gonna be a big thing. Meron nga siyang yung mga cage doon.
No
But he
way.
gets a 1v1 and Saya player hindi niya na-expect. Hindi alam ni Foxy din na nasa may flank siya. Kailangan niya mag-ingat dito. Let's see if he's aware. Has the cage para makalapit dun sa may spike. Hindi nagbibigay ng impormasyon din dito si Izu, who taps the spike. Sees kung saan siya magagaling. Will be able to stick this now, and I think he knows that Izu or has some intuition na nagagaling siya sa flank. Never mind, hindi niya alam. Yun, nag-TP pa.
Baka niya fake din.
Grabe. Contact dito, and Izu still wins it out. The benefit of the doubt gumana para sa kanya and for T1. And even after the timeout, pangatlong round pa rin sa T1.
Just those small lapses, yung chinks in their armor for DRX, kung saan sila na last one, but grabe talaga yung fight for Izu, for his life, for his team, towards that backside. Agaling din na after this first pick, the fact that he bounces the flash off of the floor just to get the timing off the Viper. DRX peeking one at a time, no quick trades for them, punished by, or the repunish rather, from T1 to close that gap. They're halfway there to come back to that 6-6 half, which I'm sure they're trying to look for at this time. But now Izu, with all those frags, they do get the dimensional drift to use at least for this round for info.
Caution here.
Wow, T1 slowly but surely kumakambak dito. Na-save pa tuloy nila yung op from that round. And maybe this will allow them to tie up the half at the very least. If they get 5, okay na yun. Sa totoo, para sa defense, nag-dash forward. Naipit lang siya dahil sa teammate niya, but Izu's taking them apart. T1 na nanalo dito sa bakbakan sa may pa-A main. And the 4th round ends as quick as it starts. 4-6.
Ang bilis na round there, parang hindi pa nagsimula. Just the rain of bullets down the drain there on the A main, and nahirapan sila. They even save their ultimates rather. Izu not having to use that. DRX just wanting to get that round out of the way. 4-6 right now. Mukhang kayang-kaya ng T1 umabot dito sa 6-6 half na gusto nila.
Grabe. Momentum patuloy-tuloy dito para sa T1. DRX, hindi sila mapigilan. Wala silang magagawa. Wala silang sabi dito sa usapan. It's been T1 all the way so far in the latter stages ng ating first half.
Get out of my way.
Saya player, may operator na naman. Yung first pick kanina, and dun pa nga napagana sa kanila. But DRX trying to entry here towards the B site. Si Bane makakaisa. Nasa loob na rin ang site dito si Jet, si Buzz. He gets the one. Makiklear ba niya ang backside? May tao nga dito. Saya player holding on. Pero naka-off lang din siya. Kaya siya mahahanap. Kaya siya mahahabol. And matatrade out. 4v2. And DRX looking to respond.
Oh, scan out already, info gathered. Garpe, baka mahap siya ng timing dito as he pushes on the backside. Uses a drone of his own to even get more info, but invests the Viper spit. Parang naman secure yung round. Parang yung half leans towards them for DRX. They don't want to get away with this after all the mistakes that they have been making so far. The patience play here. They have the Cove if they want to use it to even get more value.
4v2. T1, may oras pa naman. Snakebite, hindi dito makagawa much. But look, they're sticking it. Hindi nila alam na nandun lang din siya. At dinefuse ang din ni Carpe sa harapan nila. Stacks, DRX, the rest of them. Kala nila safe. Pero hindi rin tumama yung Snakebite ni Mako.
Everything just going awry dito for DRX. Tama naman yung calculation nila, but the small error in the Viper spit just gives them enough room to go for the stick. Even with a Cove in for the safety, sobrang excited na sila that they were able to get away with that, honestly. One round now separating both teams, which looked like such a strong start dito for DRX.
Kala nila na off. Yung pala, go pa din. T1, hindi nag-fake. Flash out dito, galing kay Bane. Ibinato, trying to get information gamit yung dimensional drift. Alam niyan tatlo. So brunt of the forces dito ng DRX. Nandito sa may pa-A site. Tanong, i-commit ba nila? Nakahanap na rin yung Cypher. Kinassume na meron pa isa dito. Izu, 1 and done. Atras agad. Stax gets a trade. Pero si Saya player fighting for his life. He gets one off the updraft. Saya player holding on. Mid-dimensional drift. Hinahabol siya. Stax for the trade. 3v3 na ngayon. But Stax a triple kill sa may site. Excurate ay tutumba. Rossi and Izu stay alive para sa T1. 3v2.
Plant going down now. Sabi nga, 3v2 na ngayon. Nandiyan pa yung Viper trying to go for some shots, but that's just a clone there. Contact gonna be made here, pero panalo si Stax. 4 kills already on the board.
Stax with a 4K. Makakuha ba niya yung AC to Izu? High pressure on him. Meron siyang TP para makalapit, pero natamaan pa nga dito ng tag. Alam nila na sa may site siya banda. Napakahirap ng pwesto ni Izu dito. Time is ticking. May lineup pa to defuse it, but Mako's snakebite is more than enough para pigilan siya. Para pigilan siya mismo. DRX dito, 7th round to close off the half.
They are leading, to be fair, but what a half by T1 to get the rounds that they need. Maybe yun yung buffer na kailangan nila as we move on to the second phase of things and really get that momentum back going for them, because they've done so much work stealing rounds, getting frags, and being a bit more proactive. And even without this Cypher, I feel like when they do start attacking, this double wall can be a problem here for DRX.
DRX, I mean, so far, medyo may shaky moments nung bandang katapusan nung half na yun, like midway through, but they're able to pull through and end yung half na may advantage nga sila, 7-5 at the very least. Albeit hindi nga siya malaking lamang, pero at least meron pa din. Pagpunta dito sa second half sa depensa, though, dito tayo nag-iisip kung kaya ba to ng DRX i-close out yung map number 1. We look at yung stats nila. At actually halos pantay lang ang win rate nila sa Breeze sa attack and defend these past few months. So it shouldn't be that big of a disparity para sa kanila, unlike other teams na medyo mas skewered sa one side talaga yung Breeze nila. But DRX consistent on both sides, and hopefully maidala nila yung consistency niyon sa second half.
Especially ngayon, opening pistol, very important for T1. If they win this, get the bonus, equalize the score here for DRX, and it's their most equal chance to do so. DRX though on the defense, para nila mag-set up ng Cypher trips. Looks like the walls already pre-placed. Both of them actually on the A site. Might even go for some more default plays dito for the attack, as they are just leaving the spike here in the open, para marami silang options. Just gonna go for a very standard hold here. The defense rather already ready to retake dito sa B and just hold off playing a bit far back dito sa A.
I'm wondering though kung ganong maging effective yung comp dito ng T1 on the attacking side, since double wall sila. How much of that default game will matter, considering meron nga namang Cypher dito si Foxy, so they have passive information gathering. Wall.
Interesting.
Curious wall na inilapag. Oo nga.
Para maagapang ata sila dito sa nest, umakyat dito, get the advanced positioning, block up the Cypher candidates, push it onto B main. That's very standard for a lot of teams. Let's the Jet creep into a position that if they go for a rotate later on as they get the spike, they can have a late lurk, but instead gonna choose to back off here even though they gained that round.
So, din ata si Rossi kaya napatras siya. Timing here, Mako. Don't realize that they're very close to each other. Okay, nagawa niya yung silent drop. Carpe, talikod ka pre. Baka lang naman. Oh, I think he's looking the right way. I think he sees Mako. Nakita nga niya, naka-atras, pero now Mako sees him as well. So babounce lang din siya. And this is very awkward for T1. Saan ba sila magko-commit?
Natawa ako, ang bilis na hukbo ni Mako. Alam niya, siya lang yung controller. Kailangan siyang buhay. But it looks like andito sa B side yung dating ng attacking side.
Okay, defense dito, holding on. DRX finding the one dito kay Fox9, but Izu finding a double kill sa harapan dito. Stax is able to get the trade-off to bring it 3-3 for T1. Puro mga low HP. Still Izu gets a kill onto Stax. So the plant will go down and the retake's gonna happen, but Carpe on the long flank. Izu a 4K buzz though. 1v2 na ngayon. Low silang pareho, body shot lang, but Izu with the ace! Doesn't even need HP to find those kills. And T1 start off the pistol round with perfection.
All over the place, this Yoru peeking from every angle imaginable. You're not sure kung totoo ba yung TP or kung siya, but for the most part, it looks like he's mastered this agent to really move around this map. I'm really surprised at the analysis of fight niya against the opponent's Yoru, just because of that TP. But the timing, game sense, everything really falling into place here as they open up a perfect start here for T1. Get the momentum to really bring this map number 1 into an even Steven with 7-7 on the board if they get this better by on the go.
What an opening round dito para sa T1 second half. Great job by Izu na talagang nag-show up for that on the Yoru. Can they do even more with this? May play silang nakahanda, may flash, may dash. Lahat na lang inalabas, but no kills just yet. Nakaatras.
Low HP though on both sides. Not gonna matter as much here though because Izu's still very healthy. Rossi gumagapang dito using Izu's distraction to get a great timing on all the players, or at least 4 of them, but goes down to stacks on the rope.
Yikes.
Saya player with a connection though dito. Able to find a double Saya player. Puro body shot man lang. And they're not able to push him. Stacks as well falling to the hands dito ni Saya player. Si Foxy na natitira without much. Wala siyang armas. Classic lang. Wala ding armor. So this round should be T1 tying up the game 7-7 as we go sa kanilang bonus na mukhang nagbuha namang malinis.
So far so good here. Extra to seal the deal. Foxy 9 out of the picture. 7-7 equalize everything now in DRX. Yung advantage na hinahanap nila nung first half na napakalaki. Lumiit, tas ngayon pantay, wala. And it seems like T1 in control here now that they're on this attacking half, using a lot of their strategies to really go through the defense. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised dito since yung Cypher and DRX, wala siya na hold masyado because they're so focused on holding that B site that halls or A, just a couple of these small fights really not going their way with no info.
7-7. T1. Tignan natin kung may tutuloy nila dito into a bonus. They've been doing good so far dito sa kalang mid portions ng laban natin after yung strong start ng DRX. Ito na naman yung wall ng DRX na ginagamit nila. Kaya the default out for top mid control. The drone will not spot out kung nasan si Saya player. Give them the opportunity na makalapit.
Oh, you gotta smell it, and Stacks has the nose for it. Control here now, equalized, and Saya player not rewarded for anything for that play.
Kahit nakalapit na si Saya player, si Stacks pa din so sharp, alam pa rin niya na may palapit, na may posibilidad niya. Look at the long wall here na inilapag ng DRX sa attacking side nila galing kay, rather ng T1 kay Rossi. See if he can get even closer gamit yung wall na to. It is prone to an op, pero wala namang op din ng DRX dito sa round number 3. Pagpasok, Izu, very ill-advised dash dun. Rather TP, nahanap tuloy ni Buzz. Execute daw galing sa may mid, nakahanap pa nga ng isa. Buzz shutting them down sa kanilang entry attempt. At Execute, 20 seconds left. Tignan natin, low HP din si Buzz. Another Guardian. Mas bawasan pa ka ng bala.
3 bullets din ito eh. But what is all you need here with Bane taking us out to get this round out of the picture in DRX. The advantage na nakuha nila back, but I like the small little util plays na ginagawa ng T1, able to really have a lot of creative walls. Kahit yung sa B, parang dami nilang shapes para sa wall na to, para makuha nila yung space na kailangan nila para maagapang at least yung isa to make up for the
double
fact
wall
that
naman
they don't have
sila.
the util. Exactly.
Double wall sila eh. So, yun nga, diba? Parang kaya nilang mag-default game, and the harbor wall nag-regenerate din naman, so you can use that early, kuha ng konting space, tapos pivot depende sa naging reaction ng depensa. So, T1, so far, okay bonus round. Let's see if we can find more here. Saya player makakapag-timing. Saya player! Double for him! Tumba si Bane at si Buzz! And now this is T1 showing up to the play.
Who's next?
Oh, dimensional diff. Maybe just for info here at this point. Is that gonna be pop or is that gonna be the sound cue? Oh, he will go towards the A side dito para malang maklear pa sa team niya. T1 trying to find more grand spots on the camera as well. The rest of the team forced to rotate dito as defenders are a bit lost here. Initiative already here for T1 as they hold down the A side like a fortress.
3v5.
I must wait a moment.
T1. What a start sa kanila. Looking to take that title and moniker away from DRX. Looking to serve them their first loss sa series na to. It has to start with an opening map win sa ating best of 3. Foxy gets a trade though on Execute, pero time is ticking and that's too far away. DRX magsisave na lang for another day.
Grabe. I feel like DRX, smart play here, heads up, want to keep that economy up. But T1 slowly closing that gap and making sure that they have control of this map. the fact that they're able to get away with a lot of these plays, only losing Accurate, really showing that they're able to play just as well as a macro kagaya ng DRX, who so far has kind of shown a lot of their weaknesses. I think a bit of repositioning here, maybe from yung mga Cypher utility nila or yung Sova is needed just to make sure that the gaps are filled, so that they don't get lurked on, because with this many walls and the timing just doesn't work out for a lot of teams. Kita nga dito yung attacking wall pag nila i-replace, since there are a lot of ways for them to get more control of it later on, block line of sight.
Pwede naman nila up down yan kahit walang tao talaga, just to really keep the defense on its toes. Yun nga, mismong perceived pressure na pinag-uusapan mo. They do have Foxy 9 on the Cypher, which kind of alleviates some of that pressure kasi syempre alam nila hindi na kailangan kumilos until maybe a tripwire is broken or at least may info sa camera. But look at T1 here, being very cautious sa aggression na potentially ilalabas ng DRX. Nakaabang si Izu, nag-swing sila, and Izu gets the one para matitrade din agad naman ni Buzz. So it's an equal trade here, and DRX atras na lang din.
Unfortunate naman na na-block yung flash gamit ng pillars, and Saya player able to trade out his teammate there, still keep it 4-4. They're leaning towards this B side pretty heavily kasi all the Cypher util is spotted towards A, even with the wall to fortify it. But that leaves a lot of util lacking dito sa B side. If they go for this hit, it's only going to be maybe one recon dart and just Jet to hold this down. Just going to be shots, one shot to really close everything with the Reckoning.
Push dito from DRX. Trying to hold off the push rather. T1 nahirapan din pumasok, but that Harbor Reckoning going to be very big para makapasok. Kaya na nga, forces Buzz into an awkward position doon. Makapag-trade si Excurate. Pero Saya player buhay pa din. I thought Mako would have been able to kill him there. Pero hindi pa rin. 1v3 para kay Foxy 9. Nag-iingay siya dito. So alam nila, nanggagaling siya sa may city, sa may defender spawn. Mahanap pa niya dito si Excurate. May magsiswing ba para sa kanya dito? Hindi na check ang close angle. Next here it gets the kill. 9-8 at T1. After down sila kanina ng 6 rounds, bumawi na kayon and have taken the lead.
Not just the lead, but yung lead in sa economy, not just the score rather, able to buy up this round and force DRX to maybe a half buy at max knowing their team. Pero grabe talaga yung pagpasok nila dito sa B. Able to really mess with yung default ng DRX just because of that Harbor's presence. They move all the way to A, pero mali naman yun kasi since dalawa ngayon, wala pwede sila mag-adjust.
DRX, eco naman dito. Far cry from yung nakikita natin kanina. T1, it's safe to say nakapag-adjust na sila dito sa tempo ng laro. DRX are the ones being expected to make the counter adjustments sa kanila. Will they be able to find that before it gets too late? Yun ang tanong. Eco round so far though for DRX. So you can see the wall here from T1 talaga taking lots of space, even papunta dun sa may half wall. Naipit pa nga dito si Bane. Izu as well pushing forward and everything going well for T1.
Setting all the rifles so far then. Boss, wala pa siya nakahanap with these knives. Trying to get some value with this. Drone gonna be destroyed para maagapang siya, but Izu has a journey of his own. Already going for the flash here. Spots out the Viper. That's one down and there goes Buzz.
4v1. It's obviously Foxy left alone. Dito may Sheriff lang. So, hindi tayo aasa masyado sa kanyang mga pag-clutch doon. T1 extending the lead 10-8. What an opener dito para nga sa nila. This map, I'm trying to remember. I think it was T1 yung nag-pick na to. And yung next map, yung split dun nga yung pick ng DRX. So, the fact that T1 picked this, you can see the reason why. Meron talaga silang plano. They've been perfect on this map so far, even though nag-close game, ilang overtime yun, parang 4 na overtime kalaban ng Bleed or 5. They're still able to win it. And definitely continuing that momentum dito sa DRX.
Showing a lot of resilience from that game, that spirit to never give up, really proving worth here dito as they attack forwards the B side here. Foxy 9 trying to hold them off.
Okay, push naman dito. Foxy 9 on the back side, pero T1 who are finding most of the kills na nagiging pabor pa sa kanila. Si Stacks din dito sa may CT. Wala din masyadong mahanap gamit ngayong Hunter's Fury niya. Nothing ever more. Konting pressure din, syempre, but no other confirmed kills. Snake bite kay Saya player, pero medyo late na dumating. So makaka-atras siya for now. As the plant goes down, retake happens from T1.
Oh, extra. Those angles spotted out there, kind of wide, and Mako gets the frag instead. 3v3 ngayon dito, and the operator not gonna. Oh, it's gonna be enough actually, as Buzz takes out Rossi, and Mako falls on the side. 2v2, and now it's just back to 1v2.
Side player. Oh, can he find it? Mikanto can isolate the fight. He brings it down. Low HP na tuloy. Medyo mahirapang pumasok dito si Buzz. Pero what a dash from Sire player out into the open! And Buzz gets the kill. Siguro inakala niyang malapit si Buzz. Hindi niya in-expect that Buzz was playing patiently. At kahit low HP nga siya doon, kahit nag-pistol nga si Buzz, okay lang. But still hits the shot with the up. Headshot pa nga, and DRX keep the game close.
I gotta see him POV now, operator. There has to be a flick or something, right? The fact that they're able to go that wide is just insane. And maybe it was just a surprise play para lang matakot. I think he did expect na medyo close nga siya. Pero, it's actually kind of slow because he can time the dash.
Well, at the very least, diba? Nakahanap pa siya doon. Ultimate point. Is DRX still take the round? Kahit anong nangyari. Let's see, op versus op. Sino magpipick dito na una? Side player and the attacking op. Si Buzz is just holding the angle. Kailangan niya mag-ingat. Not get too risky. Baka hindi niya ma-expect na may op din ang kalaban niya.
Saya player just patience dito for both operators, using the smallest gap that they can. Holding down this A main stare down here. The rest of the map though, naagapang naman yung harbor wall, or harbor rather, with the wall to maybe separate some things on the B side. But still, not wanting to move for either team, just playing the default.
Buzz playing up close. Let's see if they're gonna peek. May konting chance dito. Ayun, nagsusubok siya mag-peek. Has to be careful. Nakabang. Saya player finds it. And as you mentioned, yung patience dito ni Saya player prevails. Bane sa malapitan gets the one. Permit to trade na naman again. Saya player na papasok. Mako shuts him down. And they have the site for now.
Oh, go up the cross then. Oh, the dimensional drift's just perfect there for Isu. Ang galing talaga niya mag-Euro so far, leading the pack and his team with the kills. And Execute gonna add as well, 11-9. Map number 1, swinging hard for T1 at the moment.
11-9. T1 versus DRX, and T1 one away from match point dito. I mean, it's not a bad play from Buzz and from DRX. Hindi lang talaga nila na isip or na-expect dito na T1 might have that op. If they just held on instead to the angle, baka makakaisa pa sana sila doon. Baka makakaisa pa sana si Buzz. But with the dimensional drift, then syempre yung pressure doon, timing things out kung kailan naka-utility out doon si Stacks. DRX dito, not the best reads from them. Tapos si Excurate, laging naglalurk pa naman sa mid and always finding yung kill doon sa mga rotation and defense.
The map control for T1 so far has been their biggest strength. I mean, yes, there are a lot of fraggers there. We have, like Izu, for example, playing well on the Yoru, but the rest of his team able to work around that map talaga is what's able to create that pincer and chokehold a lot of these plays that DRX are trying to make. The fact that they're also kind of struggling to parang get more info is one of the major issues that they have to deal with, because that impatience play a while ago just to try to, because they know that B is calm, so they're going to try to do something towards A. Not the correct read from there, and hopefully after the stack, they adjust their strategy so far. But looks like in defense natin, just a simple setup here from the Cypher. Very far back trips actually. Just to go for a spam maybe towards half wall, but just a default one para di makapasok dito sa B. And on A, gonna use their Viper wall in a different direction though, playing towards that yellow side instead in case pumasok na for the retake. Oh. Wow!
Okay.
Grabe naman talaga yung shock dart na yan.
Of course, you would be impressed over anybody. Right on point, right on target. T1, at least get that dealt with. Siyempre, eco din naman ang DRX, so that makes things even more difficult. Nag-ult siya, just a dry ultimate here from DRX, just to find information. Gawin ka desperado sila to really find something going right now. And the pick, he gets the one. He doesn't get the gun before siya makabounce. And Carpe gets the trade, unfortunately for them.
Equalize the situation here. Still a win technically for DRX on this lower buy. Mahirapan sila kunin talaga ang momentum dito. They have to play so far back, forcing T1, even with the weapons advantage, to really back off here and be very careful of where they can hold. And Izu leading the charge here. slow and steady approach dito sa B site, and without any trips because of the initial shock dart, still it's a lot of ways for them to go, and they still have that harbor to really go for any of these wall plays with the operator in hand to hold the backside as well.
30 seconds left.
Ready up dito, T1. Nakabang sa may close dito ang CDRX, pero they can't find the kills that they need to try and stifle yung push mismo ng T1. Makakapasok ng libre lang din dito sa may site.
One enemy remaining.
Accurate with a pick as well. Signature operator na sa kamay niya. It's all onto Mako. At least finds a Phantom. Tingnan natin. I think Saya player expect nito. No, he looks the other way. Nakita ba niya si Saya player? I think he did.
Might have spotted the barrel here, pero if ever, edi sana na spam niya, just going for a discipline. Maybe to get even more value. It's gonna be an easy exit right? For sure at this moment, he knows.
Kita niya.
He can
Oo,
see it.
kita
Kita. Oh no! Kala ko makalabas pa siya dyan.
Muntikan pang mag-whiff. Kala ko maging malabo pa. Pero Mako, he finds another. Hindi nila in-expect. Gets a dink as well and Accurate. So, okay na sana. T1, they get match point.
Damage done here. But that's not gonna matter at the end of the day. Full buy pa rin dito for T1, and they're all winning that race to 13. Match point na nga. And what a round here to really not make any mistakes against this Eco. Just close out map number 1. Make things easier for them towards the rest of the series.
Ano daw?
Here.
Mako?
Mako,
and then something
goat.
else after. The goat. The shark. Hindi siya great white. Mako lang. Pero,
true.
Buzz. Let's see now. Operator. Will he find the pick? Nakakita ng isa. Gets damage on Rossi but not enough to confirm the kill. Hinantis Fury. Inahabol pa nga siya. Mako makakaisa galing din sa snake bite niya. The fight's going on, and DRX for the most part nagsisimulang okay, but nakakadalaw din naman si Carpe dito with his ultimate, but Izu still gets the kill. The scan din dito si Stax. Alanganin yung pwesto. Izu running it down. It's all on the Foxy in the 1v3. DRX tutumba pa sila sa map number 1. Can T1 take the opener? What an angle from Izu, who absolutely demolishes, dinurog dito ang DRX. And they take map number 1, T1.
What a comeback. Struggling start, pero nakabawi sila after a couple of back bosses here, and they're getting the adjustment, but an attacking half for T1, really securing their dominance on this map number 1, getting them early momentum din dito sa series ito, and DRX left to question what mistakes they had to make as they move on to our later maps number 2 and 3.
Daming mga moments sa Izu would just overtake the round. Talagang dudurugin yung DRX He would just bulldoze them when DRX looked to hold. Somehow makaka-atras siya, makaka-abante siya dun sa backline nila. And DRX, you can see them really struggling dun sa chaos na nagagawa ni Izu as at Yoru.
Exactly. The fact that he's able to get away with a couple of these impossible rounds. Kahit yung defuse nga na sneaky just because DRX missed slightly with that molly and the cope to block off some incoming fire. A lot of things working out for them, but a lot of thoughts already said from me and Black and Blue, so maybe the panel have more to say about this.
Thank you, Black and Blue and Fluffy. And I have to say, DRX had us in the first half of the first half. Pero grabe ang T1 and Izu especially. Nagpa-frag out sila, maganda yung map control and rotation sila, and DRX just had a hard time keeping up.
Kaya nga grabe. I thought it was going to be a steamroll on the side of DRX kasi grabe nga yung simula, di ba? I think it was a 4-0 start, parang yung mga buy round hindi na ipanalo ni T1. But I think the biggest factor there kung paano sila nakapag-comeback is, I think the casters mentioned this already, it is Izu, the way that he was able to get a 4K on that round and win that 1v1, yung mga mind games nga, di ba, na sinasabi ng mga casters, hindi Izu really took advantage of that and really showed na siya yung better Yoru, at least on this breeze against Bane.
Yeah, I think so. That was insane actually from that 5-0. I think nung nakita ko message sa Kiko, parang kaya mo na guys, parang tapos na yata to.
Why hindi?
What happened? Ay, kita ko yun. No seriousness though. I think it was just a spark, a sudden spark. From what I saw of Saya player just I don't know, just activating, I would say. He was going on top of Buzz, who obviously nung dulo nagulat ako, there were like shots that you'd be surprised how good he was at tracking. Pero Saya player, he started off really strong with these multi kills. at the beginning of the rounds. And again, these, as usual, these first few kills on the rounds really did set the momentum for the rest of it. And once nakuha yung T1 of those first kills, those first bloods, they came out, they were almost unstoppable.
I mean, you can see here dito sa highlights natin, look at the placements where the players of both sides actually are playing, you know, those little nooks and crannies. Izu here catching so many people off guard, totally utilizing his Yoru, and absolutely, I think kung may MVP tayo of the game, it's definitely going to be Izu, not just for the frags, but just the way he had DRX playing in the palm of his hand. That's not something that you do with DRX. You are normally playing DRX's game, but in this case, Izu absolutely had them. And I think this is just, like, it just goes to show that this pickup absolutely changed what we expect from T1 moving forward.
Kaya nga isa siya sa mga bagong miyembro ng T1 at talagang nagpakita siya. Yung mga timings and everything. And this one from Saya player was really, really good. Ang dami niya mga moments din alongside of alongside syempre ni Izu. And parang feeling, parang Izu nagpakita tapos after nun parang sabi ni Saya player, uy, ano ko rin, kayang-kaya ko yun i-match. Lalong-lalo na sa second half, they felt like Breeze was their map talaga. I mean, it is their map pick, but it felt like they really own it, you know?
And it was off of... wow. Nabili. And it was off yung, by the way, that win that they had, you would be surprised that DRX lost more, or they lost worse on the defending side with the Cypher in hand as well. It's like, I don't know what I can say. But for now,
I think, Shock Dart lang katapat mo,
sorry,
diba?
Shock Dart kasi the Shock Darts are really doing the work din. Yeah. Pero you know what, the two Yoru players that we have, I would say even though DRX lost, was actually pretty insane, right?
Yeah, and I mean, now, especially, you know, we were talking about that Cypher, but again, I think that it kind of is meta for all of the Sobas to know lineups to clear out the sites. But now, moving on dito sa next map natin, which is going to be Split. This is, alam na natin, this is one of DRX's playgrounds. Ang dami lang set plays here. They have a lot of strats going into this map. But again, with the way that T1 play, I don't think that DRX can handle what they might be having. I don't know another way to put it, because DRX, T1, for once, I think, are surprising us. And we were talking about this before. They have that different flavor of Valorant. They don't stick to the Korean playstyle. And that's, I think, that kind of factor that DRX has always struggled with against certain teams.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned that. Kasi tandaan, si T1, I feel like T1, out of all the Korean teams sa Pacific, sila yung brave to bring the new meta or yung sarili nilang meta. Remember the Zoo Comp? We first saw that from T1 last year. And then now it feels like a lot of teams don't want to let go of the Cypher just yet, 'di ba? Sa Split, sa Breeze, 'di ba? I feel like it's a commonality. Pero kung titingnan natin yung composition pick naman ni T1 for Split, it is the Astra this time around. This is gonna be a double controller, which, you know, Astra can be very extremely oppressive pagdating sa attacking din kasi you can easily clear out these sites. Pati sa depensa sa B, kahit wala kang Cypher, parang ang hirap pumasok afterwards dahil sa setup ng isang Astra.
Yeah, and there's also a really tricky divide that you can do, like post-plant, where yung kanto na nandun yung spike. It's really crazy. I've seen that, and I do not want to experience to be on the other opposite end of that because you can't shoot through it. So yung mga bagay na really excited to see here on this map. Obviously, a lot more compared, like polar opposites on Split and Breeze. Like here, everyone's like in your face right away, right? So we'll see if that makes a difference.
I mean, I think we're definitely going to be expecting a total switch up dito sa, especially in terms of playstyles and agent compositions. Pero I think that the Astra pick is definitely going to throw DRX for a bit of a loop here. But again, you know, bago yung first game, we actually had a comparison between Izu and Vayne. And I just want to say, like, the impact between these two players is night and day.
Oo, exactly. I think kasi, syempre, kagaya ng sinabi, yung composition kanina, I think na-highlight yung double controller ng, parang take-advantage talaga ni Izu yung composition nila. And I think that's the reason why they also struggled. Paired with Saya player also, parang sobrang aggressive and also taking advantage of the verticality as well. So if you put 2 and 2 together, I think that's the reason why nahirapan talaga si DRX sa kanila.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder lang if they can do that still here on this map. Obviously, there are still some really high places where you can match-challenge yung tracking mo and kung gaano katagal sa aim labs. The usually heavens, right? Pero I would say that's a lot. I don't know. Smaller here. And again, it's gonna be mostly about like that close range, right? Like gaano katapang kayo to take those close range fights around these corners, very tight corners. And how sneaky are you on going through mid? I love to lurk. You know, I just really love to lurk around this mid area. And mid control is gonna be super crucial.
I mean,
Yeah,
definitely
I like how you
considering.
mentioned that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yung sino mananalo ng 1v1 lurk. Kasi I think that's what opens split and that's what activates the flank. Kasi if that fails, then you only have one direction to go to.
Yep. And I mean, I think we can't. DRX is more like very linear yung pathing nila. So I think this is definitely something we might be expecting from T1. I honestly want to say that T1 has kind of broken out of the shell. Parang may nag-gain silang new confidence this time. And I think maybe this is why Saya player is activated now dahil kay Izu. Because it's the same story with Mako. Mako was activated by Foxy now. And now I think the same is happening for T1. So it's very, very exciting to see. But we are just about to go into Agent Select for this next map. So let's see what our players are going to be picking.
That's a good question.
I think I want to see yung lineup ng T1 that they showed earlier during the graphic.
It's not.
We will not be getting. We're gonna go with a double duelist for T1 here.
I like this.
Okay. All right.
Kasi activated na si Izu tsaka si Saya player. So this is the best time to actually do a double duelist. Let's go.
I love that. And that kind of forces DRX to play. But obviously with a Cypher, the big advantage you have, they are undefending. They can get that early advantage of they're gonna lock down that B main super hard, right? There's still double smokers for both these teams. And obviously they both have Sky. So maybe the entry potential lang yun. That's all.
Yep, I mean, this is really, really exciting to see. Not what we expected, but this is what it is gonna be. This is split. Kaya pa ba ipaglaban ng T1 ang game? No, DRX rather, ang game number 3. Or is T1 finally going to change history? PNB, Fluffy, what do you guys think?
Wala kasi, di ako nag-iisip kasi nanguhula lang. Hindi naman sa gano'n. Ang talagang pinaka nag-iiba dito nakita natin, Fluff, is ang dinadala na composition ng DRX where they swap out the breach na para dun sa Sky, meron silang Cypher. Tapos doon naman sa kabila dito sa T1, iniba nila si Xcurt dati nag-Astra dito sa split. We see him now here on the Omen. So maybe yung mas aggressive na role niya, kahit double controller pa din, maybe makakatulong yun sa T1 kasi so far nahihirapan sila pag sa split.
Same story din honestly for Breeze, just playing to their strengths para makalurk sila. Na-mention ni Rockhart sa panel na if you get that mid-control, win the 1v1 lurk could be the biggest difference here, especially when you're calling for a rotate in a tight map like split. Pero alam naman natin lahat Black and Blue na allergic up na pag walang Cypher, so T1 baka naman mahirapan din sila on the defense.
Well, tignan natin. Kanina naman, hindi naman naging problema nung walang Cypher yung T1, but see if that will be a benefit dito para sa DRX na nasa defending side. Buzz, may nade nakaabang. Alam nila, may push dito malapit. Saya player, sayang! You're supposed to be able to dash past him, but DRX nakapag-shutdown patuloy ng dalawa.
Here.
Oh, they're walking into this trip. As well as the one-way. Isa na scan, pero hindi pa namatay. Slow but sure, nakahuli siya.
Nadink pa nga doon. Kaya tumatalon-talon. It's all on the Xcurt now to try and find an early pick-off. Hindi niya na-expect na sa may kanto na pala si Buzz malapit, and DRX start off with a pistol.
Small fumble there from T1 costing them the round towards A main. The fact na hindi naka-aggress sila and just burst out of this choke, forcing them to go to the B main side instead of the rotate. I feel like ito naman talaga yung plan nila since they had the spike towards B. But even if they create a wider opening of attack with that their own Omen smoke, that one trip plus yung one way kahit hindi naman parang quote-unquote gumana yung one way, at least it notified how many players are in and really gave them the advantage towards closing out that round. And this time, DRX again, not wasting any money here, getting the 3 Bulldogs on the board to make sure that they have a better investment planning really to secure this round.
DRX. Let's see if they can push up here. Maybe find some early picks off para hindi maka bawi ang T1. Side player, siya nag-iisang merong Marshall dito. Mako might have the jump on him kung mababa yung wall. Nakatras naman siya. Playing very patiently on both sides.
Surprise na walang re-smoke dito sa mid. Instead, the flash na come through. Enough to get Mako 1, almost 2.
Low HP, pero sumugod pa rin siya. Mako's able to get the double there. So far looking pretty clean for DRX. Medyo alanganin pwesto dito ni Rossi and he's gonna get found for free. Flawless round para sa DRX dito sa pangalawa nila. How do T1 respond knowing they have no sentinel in sight? Will this become a problem sa attacking side kung makakapag-flank ang DRX?
That's gonna be the question dito as we move on to the buy rounds. But a quick round here previously from T1. Not a lot of value din. Hindi sila nakakuha ng orb or iba pa. And Mako there just making sure that they have the momentum, at least in morale, to really push this through because they need to get this map number 2 to get their own sort of momentum back here for DRX before T1 tries to close this out.
T1, let's see if they can get a clean round at least. Angulo dito si Bane. Pwede naman siyang bumounce. So, atras muna tayo before it gets too deep. Interesting smoke. Tama yung smoke na nilapag dito ng DRX eh. Medyo bitin. So, nakakalapit tuloy sana ang kalaban.
Even there, we have the defensive one-way also on top of the box on my B main. But the mid-fight is gonna be the battle for control here as both teams just butting heads. Smoke towards Mel to get control, pivot, or at least threaten yung pivot towards Vents instead. But with 2 players as well, it's not going to be enough to really break this defense. Rotate na lang the long way towards that A main. But that's a Cypher lying in wait, and we're already used to Trailblazers. So wala silang pantangke dito ng utility as they walk into this trap of Foxy 9.
T1 committing here onto the site. Nahuli pa nga yung isa dito. Alanganin yung pwesto. Stacks and Foxy find a double apiece. And Stacks makakapakalaw pa naman. Naiipit dito ang T1 sa may choke mismo. Hindi sila makapasok sa site. Si Carpe na lang natitira off the flank dito sa may mid. And T1 shut down immediately. Pagsugod nila sa A.
I thought they had a chance na pupunta sila sa heaven, avoiding the Cypher traps, predicting that that might be the chokehold since wala nga silang Trailblazer, but instead they're reactivating, gets 3 with the dips, perfect scans, easy kills dito for DRX, and Carpe just forced to save to get something out of this round, kahit consolation prize lang man.
3-0 DRX so far. Walang patigil sa momentum nila. Could we go into a third map with the way things are looking? Potentially para sa DRX, kung especially magawa nila to ng dire-diretso. This is akin to what we saw a while ago no map number 1 though. Nung sa Braves na yung DRX. Maganda yung start nila. They usually have good pace to start off the maps, pero pag dumating na yung adjustment ng T1, that's gonna be a different conversation. Pero kailan ba darating ang adjustment ng T1?
Yun talaga yung tanong. I mean, they started out kind of slow on map number 1, but speeding things up dito sa round number 4. Quick push here by Izu. We saw how aggressive he can be on that Yoru, but with a more standard kind of play here with the race. No damage done by the boombots as they meet, but at least space taken already. Nakaiwan sila ng tao as this mid-fight. Mako gets the shot.
Mako gets the one there. Si Buzz din makakaisa kay Izu. As T1 syempre dito nasa eco, so medyo alanganin ang mga duel nila. Mas mahirap i-convert. Allows here DRX. Nakapag-posisyon. Nakaabang sa may T1. Sasawsaw na lang si Mako sa malapitan. Carpe able to find one with the right click, pero si Buzz makakapangatlo. That's DRX. Finding 4. It's T1 so far na tingnan natin. Finally a gun round for them. Makaka-convert na ba?
Gusto ko sabihin na so far so good for DRX, pero yun din nangyari sa Breeze. At T1 nakabawi naman sila after attack, but this time around they're not using the attack, actually just playing more confidently. Hopefully on this buy round makakabawi nga sila with the better buy.
The better buy.
The better buy.
The better buy. Tingnan natin kung may better buy ang malalabas sa T1. So far they've called their first time out ng mapa na to. We will see if they're gonna be able to come back from this. Meron naman silang Omen doon kaya accurate nga. So, madami actually silang breakthrough potential eh. Kahit may Cypher Trip, may Jet na pwedeng i-updraft, may Raze na pwedeng lampasan, and Omen na pwedeng DPhan. So, you would see on paper, assume mo na pwede nga sila makalampas dito. But so far, those Cypher utility, nagiging malaking problema ngayon ng T1. I wonder if they're gonna start committing yung mga paint shells para lang ma-clear yung mga util na yon instead of necessarily throwing it sa may site mismo.
This time around, pag Sky lang yung initiator mo, nakapahirap because you don't want to invest this Trailblazer just for the trips, and with the buff as well, it'll just reactivate pagkatapos na yung initial dog. And unlike Breeze then, even though you have this double controller, without control of mid, and dahil medyo maraming choke points dito kumpara sa Breeze na medyo malapad, there's just not enough room for them to make the lurk plays. And without the Euro as well, for some fusion confusion, the straightforward gameplay seems to be a book that DRX can easily read here. Camera good as well to hold up any aggression. They're not scared of this, not even calling for the rotate just yet. And all the spray down on 3.
Not a shot dito galing sa kanila. DRX, walang kakupas-kupas pa din ang momentum from the start of this map. It's T1 who just can't get anything going. Yung spike wala sa kapit nila. Pwede naman makalapit dito para makuha, but look at that snake bite just denying them for the meantime.
Oh, the damage done already. Rossi so low, spike in the open. So much utility being dumped here. Konting damage lang from Mako is enough, and now it's all up to X-Trip surrounded here, playing behind the wall, the cam, everything. They just have all the vision and stacks just to secure the round. DRX moving to 5, and T1 barely getting any ground.
Grabe. DRX looking to go for a fast map if they can continue yung momentum na to. Only 5 rounds in, but everything so far has looked flawless for DRX. Amazing talaga ang DRX, and looking more like the DRX we know. To be fair, there are times where this team looks very rigid, pero not in a good way, na tipong parang almost outdated yung style nila because they play super by the book. Sila nga nagsulat ng book. And Breeze is not a map that benefits from that, pero dito sa split, malaking bagay yun, yung gawang ka-structure. And T1 nahihirapan makabukas, makahanap ng opening dito. Mako shuts him down. Simpleng snakebite lang at wala nang makakasunod.
Oh, even the operator dito kay Buzz, Excurate not looking, expecting that angle. The Stinger is forcing up a buy here for T1, but not even getting a chance to use them so far. Rossi nakaipit dito sa may mid side and just holding out with his teammate as Carpe trying to support. Yung tanong, mag-invest pa sila ng flash. Mako jiggles one out. Crossfire agad sira. And there comes Mako trying to get more, but Rossi ends up with the double. Pero 3v1 pa rin.
I have the spike.
Spike na yun para kay Rossi, but he's got mid left to work with dito. Wala namang armor, pero may phantom na rin. There's camera though. Trying utility sa A. Hindi siya makakapasok ng libre. And when he does go on in, pag nasira niya yung utility, then nakaabang na dun si Foxy9, so it's very difficult to clutch it out here for Rossi. But let's see, if he wins the duel somehow kay Foxy9 there, he has a chance for this, but he's gonna go to heaven? No, he's gonna go straight for the site.
Oh, but no Trailblazer, nothing, no util to clear these strips. It's gonna be a wirefest easy spam here for Foxy9. I'm surprised, even tanked it, because he already knew it was there.
Kala ko nga maririnig niya, but I guess didn't really register agad para sa kanya. DRX still holding on to this. May op sa kamay ni Foxy9 this time, so they kind of want to leave Buzz to a more brawling role. Grabe naman yung second shot na yun. Agad patay. Parang pre-fire halos. It gets him through. That was a wall bang as well from Foxy9. T1, what can they do right now?
Yan yung tanong na kailangan nila sagutin because T1 doesn't have any answers so far. Aggression changing up the pace here to get some damage done, but nothing really found. Concrete, the reversal here with the reverse showstopper. But the same story.
Wala lang di makakuha. Stacks with a double, holding down the line. The partida hindi pa nagsiswing si Buzz doon. Good counter flash though initially doon galing kay Carpe para pigilan yung pagsugod ni Buzz with that ult, but ultimately matters not as DRX get 2 kills dito for free.
Not sure if that's intended, but they're able to really bait out yung aggression on T1 and get to the punish or free for 2, especially on a buy round like this. Saya player, harder and harder is it for him to really get any opening picks here with less map control with the operator. Might be able to find Mako on the timing, pero na-spot out siya na may op.
Nakita na nga niya. Dash is gone, so kailangan niya ng dalawang orb pa para makakuha ng dash niya ulit. Look at the angle here from Mako. I don't think they're gonna expect this. Masana tatlo na lang sila.
30
Magandang angulo, but he has to find one. If matalidan siya ng isa, then that could be the opening for T1.
Oh, he knows.
Oh, grabe yung snake bite. Nakaisa pa kasi Rossi doon. Let's see. I don't think you're gonna expect Mako this close. Will they clear him? They're not looking. Mako with a double! He smells blood and finds it dito. Saya player nag-iisa. And that will be another round for DRX as he saves the op instead. Hinahabol siya. They know they do want to get that out of his hands. Hinahabol siya. Mako trying to still find it. Saya player. Makakatras ba? Oh, no. Napaka-delix. He gets out of it. 7-0 for DRX.
Heads up play by Mako with the reposition there. Kahit na wala si Foxy9 just because of that snake bite, the fact that he's able to bait out the expectations ng T1. Nakita nila ni Saya player na sa screen siya, so they expected him to play far, maybe rotate off the heaven, but the off angle here onto Flower really holding down the fort here as DRX looking back to form and T1 really struggling for life. Breathing for air, and they're just forced on this awkward buy here. One Sheriff, one Bulldog, Stingers, and an Operator. Everything but the kitchen sink right now to try to get around.
Kung anong kaya, while still maintaining some sort of economy for yung mga susunod na round. The smoke is gonna make it difficult. T1, makakapitas ba dito si Saya player? Dami sa utility na pwede pa to. Paranoia na nga, nakaisa pa nga dito si Carpe dahil nakalapit siya. Stacks, tinatlo pa nga niya. Not just a double but a triple. Excurate up close there with the Stinger finding one. Alam nila they don't have side control just yet. Looking for another pick-off bago nila i-attempt ang plant mismo. Smoke nag-dissipate. Ang DRX maghihintay na lang ng plant attempt galing sa T1.
Slow and steady, yun na yung plant. Grenade, maybe to go for some delay. Not gonna be enough to buy them enough time though. Still, Operator could be the pivotal one if you get an opening pick here to try to play the post.
Nobody coming from the flank. Siyempre, DRX taking their time. Alam nilang may Operator dito si Saya player. Checking kung magiging aggressive ba ang T1 sa 2v3, which is a good observation sa kanila. But T1 holding on instead, gamit nga yung op na yun. Gets an angle, finds Mako. Alam nila, isa, B main. Asan si Excurate. Alam nila kung nasaan ba talaga. Saya player with another. He might just be able to win this round for them. And Saya player comes in big. Doon pa nga sa forced buy round nila para makakuha ng isang T1.
Awkward buy, but awkward rewards as well rewarded for them. Able to steal our way around and get one finally on the board. Baka naman yun yung kailangan nila to get that momentum back. Still, they can hope for a 7-5 at the end of this, but now the Operator on the opposing team brings it out for the picking just to make sure that they can play against the slower form that T1 is presenting.
Well, T1, big props kay Saya player dun sa mga kills niya. Finding huge picks para makabawi dito. Makakuha ng isa man lang, but Izu gets hit by the Paranoia. Perfect timing galing kay Bane. Ang ganda ng reaction dito ng DRX. Maganda yung mga setups nila. The protocols na ginagawa ng T1 ay laging tumatama. Shots out. Nothing really connecting.
Shots out and spike already.
Naisa pa kasi Buzz. Medyo awkward dito for T1. Excurate. Waiting for an opportunity. Sana kung may mag-push sa DRX, but Spike is out of his hands and it's gonna be a save. So 7-1. It's T1. Unfortunately, hindi nila maipatuloy yung momentum nila from that previous round. Off of the force buy. Sinubukan na mag-push in sa A, but you can see DRX, they have these defensive setups na makapag-react agad. The Paranoia, always a good panic button in case may sumugod. Undodgeable, unshootable. Tatangkihin mo na lang or iiwasan at most. But you can't anti-flash that. So, they have these setups to really make sure T1 aren't going to be able to secure yung control sa simula pa lang. At saka maganda din yung read nila na yung karamihan ng depensa nakaabang sa A. That's just the experience ng DRX dito working out for them. 8-1. Round is done. DRX. Oh, they get the kill pa din sa dulo. And that is painful na for T1. And that's T1. Silence right now. Katulad ng co-caster ko. Teka lang. Nag-ice pata siya. Let's see if he can get himself back up. Katulad ng T1 dito na nahihirapan din makabalik, makabawi. Nice! DRX so far, I mean, your defensive side, impeccable. Pangalawang timeout ng T1 sa laban na to. Their last timeout of regulation. As T1 still unable to find kung anong adjustment gagawin nila para makabawi sa series na to. If you're DRX, kailangan nilang siguraduhin na hindi sila magiging overkampante dito. Hindi sila masyadong mapapasugod ng basta-basta nang walang intensyon, na walang planong nakaset sa simula pa lang. Dahil pag nagkagulo, dun nga nakakahanap ng chance ang makabawi ang T1. Nakita natin yun sa Breeze. Wanna mitigate that from happening dito sa may map number 2 para makaabot sa bind for DRX.
Here. Here.
Nope. DRX still in this situation. They put T1 in. T1 medyo may force by Stingers. Vandal, Saya player. Still missing from the fight here. Let's see if he's going to be able to get on in. He's the tip of the spear. But pass up dito sa may heaven. May angle na si Foxy na and he gets a double somehow. I thought that would have been it. Nasa may committed position siya but he's still alive here. Ayun nga niya umatras. Nandun pa rin. Foxy 9 with a triple rundown galing kay Rossi. Sumabog ang boombot sa mukha niya. And Bane gets a trade. 9-1 as DRX minamama ang T1. T1 no response just yet. Walang sinasabi. Katulad ng co-caster ko. Walang masabi. Nice! At katulad din sa nakita natin nung simula nung map number 1 where it was DRX all the way, but in this case it's T1 who hindi naman sila makabawi. They haven't been able to adjust to what DRX are doing. So T1 trying to take space early again. Same plan. Kunin dito ang rampa para sa T1. But the utility from DRX is really good. Alam nilang si Mako nandito sa may fence and Stax is able to get the one. Izo will get the trade out para kay Stax. Si Foxy 9 gets another traded out immediately. Sight is theirs at may post plant na tayo.
Welcome to my world.
9-1. Can this finally be the second round para sa T1? As the Viper is spit in the lapag dito ng T1. DRX nakaabang. They find the angle on Xcurate who doesn't expect the flank. Ngayon 2v3. Rossi natitira dito mag-isa. Carpe as well. Can they find the round they need? Oh, si Buzz umatras. A bit of timing there, picks up the Vandal instead. May paint shot siya sa may elbow. Good placement on that. Umatras para lang hindi ma-frag. And now they have the sight. Nakapasok na sila. Have to make sure they don't get found here though. Rossi gets the one. Buzz on the trade sa kanya. Dadapa na yung Viper Spit. Mahuhulog. But do they have enough time to stick this? I think they might not. And they don't. 0.2 na lang. Buzz not able to get on it in time. And T1 nakaisa pa nga.
Okay, grabe talaga yung round na yun. So you have galing mo talaga black and blue. But still, a lot more to go here as T1 has to climb back this mountain.
Yun na yun. Yun ang sasabihin mo. Sa tagal mong nawala, yun lang dadagdag mo sa usapan, boss.
Na-focus kasi ako sa game kasi grabe gusto ko talaga manalo yung T1 pero nahirapan talaga sila dahil sa defense ng DRX, especially with his operator Buzz showing that he can really land the shots here and gonna change up the pace as easy to go fly by but there gets stalled out by that one guiding light.
And salamat naman. Ito naman T1. Can they get a third round here for this? Will they find another Carpe? Kinagat si Mako. Masakit daw ang kanyang kagat. Hindi lang tahol. At ayun, tutumba na rin siya. Pivot dito sa may pa-B site. Bay nakaabang dito sa may rafter. They know he's in a difficult spot, so atras na lang siya. Buzz, good trade-off sa kanya. Holding on to B main here. Makaka-atras ba with the showstopper? Finds another, a third for Buzz. Inaabangan nila dito. Bay naka-atras pa dahil kay Buzz. And look at the kerfuffle happening dito sa may site. 1v1 na ngayon. Foxy versus Roxy. Rossi rather. Makakatawid ba siya? Foxy has timing, and Foxy from up above. 10 rounds para sa DRX.
Grabe talaga yung plano nila. Same na same. Gusto nilang umakyat after that Viper smoke just to get the height advantage. But the high ground going towards that Cypher. Really closing out this really strong half here as T1. Kung gusto nila talaga ma-close out yung series na to, have a very big mountain to climb. 8-round deficit ngayon on the halftime.
I mean, this is not the performance from T1 I was expecting. Pagkatapos yung breeze showing nila, yung split talaga, it is a map that kind of prefers yung style talaga ng DRX a bit more. Super compact, super position trade from each other, swing off of each other's contact type style nila. At least dun sa depensa. Pero paano naman yung attacking side nila dito sa may split for DRX? You look at their stats and funnily enough, yung attacking side pa ng DRX yung mas naipapanalo nila kumpara sa depensa. About a 12 percentile difference. So, will that really be a factor dito? DRX so far dominating map number 2.
Exactly, and it looks like if they continue this momentum, tapos na ang map so far. Kasi kung ano na lang yung kailangan kunin ng DRX, opening pistol gonna be ever so more important.
And the 2. Again, T1 taking opening pistol. Wala pa sa kanilang nakaka-double digits in terms of kills. Obviously, it's not about the kills, but isa siyang telltale sign kung anong nangyayari ng buong mapa na to.
Dami pa as the time does tick down.
Wall sa harap nila. So far, DRX gaining information kung nasaan ang depensa ng T1. Made out dito. Push now for DRX. Sa pagpasok, T1. They pull back instead. Yung depensa nila, karamihan nakapwesto dito sa may B site. It's only going to be Carpe na nakaabang sa harap. Can he fend them off at least or buy time? Maybe find off a pick. Naka-classic lang siya. So unlikely. Oh, timing pa kung kailan siya umatras. Wall coming up. He knows there's some pressure here on A. Commit na dito sa may A site. And look at Carpe here finding one at least. Can he find another? Naubusan ang bala. Saya player goes down actually dun sa fight. Carpe finds a double sa pag-abante dito ng DRX. We're playing very low on time. Trying to pivot now towards the B site dito. Paranoia. Nakahanda para kay X-Curate. Ibabato niya to. He does actually get the one connection but he does find a single kill. Kala ko makakadouble pa nga siya kay Stacks. And DRX here in a 2v3 on the plant. Can he find another? Mako holding on. Rossi getting the kill on Mako. And ultimately, si Stacks na lang natitira dito in a 1v3. Cannot find another. And T1 find their opening pistol round.
Don't even start that shit here, mate.
Opening round. Definitely T1's favor here, working out for them. But I think what's very important is how DRX kind of got bled for time there. Hindi sila kumuha ng opening space. At nangyari tuloy is by the time nag-pivot sila, medyo kailangan nga magmadali papunta doon sa may B site. At doon pa nakasawsaw ang T1 to get those kills. Let's go back to it. Fluffy, are you there?
Of course.
Yan pala eh. Buzz gets the one. Saya player. At least he gets some kills going as well here to try and get damage on this attacking side. You can see everything going their way. Trades happening actually. Good damage being done here by DRX on the attack, and the round is done immediately. T1 close off the round, but still, magandang damage na igawa ng DRX.
Exactly, and I feel like DRX especially struggling here to get the round on the second half of it. But this buy round going to be very important already with the Vandals up in play. But it's going to be a different situation here now without much control, because at least sa defense side, nakaka-relax sila para maagapang or to close off a lot of these choke points. But look at these highlights as they try to fight through a lot of what T1 does. Nasabi mo na ba na a lot of damage being dealt, but this operator could do the most as the paint shell's going to push him off already. Take that B main rather priority here, but it's gonna still peak, but the timing not gonna work out for him unless he doesn't land the shot here, dashes out for safety. But ayun nga, Viper Orb already in place. They have to be wary of this because the push out from Magaku could be pivotal here. The rest of the team going for the B main split as well, with both of the util coming through mid to just force them out of one of these chokes at a time. Fighting 2 is a bit dangerous at this time.
Well, can T1 come back? Yun nga ang tanong. Buzz gets the opening pick here kay Rossi. That's a big pick off sa kanya. X-Spirit nasa may likod. Cannot find the one who Saya player is able to trade off of, pero hindi pa siya makakuha ng pangalawa. Has to bail out gamit nga yung op doon. Good for the one pick. Let's see, paano yung retake? Medyo mahirap mag-retake gamit ang op, but DRX, knowing may operator nga sa T1, syempre, hindi sila magpipeak dito para bigyan ng oportunidad. Izu finds an angle. Will he be able to win this fight? Expecting counter swing. Nag-swing din naman si Bane para sa trade doon. Alam ni Carpe may tao sa backside. And what a smoke dito. Napakahirap tuloy. Bane, dumikit pa nga. And Carpe finds him.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, delikado dito as Buzz able to find another one. 2v1 Saya player. Gets one, but not enough time, I think, to even get anything out of this. Just backs off instead. Save the operator. Get that value down, but DRX, they do get the round.
Able to at least save that at the very least dito. Yeah, DRX. Good round for them to win doon. Damage done by T1. Ultimately enough, medyo mahirap nga talaga mag-retake. And what a good smoke for Bane. Para ma-isolate dun yung angulo. Para maharangan yung backside and keep the spike out of reach dun sa smoke. Ang hirap tuloy i-defuse. DRX looking like a winning formula dito sa kanilang attacking side din. Can they continue this para tapusin yung mapa na to ng malinis?
Yun yung tanong talaga that's being presented to us right now, and T1 just gonna get forced back, aggression, return, and they go for a very quick rotate dito sa may mid side, pero hinahabol pa rin sila ng T1 as the DRX try to take more control using that Trailblazer to clear a path.
So the buy from T1, not the best. May mga stinger dito, but at least Saya player, siya ay makakahanap ng pitas. So at least get a pick off. DRX dito nakagat naman ni Carpe as he finds lots of information kung nasaan ang DRX. Yan, syempre mas mag-alanganin sila, maghanap ng makapasok kasi may op.
Slow and steady, can get punished here, tama, with that operator, but with only stingers for the rest of the team, could be pivotal here. Carpe can go big as one already swings, not looking in the right direction. Immediate ultimate to push up them back and at least not anymore get any more casualties.
Fake TP lang. Na-shutdown din naman agad yung ult, but yeah, just to make sure na hindi sila makapag-commit at makapag-rush at habulin siya. So ultimately, not a bad round for T1. I think DRX magsisave na lang din dito. Alam nila medyo mahirap mag-push knowing there's an op. So this will be another round here for T1. Atras din naman dito din agad si Sai player. Will he go for another pick? Patakalan yung pwesto. Good for the shot. Gets a right click, but it's taken down. They needed to hold on to that op. So Bane makakuha naman niya for the attacking DRX side, 11-5.
Slow and steady to close things out. Sayang naman yung operator dito kay Saya player. It's what they were really hoping to save for the side of T1. At least they can still go for a buy. And DRX, knowing that they have a bit of leeway here to have a lot of rounds to give away to T1. They only need 2 so far. They just go for the proper save instead. They're rewarded with an operator of their own. Pero yung tanong, sino pagamit ng operator here? Because Buzz, may showstopper pa naman siya para magalaw siya to be that vanguard for the site. The rest of DRX yet to buy though, but it's kind of awkward with this one. But if they can get a couple rifles and early picks here and there, that's a donation for their team on the side. And Buzz just gonna go straight for it. The showstopper not gonna connect.
Hindi tumama yun.
Classic.
Kala ko mamamatay niya si Carpe, but still somehow is able to come out of it on top. DRX on the eco. Big commitment dun sa may ultimate, pero wala din naman tumama. T1 slowly finding opportunities dito para makabawi.
Oh, what? Was able to scope in for that. Bane able to find 2 for DRX here alongside Mako. Ngayon 2v3. Nagapang pa yung isa, equalized.
2v2. DRX bringing it back. Able to find some weapons as well na ngayon. Pero Mako low HP. Sana kalaban yung Outlaw at saka Judge dito. Mas mahirap siya makaka-duel. Site is open for them, pero syempre hindi nila alam yon. So, have to clear it slowly but surely. They will be able to get the spike down. Tingnan natin, Saya player coming from the flank. DRX naghahanap pa rin ng pick.
30 seconds left.
For maunahon siya ni Mako, that's gonna be pivotal there. Mako is solo already, yet still fighting his way through. The Judge might be the end of him, but grabbing a long range that they're playing. Will they expect this though? Able to not even get it. Mako gets the frag instead against the Judge. Close range na nga. Pero nanalo pa si Mako with 30 HP and the Vandal pushing them on to match point for DRX. Slowly shifting the series away.
How does he get out of that one? Kala ko tutumba na siya at least to the Judge. But still not enough to take him down. Mako, napaka-clutch performance sa kanya to try and get this game finally to match point against the Eco pa naman. Habang naka-Eco sila rather, medyo forced by at best. Now match point now for DRX. Heartbreaker loss para sa T1.
Extremely. I mean, Judge na nga, ang baba na HP and you only bring him down to 4. Could have been the round that they needed to really get that momentum back up. And now on match point, bawal na sila magkamali. Naka-knives lang si Saya player dito. Judge still in the hands of Rossi because they are forced on a slightly lower buy with the Econ. A lot of moves dito from DRX to get some space, but look how careful they are this time around. Na makagapang sila, making sure that they get the timing, and they honestly might with the pressure from the defense going towards the B main. It means mid is very open. Walang smoke, walang flash, nothing. Interesting double trip though dito sa A main.
Let's see how they respond. May mga ultimate din naman ang DRX pag nakuha nila yung plant dito with that Viper split. May showstopper din si Izu to play that retake with. Taking lots of mid control ngayon. T1, binibigay lang din naman nila. So you're gonna try and drop here. Shotgun. But he still doesn't win it! Gun kalayo! Buzz, you saw that movement nga niya! Playing off the ropes! Saya player only good for the one bago siya matrade down. May showstopper din naman nalabas dito ang T1 pero wala siyang matatama, wala siyang mapapatay. Izu trying to chase them down pero sa may sight na rin pala sila. Do they even know na may nag-aabang dito na may humahabol sa kanila? They're playing all the way towards A main. Cyber cage out. Izu nakatawid. He gets the one on stacks, but what a trade from Bane! Pwede siyang mag-out dahil nga may ultimate siya. The look where the spike is planted. Foxy finds accurate. It's down to the 1v1. Meron siyang neural theft. And Carpe in a bad spot here for the clutch.
Already has a positioning, spotted each other out. My priority si Foxy9 on the angle, but look at how Carpe is just willing to hold it down. Wala mo spot yung camera, magapang siya dito galing sa elbow towards the side. Might have to go for the tap here, but that's angle planted for Foxy9. Gets the half though. Will he stick yung tanong? Nakaupo lang siya, goes for the tap. Instead, this could be it. They know he's off. Foxy9 just playing with his food right now. Goes for a quick shot. And that's map number 2 with DRX going on top. The form back. And it looks like yun talaga yung nakita natin. The DRX that we expected finally coming online dito sa split.
What a kill and what a round. What a map dito para sa DRX to simula pa lang hanggang katapusan. Walang pumigil sa kanilang momentum. May mga rounds na ipanalo ang T1. Sige, oo. Pero that was few and far between at hindi nila ipatuloy para makabawi dito. As T1 get brought to bind by DRX na nagbabalak pang kumambak dito, nagbabalak pang mag-reverse sweep dito sa ating series.
Possibilities are open now that it's 1-1. Basically, round reset na ito sa best of 3. Back to essentially a best of 1. And as we move on to map number 3, this map number 2 proving to be the most important for the DRX comeback. But still, a lot more thoughts, more than me and Black and Blue for on the panel.
Maraming salamat to Black and Blue and Fluffy. Ako nga pala si Rizko with Riku and Rockhart here on the panel. And grabe yung opening na pinakita ulit ng DRX. I think this is what they were hoping for kanina when they had that 6-0 start opening on Breeze. Nawala lang yung momentum dahil kay Izu, the unexpected factor. But they got it under control here dito sa split. And now we're heading into Vine, guys.
Kaya nga, it makes you wonder if T1 really intended for the double duelist. Kasi parang okay sila nung mga previous iterations ng comp na to. I think it's because they really felt na kaya nila i-pull off yung composition nila. Pero unfortunately, I think from the very beginning, DRX in the first half, sobrang kontrolado nila yung depensa. It could be because because of the Cypher as well. But I think T1 just really had a hard time, penetrating dito sa mga depensa ni DRX sa pinakauna.
Yeah, and number 2 is grabe they went 10-2 on attacker, on split, dude. If that doesn't show dominance, ewan ko na lang talaga. And I was not, because of that first half, I wasn't really expecting too much out of T1. Medyo kumikisi-kisi pa. And I would say na, again, that's mostly because of, the picks from Saya player, obviously. And, Izu kind of waking up a little bit. Pero kulang pa, men. Come on.
Oh.
We made it. Konting push pa.
That's right. I mean, I honestly, although, we are remaining neutral here, storylines aside, I do think na I did want to see T1 have their time in the sun kasi, we were talking about now we have 3 Pacific Kings here and T1 is not so far behind, especially after their performance here on Breeze, but they were so close and they were slowly inching towards coming back here on the split map. But again, I think DRX was a lot more coordinated this time. Mas malinis yung plays nila. They were playing a lot safer, a lot cleaner picks as well. And at the end of the day, I don't think T1 was just as coordinated this time.
Yeah, akala ko nga na it was gonna be the T1 special na parang, okay, first half medyo tough, tapos makakahabol sila after a while. Hindi pala. Napaka-disiplina itong si DRX. And we have to hand it to, again, the remaining players all the time, pagdating sa mga last few seconds ng round. I think it was, Foxy9 and Carpe really tried, Carpe especially really tried his best nung last round. Yung 1v1 and the jiggle peak ni Foxy9, talagang wala kang takas. Foxy9 really knows how to do these clutch plays. Lalong-lalo na kung ikaw yung Cypher, diba? Ikaw usually nag-rotate, trying to lurk, or the last one standing.
And I was kind of hanging on to that no 0-5. Tapos nakita ko nag-0-6. Oh man, 0-7. Come on! Give me a break already. Anyway, those are moments. I think I stand by what I said before the game started. Dito na testing yung mga magagaling talaga sa really close quarters engagements na yung mga, I guess the reaction time of people waking up today. Yun na lang masasabi ko dun. Because right now, Saya player, he was doing some good work and you could tell that T1 were great on those long range holds, on the long ranges, pero they couldn't really overpower, they couldn't overpower DRX in the very close quarters combat.
Yeah, and I mean here, just looking for the highlights here, you can see just how intense the hold is coming from the players of DRX. Sa mid, B, A, every single one. Stacks, Mako, Foxy, they're able to hold out on their own. That's 3v1s that you're seeing here. So it is fine. You can't question how they were able to take this map. But again, moving on to a map like Bind, I think sinabi ni Fluffy to kanina that it plays a little bit similarly. So we might be seeing a similar maybe lineup here from DRX. But again, I think one of the problems that T1 had here was the information was not enough. Definitely, they had a lot of moments where they didn't know how to approach, or they had to kind of dry peek these places to clear them. And I think in the end, that's kind of what led to their demise.
Yeah, I think on the defense, parang wala masyadong makakapag-slow. I think they were really aiming for more They were really aiming for more points pagdating sa first half, but again, they were constantly denied by DRX and they constantly were able to stop them. But ayun na nga, I'm really excited now to see Bayern kasi Bayern, we saw it kanina on the last map. Nag-map 3 ba tayo? Map 2 lang.
Decider map din yata.
Decider map din yan, diba?
Oo.
Running it back na naman dito sa Bayern, no? So I'm really excited to see the comp kasi I think Bayern is one of the more flexible maps sa old roster ng maps, if you will. So it really depends on how do they, pwede din mag-Yoro dito, honestly. You can really play Yoro on Bayern as well. We're expecting some Chamber even back then, but I do think, if Easy wants to play the Yoro again, perhaps this could be the time to shine once more. Or Zuko.
Pero you know what? Like Black and Blue said, like Fluffy said, DRX are probably just gonna go a little bit more standard here. Because sila yung nag-set ng standard nga. Sila yung the actual standard, especially here in the Pacific, right? So, I would love to see Yoru. I would love to see Chamber. I would kill to see Chamber. Pero, but probably not, right? So, I still what?
May tanong ako, kasi nung week 1 pa, you really wanted to see a Chamber. Do you happen to be a Chamber main?
Oh yeah, for a long time.
Oh!
Actually, sa Chamber with Diamond before Tapos nung nawala na si Chamber, plat na ulit ako. Pero I'm fighting to get back there, Yeah.
I mean, considering we're going back on Bayern, definitely possible yung pick na yun. But I think it is a good point that you pointed out there because the DRX definitely shown, especially when the map pools of VALORANT were a lot smaller. So you have your Bind, Split, Haven. Definitely, they have a lot of plays on those maps. And I think maps like Breeze, Sunset, and things like that, they're still trying to find their footing there, which is why I think they gravitate more sa mga more familiar maps, the classics, if you will. So I think that might be a similar style that we noticed with DRX. But again, T1 always likes to switch things up. So we're going to see what they pick here on this Bind map. Definitely going to be something unexpected, hopefully.
Yeah, kasi kung titingnan natin from the angle of T1, diba? Parang the pressure is on them to keep winning kasi wala pa silang puntos. Si Gen.G pa lang sa alpha na group na may puntos. So parang nape-pressure na tong si T1. But at the same time, maybe they don't want to put too much pressure on themselves that this is it, okay? Anything different? Oh, it's gonna be the Zucom for T1. Classic.
Okay. So yeah, as you can see, very standard Cypher on B. Blah. KO, there you go. And Brim, syempre. Pero look at this. It's a Zucom! T1, they're definitely the team na mas willing na mag-experiment with some newer metaverse.
I think I don't remember if they did have the Harbor here, but again, the Gecko, Sky, and Raze was a part of this comp. It was with the Harbor, so
Harbor
I think
Viper,
we're seeing
Harbor Den,
it's the repeat of the Zoo comp. But again, against DRX, they've probably been prepared for this, knowing na ito yung face of T1 coming onto Bind. But again, we're gonna have to see how they decide to execute these maps. We're gonna throw it back to our casters. So pass up, Fluffy and Black and Blue.
We're back here with the final map ng ating series ngayon, and I'm hoping so that this is where we're gonna see a much closer game kumpara dun sa map number 2. Ako si BNP. Mga kaibigan, kasama ko dito si Fluffy O2 Gaming, ang aking pinaka-idol na taga-BGC McKinley. Pero guys, para sa inyo dito, ang nakikita nating laban ay napakainit. Fluffy, kamusta? Parang malamig ata dyan dahil naka-jacket ka.
Ang lamig nga dito kasi galing naman tayo sa mapang Split, which is of course in Tokyo, and dito naman we are back on Bind. It's gonna heat up everything here in yung heat retention. Yung tanong dito for T1, if they're able to kind of keep that up and get that early momentum that they had or that they've been losing so far, but this time around flip the script and get some rounds on the board, especially with this opening pistol.
Let's look at this opening pistol. DRX dito foregoing yung nakikita nating composition na may Yoru sila dati na nilalabas kalaban ngayong Gen.G. We would see them kind of play with a Gecko, pero sa ngayon, different comp sa kanila ngayon. A bit more standard, but they're going for the KO instead of yung usual Sky or parang Breach ang nakita natin sa mapa na to. T1 on the other hand, playing the same comp nakita natin nung Madrid. They've only played this once. Tignan natin kung gagana this time around. Buzz gets the opening kill dito para sa DRX at T1. Medyo napaabante sana nung una, pero matras na ngayon.
Slowly starting things up here with Carpe off the table already. It's going to be very hard for T1 na magapang pa sila. Thankfully though, with the double controller as well as the double initiator, they still have a lot of ways to take the space that they want. May flash pa sila at pwede sila gumapang dito on showers, taking out the camera. A Saya player does go for some more control here. Not going to be given any ground by DRX though, as they choose to hold down this A site like a fortress and really back up on these angles, expecting yung re-hit dito from T1.
5v4. As T1 naubusan ng oras dito si DRX. I'm not sure if I advise this to see kung mapapatay ba nila, pero baka matradean pa nga, and yung T1 are able to equalize things. Dahil nga doon, sumugod pa ang DRX kahit may lead na sila. I guess they were looking for information, pero ayun, na-tradean pa nga. Buzz, good shutdown sa kanila. Wala nang manggagaling doon sa may short. Bane shuts down Excurate na nakagapang din sa may palamps. It's all on Izu, who doesn't have much time. Magiging Izu para kay Izu. Can he even get close here? Can he even find the pick-off? Naipit siya, na-blind na ang sarili niya, and Buzz gets the third. DRX opening pistol sa kanila pa.
Holding down the door, especially towards the end there. Buzz really being the hero dito for DRX. No one able to really escape that showers play. Kasama na siya sa early contact. Siya pa yung nagpa-drop ng spike sa dulo, forcing that re-rotate from T1. I think they were going for a fake there, using a bunch of their blinds towards B, cutting some noise and going for the re-hit. But I like yung discipline of DRX. Even when all of this was happening, they still had a standard 2-2 on both sides with the rotator in play, and with more solid plays like this, the excitement growing for DRX as they will
sigaw niya, idol. Todong-todo. Woo! Kala mo, nanalo ng loto. So, sige na lang. Magpatuloy natin. T1 on the pistols. DRX. Let's see if they can continue this cleanly. Yun yung importante, because we've seen T1, especially yung map number 1, minsan, kala mo, DRX round, tapos bilang mababawi pa on the eco from T1.
Sire player lang may sheriff dito ngayon sa T1, trying to get space of his own. Gets priority on the angle dito sa showers. Mako not gonna re-peek it though. Discipline sa kanya, making sure na walang lumabas, and that's all that's important for DRX as they maintain map control right now, because no perceived pressure coming in from T1. Nothing really slowed down the pace. Just the one brimstone smoke. The camera gonna spot out yung gapang nila dito towards lamps.
Early here, ideally from D1, but medyo late siya mapaparating. They have the wall still up for the plant dito. Hindi ma-deny yung wingman, never mind. They find the angle, and now things are going to be much more difficult na bababa na ngayon yung wall. DZ walang makuha din masyadong impormasyon. Snakebite dun sa triple para lang maka-atras. But Maku's still alive here. Can Saya player find timing? Meron siyang oportunidad. Smoke's about to dissipate. They're gonna go for the plant now kung kailan nakaharap sila. Kailan ba sila sasaw-saw? Look at the cage here from Saya player. He still gets the angle. Pain shell para sa kanya dito sa may triple to force Pain back. But the angle is still too good. They get the spike down. 2v3 na ngayon. Saya player makakaisa pa nga dito. Saya player is doing so much work. Galing sa showers. 2v2 na ngayon. Izu on the flank. Do they know where Izu's about to come from? Alam nila showers pwedeng isa. Izu gets the dink, but not enough still for the kill. Saya player, he might just have timing on this. But Buzz will shut him down. Muntikan pa. The DRX get the second.
Nakatakot yung FIL at the fragment coming out from stacks as well towards that retake. We're gonna separate this team and allow T1 to get more value out of that round. But in fairness, for the round that only had one sheriff and one ghost, they got so much done with the minimal requirements. They had the plant denied from them, but still able to eventually get it, as well as get the frag that they need to push their economy a bit higher. So maybe they have a higher chance now on this gun round.
I mean, the fact na denying unang plant attempt nila, and they were still able to get a second plant off, already pretty good for T1, considering that could have went a lot worse. But now they've got guns. Early smoke dito, aggressive smoke from DRX para makakuha ng orb at saka map control. Buzz! Through the smoke, nakaisa pa kay Carpe.
Value kill dito, slowing down even more the initiator gun. Wala na yung wingman plant, wala na isang flash, and Izu thankfully still has to, as well as his trailblazer. But yung lurk dito kay Rossi, kung hindi siya na spot, could be very pivotal here. Will he expect a close angle though?
Oh, Mako. Kahit naka-ghost, finds the timing dito kay Rossi. I thought he had the advantage there, pero hindi pa rin. DRX 5 versus 3. T1 nahihirapan pa rin mga kilos. They're playing the double wall comp na naman. But even with that, their default game just not working out.
Cyphercliff's just holding so much space towards A, and with that deep smoke for the B side, they're forced onto hookah. But even more utility just gonna come through. Dito naman yung walls ng Harbor para maagatong sila kahit ng konti. But the buy not gonna work for them. Dropping the showstopper will at least get one. And DRX gets two instead.
Saya player left in the 1v5, but Buzz off the swing dito gamit yung stim boost na speed boost. 3-0. And a speedy opening entry dito para sa DRX. Opening rounds na naman so far sa tatlong mapa na nakikita natin sa series na to. Palaging DRX yung mas mainit sa simula pa lang.
That's not how you want to start your rounds if you're T1 right now. Pressure is on and there's no more room for error. The fact na ang galing daw ng DRX na makapanalo dito sa mga bonus rounds, they've really been investing sa mga Vandals na early on just so that they can bring that towards yung mga later rounds.
Let's see. These rounds are gonna start coming in for T1. Pagkatapos nito, syempre ego round para sa kanila. Saya player makakuha niya yung ultimate niya dito. Suppress will keep him at bay for the meantime though. Look at this aggressive smoke na nilagay ng wall nila, yung Harbor ni X-Curate. Will allow them to maybe get closer pero may konting gap pa din. T1 being patient here. Nawala na yung utility kung kailan pa sila magko-commit. Dizzy on out. Tapos na shutdown din agad si Saya player. Wala siyang naigawa. Wala siyang naipatay gamit yung ultimate niya. Izo with the double. Carpe finds one. Maybe gets a plant off here. At the very least. Now he's in the 2v1, so winnable from T1 suddenly.
If he can isolate the angles, could be everything for him. He knows the players are clear on site, pero wala siyang info kung nasan si Foxy 9 tsaka si Mako. Pwede silang gumaling sa elbow, pwede silang gumapang ng B main. Has to wait for the tap, but even if he goes for the tap, or they go for the tap rather, this cage might be enough to stall him out. Viper wall up pa nga. Molly, just to go for more delay, but that might not be enough as time to stick down.
Medyo malalim yung snake bite, right? Actually perfect for him. Can stick this defuse for the most part. Wala siyang magagawa. Just gonna be perfectly stuck from DRX. T1. May Carpe falls down pa rin pagkatapos. Valiant effort but just way too outgunned doon sa utility. May Viper, may Cypher. T1 now have a chance to bring this game back.
DRX is so good at controlling the amount of space that they want to lurk up. I think it's also a big importance that Foxy 9 is able to really use that camera and get all the info. But this molly talaga from Brimstone is what shut out that showstopper. That could have been the biggest difference. Because in fairness, maraming kills yung T1 considering their economy once they got onto site. If they had a little bit more push with yung showstopper available, that could have really shifted everything for them. Got another player down, another rifle.
Kala ko nga malalampasan niya lang basta-basta yung molly eh. Pero I think he got stuck trying to bypass nga yung choke doon. At yun pala doon pa siya.
Nabunggo niya ata yung teammate din niya on the second satchel.
Nabunggo nga niya ata eh, yung second satchel niya. Yun niya eh, na-stuck siya. Masyadong crowded, masyadong daming tao. Traffic, boss. Grabe, kahit coding.
Hindi gumagalaw.
Kahit coding.
Hindi pa siya napadaan.
Ikaw ba yung papadaan?
Depende.
Siyempre papadaan ka. Alam mo guys, dati, nasa kotse kami. Kasi ako, medyo kasalanan ko din na dumaan ako sa bus lane. So inuli kami, di ba? Tapos nung inuli kami, sabi nitong T Fluffy, Boss, Fluffy O2. Tapos pinayagan na lang na yung Porsche. Sige boss, ay ikaw pala yan. Sige, una na kayo. Grabe talaga ang power.
Ang dami mong sinasabi. Bumalik tayo dito sa facts. And the fact is, yung DRX, napakalaki yung lead nila. Hindi naman tayo lahat sa stuck sa traffic dito kasi kailangan nilang gumalaw at this point. And T1 have to find the momentum that they need to really push through this defense. But that's not gonna work out if Mako lands shots like this in Carpe. Again, parang 3 rounds na siya nawawalang aga-aga.
Tingnan natin. I mean, yung kaagahan niya dito ng T1's composition pagdating sa maagang map control, you'd expect them to be benefiting dahil nga sa mga double wall nila, but so far hindi yun yung nagiging resulta na nakikita natin base sa laro na to at base din doon sa split kanina, especially dito sa may bind. T1, they're not burning enough utility galing sa depensa ng DRX kaya nahihirapan din sila sa mga late round push nila.
Exactly, and ngayon slowing down the pace here. without having this much utility. And Mako even finds another one. Bawas isang controller, bawas isang initiator. Buti na lang nagdala silang dalawa.
Okay, dalawang pick para sa DRX. T1 mas pahirapan pa naman ngayon makaplant ng spike. Dahil nga, sobrang konti na nila. Wala pa silang masyadong map control. Ipit na ipit pa naman sila dito. Honestly, at this point, okay din naman mag-TP at 20 seconds. But you have to make the decision now. Saya player magiging aggressive dito. Bane mag-shutdown sa kanya. Pangatlo para kay Mako. And a flawless, perfect round DRX. Perfect katulad ni Fluffy O2.
They have to find a chink in the armor, especially dito sa shower side, because Mako alone is just able to really cut them down. And without that utility to support them, nahirapan pumasok yung T1. There's no fusion and confusion here, with no TPs available for them. They're picking a composition that has to walk into things, and you don't want to be walking dito sa may slow. You don't want to walk into a lot of these mollies. Very dangerous situation. And if you just get dry peek there by a Viper and you lose that many players, it's so difficult to really recover that round.
Grabe. 5-0. DRX, still momentum. Para sa kanila, T1, wala masyadong naigagawa so far dito sa attacking side nila. And the attacking side on Bayern is a curious one. Mabilis ang rotate ng depensa sa mapa na to. So you really have to make sure mahahatak mo ang depensa sa kabilang side. But T1, very dry sa pag-commit. Saya player, sumusugod, sumasawsaw. Nakadalawa pa kagamit yung stinger. Napakakate, napakasakit. Stacks on the trade. Will he try and go for more? Yung thrash, inampasan lang siya. Nakalampas pa nga si Stacks dito na sa may backside nila. 4 para kay Stacks. Inubos niya. 1v3. Excurate na titira.
Pulse, baka hindi alam na nandyan siya. They're mauling out short. Info not there for them. But what a hero play there by Stacks to maybe close out this round. 3v1, stinger lang. May Cypher Cage pa nga. Already low, and Foxy9 sweeps it up for his team. But the leader really leading by example there.
What a round from Stacks. DRX not showing any signs dito of slowing down. Dire-diretso lang. No breaks ahead for DRX. T1, timeout para sa kanila.
Oh, what a round there. The fact, yung game sense talaga, I feel like was the biggest deal. Just catching them off guard. But the fact that he's able to get both and get the 180 as well off of the first pick. Stacks must be on fire right now.
Napakainit. Napakatalas ng mata. Napakaangas ng kilos. At napakalakas ng galaw. Stacks in DRX showing that they still deserve to be respected. 2-0 sila ngayon sa kanilang group stage at mukhang nagbabalak gawing 3-0 pa nga. Yung simula lang, sige, naiagaw ng T1 yung unang mapa ng series na to. The map number 2, all the way DRX. Map number 3, nagmumukhang mapapaulit na nga. DRX. It's not T1 who is taking the throne from them sa pagiging number 1 Korean team. Gen.G yun. But they want to prove a point in this series para pagpunta sa Gen.G. Handang-handa na sila.
Well, if there's anything we know about this team, sobrang resilient sila, especially in these long games. And T1, nanalo naman sila on a slow start before, but that's not short of any heroics coming from these players. But it looks like that's not heating up for them right now here on Bind. Nahirapan talaga sa pumasok. They have the Reckoning available. They also have the Seekers to maybe get some more info. But look at the aggression coming off the attack here. Changing up the pace for DRX. And Izu's already waiting on the opposite side, but not going to get rewarded with any.
DRX, yung utility nila dito ng Cypher nakapwesto sa B site, which is where T1 are looking to commit. Stacks din nandito na para tumulong from the rotation. Dahil nga madaming information dito. Ibinigay ng T1, making noise towards that long. Yung suppress pa naman kumagat at may natamaan. Now T1, do they dry commit into this? Kung ikaw ang T1, kailangan gamitin yung Cypher player yung patience niya pang clear ng mga trip sa harap ng site.
Oh. Actually, for info, hinihintay na lang yung oras mawala. Kailangan pa mag-regroup dito ang T1 since wala pa nangyayari dito pa the Cypher Cam. Already ready for the entry, no risk required. Nag-reckoning na nga, pero walang tao naman sa side. At least it's clear for them and trying to go for the spam. May angle si Foxy9 to maybe get some value here as this harbor wall will fall. The timing not gonna be there for him.
Foxy, pinipush nila siya. Meron siyang cyber cage para sa pag-swing, but Izu still coming out on top doon. Magandang pagkuha dito ng elbow. Masisigo ba nila si Buzz din? Si Buzz nasa malapit na angulo. Meron siyang paint, just gets the one. Double para kay Buzz. Tumutulong lang din naman dito si Bane. It's a 1v2. Mako na lang natitira para sa DRX. T1, unang round na ba nila to dito ng half na to? May ulti si Mako, i-commit ba niya? Taps for the one. Walang reaksyon ng T1. T1 nagbabalak ditong mag-peak ng sabay. And X-Grit, naka-timing pa nga habang nakatalikod si Mako. So T1, opening round para sa kanila. 6-1 na ngayon.
At least nakapasok sila on site this time. The reckoning gonna be a big help with that. But the fact that they get so much elbow control early on has really been very important for them. I feel like this is the furthest that they've been on site na hindi pa sila na-punish, at least na-clear out. DRX, I'm sure may adjustments sila for this. And knowing them will happen very quickly as kakalipat lang ng Cypher that we just last saw on B here on A. This time around, they put the firepower towards B. Maybe use the smoke to play that long angle as well. Flash around daw dito from KO to go through. Get that orb in and get Buzz at ultimate.
Full buy dito para sa T1 as they commit into another round. Tinatak nila ang depensa dito sa may B. Sana yun yung balak. The Viper's Pit ikinomit sa may pa A short instead. Kung saan ngayon T1 hindi mas madidissuade silang mag-commit sa A. So B na lang ang kanilang balak sigurin. We're in DRX nakaabang. Meron din silang null command para gamitin pag-push ng T1.
A lot of ways to stop yung mga util nila dito. Still waiting to get some info, but with that wall, the sound's gonna come in Cove to give them some reprieve. But that Molly's just gonna shut that dream down. And now, wala silang safe way to cross with so much util here on Buzz. Ay, ultimate pa siya, may nade pa nga.
Daming showstopper pa nga pwedeng iba to dito. Here na nga, showstopper. Walang matatamaan actually, but Dax! Stocks ka mo! Makakatatlo! Dax! Nandito pa rin. Na-channel ko ang energy niya. Pag nakita kong may malakas, alam ko na, Dax talaga.
30 seconds left.
Tunay na malakas. Wala na nga dito, pero in spirit pa rin. The fighting power. Happy birthday by the way. Pero andito ngayon, 2v4 and all his birthday wishes has to come into fruition right now as T1 slowly are just gonna go for the save here. They have nothing to do. They have to keep that econ up and at least get something out of this round.
Something? Sa Vapor X yun eh.
Totoo.
Sinasabi ni Meralgo daw, dahil sa lakas mo, kahit nasa EDSA, makakabus lane ka daw, Fluffy O2. Tama ba yun? Totoo ba yun?
Ha? Masyado ako nagpa-Facebook kasi nag-type ka na sinabi mo, ako yung bus. Kaya nasa bus lane. Wild.
Oo. Buti nga alam mo na yung bus ngayon. Dati kasi guys, nung pumunta kami ng Quezon Circle, yung first time kasi niya lumabas ng video sunod. Sabi niya, ano yun? Dinalan niya yung isang bus, binigyan niya ng ng carrot, tapos pinapet niya. Kala daw niya kabayo, wala daw kasing bus sa BGC. P2P lang. Sabi ko, pre.
Fake news!
Pre, bus yan, pre. Sabang ganun, alam ko P2P lang sa inyo. Grab pa lang, sorry. Grab lang sa kayo.
Hopefully, T1 mag-grab naman sa sarili na ng round dito. As the first half, just barely halfway through. And at this point, they're really just struggling. This B-main control with this one smoke just causing so much commotion for them to stall out these rounds. Honestly, with this double initiator, you'd think na sila yung magsaset ng pace, but it's actually DRX who's really being the proactive player in this dance.
Para may na-apekto ang host. Sa kwento natin. Pero, tingnan natin kung ma-apekto ang DRX dito. What T1 is going to try and do. Push dito sa may 8 short. Try push na naman. Naipit sa may pocket. Hay, nako. Ipit na ipit si Izu. Mako, minamama lang niya. Mako. Rossi gets a trade at the very least. Pero may no command pa rin dito si Stacks. Nasa may kanto. Foxy has to be careful. Walang push out galing sa T1. Hindi pa rin nila ma-commit yung plant attempt.
Right here. 30 seconds left.
Oh, goes for the tap. Yun yung sound cue, but they're ready for the spams here. It's gonna flash through. Instantly nawala ang Dizzy. Pushing through. Yan pa yung case. Stacks getting the double here. All of the extras has to push into the open of 3. And DRX push that lead even further. 8-1. And T1 struggling to survive itong first half ng bind.
DRX. Absolutely dominating yung T1 dito. And once again, T1 parang they're just getting stuck in their ways eh. Hindi na sila nag-a-adjust, hindi na sila gumagawa ng ibang kilos. Palaging dry push na lang, in the dry push, trying to force their hand instead of playing this default game na magsayang sana yung utility sa defending side ng DRX. At para sa DRX, wala naman sila actually masyadong maraming information gathering na utility. But in that case, T1 hindi na ini-utilize ang kalakasan ng comp nila, which is the opposite of DRX. So,
exactly.
I think T1, they're playing into the hand dito ng DRX.
Oh, easy commit here for Saya player to try to take control of Lamps. At least nakuha niya to, but will he find one though? Ayun yung suppress! Wala na yung ultimate bigla. The utility gone and they just get side control instead. At least na labas yung Viper's Pit.
Sa may kanto, Carpe. Alam ba niya, may taga-swing din naman. Mako has that Viper's, rather Snakebite, para lang makapag-isolate ng angulo. Check sa malapit, huli si Saya player. Maglaro ka dyan mag-isa ngayon. Ngayon may Viper's Pit si Rossi dito nakaset sa post plant. Pero yung Thrash masyadong malayo para maka-angulo. Buzz taken down very low. Si Execute, siya lang ang may talagang armas dito. Naka-Vandal. Stacks able to get that kill. They try nilang ma-retake tong Viper's Pit but they're delaying enough time. Carpe din, ito pa namang Mosh Pit eh. Mas makakasunog pa ng oras. Makakaisa pa nga! Si Foxy walks right into it. May oras pa ba? Grabe naman yung spray down ni Rossi with a stinger! And T1, nakaagaw pa ng isang round sa DRX. Yung Viper's Pit ang nakasalba.
Grabe naman yun, Robin. Kumalma ka muna bago ka ma-high blood. Baka lalabas din yung allergies mo dito. Pero 8-2 right now. And T1, at least nakahanap sila ng isa. But look at how much they had to invest into that round just to make it work for them. Surprisingly, nasa medyo ego sila din to play into this Viper's Pit. And that ultimate from Stacks just not enough to really get that Viper's Pit out of the way. Yes, they stopped the showstopper, but the suppress not hitting the correct timing there. In fairness, it's very hard to predict. But this time around, still possible 8-4 here for T1.
Fairness. 8-2. Percy Buzz makakatras. Adiyo. Sabi niya, pangalawa pa nga. Hinahabol nila. Pero hindi nila talagang mahanap ang timing dito. Foxy gets another on the hasty attempt ng T1 na sumusubok humabol. Pero sa tahol nila, mas ma-intense ang kagat ng DRX. 8-2. Should be a 9-2 real quick. Rossi na lang natitira. At kahit ano pang gagawin niya, I think this round is almost unwinnable. Ipit siya, very low HP, 1v5. Alam nila kung nasaan siya, natag pa nga dito ng camera. Picture ka muna, ngiti na rin. And DRX, ipit pa sa tripwire. Lahat na lang ng pwedeng isalo, ibinato, natanggap din niya.
Lahat na lang pinagdaanan niya na trip, lahat scanned everything, and it's like all odds just not in favor dito for T1 on bind. DRX pushing for another 2-10 here to close out the game. The moment na wala sila sa breeze, the fact that they can focus on just 2 of these sites, DRX really showing that they're back to form dito, in control for a lot of this, especially for the team that is like a team comp na medyo reactive. They're doing so many proactive things just with not just with the utility but to get control of the map.
What a performance into sa DRX. Let's see if T1 can find the kill. The long stinger to accompany yung mga rifle na meron sila. Nakita ba ni Buzz? Hindi niya ata alam na may tao sa kanto. But this is actually a good boombo at malaman niya may tao din pala doon. Huli ka! Sapul na sapul si Saya player. Tamang-tama. And Buzz gets a kill. 9-2 and 4 remains sa T1.
Man advantage not in their way again. Ito yung mga opening picks na nawawalan sila ng momentum. Duelist out of it. They have everything doubled except that Duelist and Saya player. Without him being there, walang iba na pwedeng kumuha ng space ng ganun kabilis. They have to manually go into all these Cypher trips, and even through this wall, si Mako nakaabang na sa lamps, ready for contact. They spot him out pa nga.
Very close angle dito. Ito na nga, Mako, medyo pa-pressure to try and find a kill, but he doesn't have to. Sa kanilang laps, pwede naman nila ibigay. Let's see if T1 are gonna attempt to plant here. Ito na nga. Made-deny ba dito ng DRX? Good flash out. Rossi from the double. Nakapush pa nga ng smoke doon. Naharangan pa nga dito din ang angulo. And Buzz na lang natitira. So 9-3 ang nagmumukhang score dito sa ating first half. And D1. Good response para tapusin ang first half na to.
Kailangan niya mag-ingat dito, but looks like checkmate position already granted. Able to find Garpe. Oh, will he get more? Only gets the 2. Ends up with 3. Pero si Rossi talaga nag-secure ng round. 9-3 at the moment. Curse activated. Hopefully for the side of T1 because DRX are looking very stable dito on map number 3.
What a half galing nga sa T1, rather sa DRX, pero yung bawi ng T1 at the end. Sometimes, in fairness, kahit tambak yung score na ganito, we've seen teams na dahil na ipanalo nila ang final round ng first half, na dadala nila yung momentum na yon sa pistol ng second at napagpapatuloy para lang maka-comeback. The DRX, gotta make sure dito na yung attacking side nila ay hindi kasing ay hindi magiging problema dahil yung opening half nila napaka-solid.
Napaka-solid. Yun talaga. Liquid gas yung kailangan nila ngayon for that momentum para ma-push nila for this pistol round. Able to get that opening pick. It won't equalize the situation, but at least it will get them somewhat of an advantage here. If they can get to 5-9, it looks way more winnable. But it's going to be very difficult nga without that Sentinel built into their comp. They have to kind of do yung mga proactive plays ng gustong ginagawa ng DRX sa first half. But on their side, use that initiating power to control this part of mine, especially sa may chokes.
T1. Masasakal lang ba sila dito ng DRX attacking side? Or kung magiging mahirap ba ang pag-push, makalampas dun sa mga choke na sinasabi mga fluff dito sa attacking side naman ng DRX. Let's see, base sa comp nila, kung makuha ni Stacks ang suppress dun sa mga importanteng controller ng T1, doon pa baka makalampas ang DRX attacking side nila.
Look at the difference though sa defense nila. Yung setup ng DRX, pang palayo ang laban. Pero dito, close quarters as Execute also finds the first. Tries to get the second, but there comes DRX with 2 already.
Ganda ng blast back doon para maka-atras. But Saya player and Rossi coming from the flank para maging 2v2. Mako, alam niya, nandito sila. Yung spike, wala sa kamay nila. Foxy trying to TP potentially dito para makahanap ng pincer play. I think they're trying to bait them para makalapit dito bago siya mag-TP. Pag nag-contact, doon pa lang siya lalabas. Umatras actually dito si Mako, who's trying to go around instead. Not sure if this is the right play. Nakakontak na sila dito ng harap-harapan. Mako gets the one. Pwede siya mag-TP. Saya player nahuli ng Frenzy, malapitan. Pero yung Frenzy napakabaliw. And si Saya player ang nakakapit kaya nakakaaliw. 9-4. T1 nakabawi sa pistol pa.
Finally, at least nakanalo sila to get that momentum back. Baka nga tama ka na yung winning the last round of the previous half can get you all the rounds, or at least yung fighting spirit back. And Saya player getting that's gonna mean everything dito for T1 as they're able to buy up and look at the investment. Tatlong bulldog na nandito. I think Saya player may be saving for an operator, but with that full armor, maybe not. And it looks like DRX just gonna go for a full save, knowing na meron silang ibang rounds to lose here, since that gap still kind of huge.
Laking lead pa rin ng DRX simula ng half na to, but T1 can slowly come back into it. Mag-stay pa rin dito si Saya player. Ayaw nang umatras. Double para sa kanya. Makakapangatlo pa nga sana. Pero nakaiingat dito si Mako. Tsaka si Fox9. Execute, mag-shutdown din naman. So, not too much loss dito sa ekonomiya ng T1. Ng DRX. Siyempre, they need to win this round. Ayaw nilang paunting-unting mabubura ang kanilang lamang.
They lose one Bulldog for the side of T1, but they still come up with dalawang Bulldog, dalawang Vandal, isang Spectre, and I feel like that Marshall talaga from Saya player so accurate. The fact that he's able to still get away, 6 HP drops down to the off angle and execute it to secure the round. So crispy there for T1. It's all that they need to do to secure this round, but with DRX on the full armor and full buy here, because they didn't spend anything in the previous round, they really just want to go for this win here as it takes so aggressive space. Naghihintay lang si Mako sa likod ng wall, but he doesn't get the timing. They're just pushing, parang on the same team, just going together. What? Just missing the timing here.
Nakalampas pa nga. Nagkasilis yan. Because of this trip, di makakalapit din si Saya player. But at least without not giving away yung information nga na yun. Kung may Owen sana, pwede mag-TP. May Yoru sana, but not gonna happen now. Mag-aabang lang kung mag-rotate ang DRX.
There.
T1. Rotating na doon papunta sa B site. Huwag natin kakalimutan si Fox9. Nasa may pa-showers. Kung kailangan nila mag-TP into showers. But DRX looking to commit. Buzz, may angulo galing doon sa taas ng shed. Si Rossi tutumba. That's a big anchor dito para maipatay nila. Execute na sa loob ng site. Naiipit lang din sila lahat. Execute, buhay pa din but not for long. 4v2. At yung site nasa may DRX. Si Foxy9 pa nga nanggagaling sa flank. T1. Can they even do economic damage dito?
Yung tanong, Carpe has to try to get something. They have somewhat of a crossfire between Hookah and CT, but you will not expect Foxy9 going for the frag already. Saya player, smartly, just gonna back off instead. Mag-save na lang siya para sa sunod na mga rounds. Or will he still try? I doubt it. Maybe just trying to find isa pang exit frag dito. Scan not gonna land. Has to back away. But what a round there from DRX. The fact that yung blast pack nakaakyat siya to get the off angle, he doesn't have to push through that harbor wall, which was the plan of T1 to trap them in, and DRX showing that they can squeeze out every advantage as they move on to the first set of double digits here online.
DRX, and nga 10-5. Malinis na round na kinailangan nila para mas makapag secure ng ekonomiya dito. T1 still elusive sa kanila ang kanilang first win ng season na to. It hasn't been a good opening start sa season nila. Natalo sila kalaban ng DFM. Ngayon, malapit na rin mag-match point ang DRX. Sa taon na to actually, they've yet to really find much of a win. Nung kick-off lang, doon lang sila nakakatalo ng Bleed at saka Zeta, but so far, they're in a 3-game loss streak. Maggagawin bang 4 yun ng DRX?
I mean, so far, so good yung momentum nila towards this one. With a slightly lower buy, T1, only Carpe naman yung naka-sheriff, for the rest of them with full firepower here. Look how aggressive they are towards this B side, but dito din yung DRX if they're ready for the swing. If you're going dry.
Nice flash counter dito para umatras. But look at that! The double from Buzz! Nag-line up pa sila! At nasabay pa silang tutumba. Buzz with the triple! Meron pa siyang ultimate para sagurin ang site. Walang mapapapigil sa kanya. Siya ay si Superman. Siya si Buzz Lightyear. T1. Basic na basic lang. DRX. Unstoppable. And Buzz leading the charge. 11-5. What a player. And what a play.
Grabe, leading the charge there. Essentially 1v4, supporting the death of his teammate. Kung masabi mo, nice trade. Yun yung pinaka-nice trade na kaya mong gawin. 1-for-4, just going straight for the B line off the side. After what a collateral there onto B. Even managing to find Gecko, Carpe falling. And now, T1's hopes and dreams are dwindling here.
To infinity and beyond, Camo, para sa DRX at para kay Buzz. 24 na ngayon para sa kanya. Parang si Kobe lang. Meron din siyang ultimate dito. Tignan natin. Will he land the shot? T1 tumatapat dito sa may bilong. Gusto nila ng early contact. Meron silang utility para doon pero walang naka-util out. Kailangan nila. Ayan, flash out. Gecko, flash na rin. Dizzy, sabay-sabay. Lahat binato. Carpe makakapag-trade. At nakalamang pa ang T1 doon sa skirmish.
Kailangan nilang gumapang dito as DRX down the player. 4v3 right now, and look at all the ultimates available dito for T1. They can easily get this round if they're very careful with it. May thrash pa sila to secure the area, but all the players from DRX stacking towards this B-long side. It's a 3v2 if they hit the site right now. Could be the plan. They have the knife for info then. So that's the flash, but looks like the contact play is not gonna get spotted out by the X-Curate jump peek.
Jump peek nga kay X-Curate.
Oh!
Carpe has a counter flash dito para sa Dizzy. May thrash din siyang pwedeng iba to. X-Curate, alam niya, nasa kanto, nasa may shed. Gets the one on Stacks. The T1 looking pretty good dito sa defensive round nila para lang hindi pa abutin ang match point ang DRX. Si Mako na rin natitira. Spike wala sa kapit niya. Masyadong malayo, masyadong mahirap, masyadong marami sila. Makakaisa ka lang. Hindi aabante ang kanilang lamang. 11-6. T1 holding on.
Grabe, bars. Napaka-intense naman yung game noon. Napakatatuloy si Black and Blue. But to be fair, they were able to get the round that they needed dito. And it seems like DRX are slowly losing that momentum, and T1 finding a group for himself.
May pangbanat sana ako pero huwag na lang eh. Ang sabi mo,
Tama.
Bars. Ikaw nga, behind Bars. Wala lang, ang babaw lang.
Pero hirap talaga pag behind bars, and T1 caged in the situation as they're forced to play for their lives, not wanting DRX to get that match point. Saya player still with the ultimate available can easily burst onto site. Without that control, sentinel rather, they have to be aware sa mga flanks na pwedeng gawin dito ng DRX. So they have to manually hold it with the firepower here, taking an early fight here, quick trade. Showstopper from both. Pero wala magka-connect, tingin na lang sila.
Oh, sakton. Splash damage. Walang makakahanap ng pitas pero arguably, siyempre mas okay kay Saya player dahil nakadamage pa nga, nakapag-low HP doon kay Buzz. Ilabas na nga dito ang Viper Spit sa post plant. Ito na nga ang reckoning tubig para sa lason. Ano bang mas okay dito? Hindi pa nila naipupush dito yung ult. Naubos na rin yung mga ult at wala pa rin silang naisusugod. Mako gets the one dito kay Izu. Could be a terrible mistake para sa T1. Hindi sila nag-initiate pagkatapos ng ultimate na yon. Nag-abang na lang. Buzz, makaharap pa ng angulo. He gets the one on the Carpe. Hinulaan lang niya yung angulo doon mismo. Top of the spike. Walang reaksyon ng DRX. Si Stacks makakaisa. T1. Okay na sana. Pero hindi pa rin nila ma-convert.
Nahirapan talaga sila dito, and match point just going down like that. DRX smooth sailing for them as T1. I feel like they're forced on a very awkward bye here for a possible final round. They want to extend this lead to 12-7, but it's gonna look like it's leaning towards a 13-6 for DRX to close it out if they continue playing like this. Yung map control talaga ng DRX napakalakas. The proactivity na na-mention ko earlier has been pivotal in their success with Stacks leading the IGL, the comms.
Hindi ba lahat ng galaw nila proactivity? Kasi pro sila eh.
Kasi pro sila. Tama.
Tama, di ba? Ang gawin nila, proactive na din. Tingnan natin kung magagawan pa dito ng T1. Kumambak. 6 rounds. Para lang makabawi dito. Null command. Fox 9, alam niya papunta sa kanya. The trade comes in, equalize. Rossi makakapag-trade doon para sa kanya. DRX, makakuha naman nila ang site. Alam nilang may tao dito sa may bandang showers. Pero alam din nila na aatras yan dahil Viper hindi naliligo. Mga Viper main.
Grabe. Naamoy nila dito. Kung saan magagaling ang defense. Yung dog na nga. Alam na yung U-Haul is already taken here as Carpet tries to go for Elliston, but the awkward angle. Stacks able to find one. 4v3 right now, and now reduced to a 4v2. Life on the line here for T1.
T1 running out of time. Yung Molly napakasakit. Nasunog siya na itosta. X-Curate na lang natitira. At siya na rin ang huling tutumba. Stacks with a 13 at the end for DRX. And what a game for DRX to cement their run dito. 3-0 at the top of the Pacific League.
What an intense game. They lose map number 1, pero yung buong series, really dominating first halves here by DRX, and just slow and steady chess moves really close out the remaining ones. And here on Bind, able to come up on top, and T1 unfortunately still having a streak, but not the streak that they want.
Napakahirap. Siyempre yung mga streak dito na naisiset ng DRX from map number 2 to map number 3. Dominance against T1, and T1 hindi nagmumukhang yung T1 na nakilala natin nung huling taon, nung 2023, nung unang inaugural year ng Pacific League. So far, struggling. Kung 3-0 ngayon sa Pacific League ang DRX, 0-3 naman ang T1. So, medyo nangingitlog pa sila at 0 lang ang kanilang nahanap dito sa tournament natin.
Tama. Lahat ng sinabi mo tama kasi yung DRX talaga still
tayo.
keeping that alive. Oo nga eh.
Napuputol yung headroom natin. Medyo baba tayo, boss. Masyado matangkad. Si Fluffy kasi, guys, 6 foot talaga yan. Pero pa-humble lang. Pag sa Wikipedia, 6'2". Pag nahanap mo sa Bumble, 6'4". Dati. Ngayon, wala na, syempre. Pero sa ngayon, okay na muna. Sige, wag natin na papansinin yon kasi may mas importanteng punto tayo na i-breakdown ng ating panel. Ito na nga panel, Como Esta?
Anong language ulit yan?
No habla English.
Salamat, BNB and Fluffy. Thank you for the very colorful casting dito sa last game natin. It was much more exciting thanks to that, syempre. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. DRX ang winner natin dito sa matchup of the Hometown Heroes. 13-6 ang naging scoreline natin dito sa Bind. And at the end of the day, DRX have had this common theme, and it's been having a very consistent and strong opening across all 3 games. They started very sharp, super coordinated, and yung consistency na yon to replicate that across an entire series shows kung gaano ka-solid ang DRX right now.
Oo, parang pabalik na yung dating form ng 2023 itong si DRX. At parang if they can go undefeated dito sa group stage natin, edi marireplicate din nila, sorta, yung run nila dati ng group stage. Kasi nga, Team Secret yung nagpigil ng kanilang win streak. Pero ito MVP si Buzz, parang galit na galit, no? Parang ayaw niya yung nangyari nung Breeze eh. Kaya parang dito talaga sila bumawi. From split up until here, naidala nila yung momentum para sa kanila.
Yeah, that was a really heavy reverse. As in, literal. And hanggang nung dulo, with that 4K, and right after that 4K, Buzz just went, ako na to. Tapusin ko na to. This is my game. And they really did prove na that consistency. Parang pag nag-0-6, 0-5, nag-pray ka na lang eh. Ano ba? T1. I-score ba kayo? Parang ganun eh. So overall, I would say you're right, Rebiz. Kaya ko to. Rebix. So,
kahit Rebi na lang.
Basta Reb. Basta yun. That just goes to show na, you know what, that consistency is something that teams really fight for, right? That early consistency. And once you get that, Valorant is such a momentum-based game. So napakadali na lang na mag-overtake ng mga game pag meron ka na.
Oh, I think now we definitely saw this, especially nung week 1, ang daming games that once you started that snowball, it was very hard to stop. Katulad ng mga games against Team Secret. But let's not get into that kasi babawi sila bukas against RRQ. But we did see some signs of life here for T1. Katulad ng play ni Rossi on that stinger. I think he got the 4K there kung naalala nyo pa. A lot of hero plays here and there, but you really cannot deny DRX, especially with how they're playing today.
Oo nga eh. I think T1, no, para silang, I think it's still the same story for them for 2024. I know they're rebuilding. I know they assembled an entirely different roster for this year. Pero it's becoming an identity of T1, di ba? Nung last year, it's like, when they're really good, they're really good.
Yeah.
But when they're having a hard time, you can really tell na parang nahihirapan sila to come back from that. So, hopefully, you know, they're able to repair it kasi parang baka mamaya magiging same lang from last year where we saw 1, 2, 3, 4. Yung top 4 na ito literally, di ba, yung naglaro today from Pacific. So again, I really like DRX's performance. Sobrang, it's looking really good for their rebuild din sa kanila.
In this whole series, actually, parang yung feel mo is DRX is more of like yung consistent na tutok sa range versus T1 na they make really flashy plays pero those are spray and pray runs. So that's, you really just, it takes a lot of time to really replicate this, and I wonder matutuloy-tuloy pa to DRX kasi who else is left here to kind of like really, stop this? Probably Gen.G, right? So those are the fights that we really want to look forward to after this.
PRX. Kaso mag-group sila.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Pero I mean, I think yung point mo na yun, it is a lot to I think it's something really important to think about kasi in terms of the power rankings that we're seeing this year, we can definitely say a lot has changed compared to 2023 performances nila. Roster changes as well. There's a lot still undiscovered, a lot of unpredictability that we can expect in these coming weeks. Pero you never know, baka may, sudden like a ramp up of one of these teams because it's just a matter of time before these new rosters learn to really play with each other in this type of setting and we finally get to see their true potential. And again, April pa lang, we still have a long way to go until champion.
Agree ako sa'yo dyan, Revy. Kasi while we saw kickoff, di ba, may mga matchups na hindi pa natin nakikita this year. Tulad ng, ngayon lang, T1 and DRX. They never really fought nung kickoff with this new roster. So, ngayon pa lang tayo magkakaalaman talaga ng placements in our brain para sa yung power rankings. Kasi, again, matchups that we haven't seen yet, but we're finally seeing it now dito sa stage 1.
Ayun, Rebix ko. Oh, di ba? Panis. I got it. I just, while you were talking, that was all I was thinking about. Okay.
Rebix ko.
Anyway, you're right. You're actually right. And yung that's yung sakit natin eh. Like everyone, like pag sinabi mong Team Secret, ay natalo sila last year, wala na yun. Guys, kaya nga tayo nag-hold ng tournaments dito eh, to give opportunity to these teams na to prove na kaya namin mag-improve naman eh. Give us like 1 week, give us 2 weeks, give us a month. You know what? Stories can change. That's why you guys should also keep watching kasi you never know. You never know when people can do a DFM. Right? So, I mean, sorry, that's a thing, right? That's gotta be a thing.
Naman tayo.
But you're right.
Champions naman din yung region natin, yung PH.
Oo.
So, yes.
So, yeah, you never know.
Yeah.
Say.
Yeah, you never, I mean, it is true. I mean, thanks to the roster then, you could say na a lot of teams picked up these really good talents that work well with these rosters. We can see this dito sa DRX, definitely with Bane as well. We can see Izu doing a lot para sa T1. And even nung time ni Monyet, before Jing came back, we could see that he was performing very well with Paper X. And the same can be said about a lot of these teams. So it's only a matter of time until we can see their true potential. And again, still lots of time for improvement. Sometimes even one day they can be performing very, very badly. And then the next day, suddenly, they're superstars and taking down DRX.
That's true.
Yeah.
But
apparently dapat maganda yung gising. Yung gising daw, tsaka dapat daw di naligo, sabi ni Blacking.
Mga Viper mains.
Pero Viper
mains. T1 wala pang puntos.
That's true. It is kind of scary to think about. Pero we can still say so much about this matchup. Pero it's time to hear our winners interview. So pupunta muna tayo sa main stage to talk to DRX.
You guys, and I'm standing over here with man of the day, Mako, of course. Now, massive congrats, Mako. You got that revenge from kickoff finally, and I just want to start with how T1 coming in this week. They had a rough start in week 1, but today went the distance. So, did you expect today to, go over to that third map? And what are your thoughts about how DRX performed today? 오늘 경기 약간 T1이 일격을 맞았는데 풀세트까지 갔어요. 어떤 생각이 들었고 좀 어떻게 평가하시나요?
일단은 첫 번째 맵은 되게 아쉬웠던 부분이 많았고 나머지 두 번째, 세 번째 맵은 저희가 하던 대로 잘했던 것 같아요.
Well, I guess in terms of Breeze, we just weren't performing very well. And going over to the second map and also the third map, I think we played our game and we were able to, get away with the win and do as we usually play. Well, then we saw Bane kind of flexing around here and there throughout the series. Now, as the core member of DRX, what do you think he brings to the table, and what do you think has changed since he joined the team? 이제 베인 선수가 오늘 다양한 롤로 좀 역할을 해줬는데 베인 선수 합류 이후에 좀 어떤 변화가 있는 것 같나요?
일단은 제일 큰 거는 팀 분위기가 제일 좋게 된 것 같고요. 그리고 무엇보다 본인이 노력을 되게 많이 해서 저희의 약간 부족함 그리고 자기 자신의 부족함을 좀 채워 나가려는 모습을 보여가지고 되게 긍정적으로 보고 있어요.
맞습니다. Well, the big part has to do with the team energy and the team vibe. Ever since he came in, we're in a positive mood and we're in a better place with each other. We have the friendship going on as well. And also, he's just working so hard to improve himself. And I think there's a lot to learn from him. And I think he's such a good teammate for us. Well, Mako, I just want to point out too, your reflex was out of this world today. Has there been anything you've been doing differently, maybe to step up even more?
오늘 반속이 진짜 대단했거든요. 좀 에임 루틴이나 연습 루틴이 바뀐 게 있을까요?
일단 제가 잘해진 건 저는 잘 못 느끼고 있고요. 근데 무엇보다 그냥 이렇게 지금 보시는 게 제가 볼 때 옛날에는 랭크 게임을 많이 안 했어가지고 이번에는 좀 많이 해보자 해가지고 했더니 좀 잘 된 것 같아요.
한 평소에 비해서 몇 배나 더 많이 한 것 같아요?
막 그렇게 크게 많이 하진 않았는데 한 1.5배, 2배? 네.
Alright, so I don't think there's much difference for me, at least personally, when it comes to aiming, but it might feel like that for the viewers and the fans because I've been playing a lot of ranked, a lot more ranked compared to before, and I guess I might say, you know, I've been playing about 1.5 times more of ranked games, and that might be why. Now, last question for you. Next up is Gen.G. Any thoughts? Fighting words? 젠지를 상대하게 됐거든요. 하고 싶은 말이 있을까요?
저는 이제 트래시 토크는 못하는 걸로
오, 네.
그냥 성격상 잘 안 되나 봐요. 그래가지고 그냥 저희가 더 열심히 연습해가지고 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
I can't really trash talk a lot, but I'll just try my best to make sure that we win and beat them this time now. Thank you so much, Mako, for the interview. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now that's all we have for today, everyone. And tomorrow we have Team Secret versus Zeta Division, Bleed versus RRQ. Will Omega domination continue? We'll have to see tomorrow. So see you soon.
There you have it, guys, from Mako himself. Isa sa mga MVP players of the Pacific. He's been saying that they've worked a lot better now with Bane. They played together as a team. The mood is good, the vibes are good, and he's been playing a lot more ranked now lately, which explains why his aim is even more cracked than usual now.
Oo nga eh. Ang most likely mga feel good vibes nga yung interview nga eh. Yung susunod na lang makakalaban ay si Gen.G. So, tinanong diba ano yung message? Sabi niya, ayaw ko mag-trash talk. Basta gagawin na lang nila yung best nila. Ang cute eh.
Grabe no, demonyo ka siguro pag nagalit ka kay Mako. Parang hindi ko kaya magalit sa mukhang yun. Just the way that he speaks. He's just like a big teddy bear.
Parang respectful, pero may oomph pa rin yung words niya.
May parang authority, no? Yung dating. Tama.
Like, alam ko yung place ko, and I have the right to say it. But I think he definitely deserves that. That's mga skills niya, and you know, the reputation he has so far here in the Pacific, and even the world, you could say. Pero that's gonna be it for day number 5 here of VCT Pacific. We still have more matches tomorrow. So again, Team Secret versus Zeta Division tomorrow, and Bleed versus RRQ. Once again, I'm Rubiksko together with Riku and Rockhart. Kita-kits ulit bukas for day number 6 of VCT Pacific.
enemy